That saber was a middle-grade spirit weapon, but it was turned into sand by the child's tender palm. Many cultivators looked at the child as though they were looking at a ghost. Could this child be transformed from a fiend demon? A thought crossed the mind of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Right then, two figures sped over from Ethereal Peak like a golden couple. It was Tao Yao and Yen Qi. For the past few days, the two of them had been waiting near the sect entrance and rushed over the moment they heard any activity. Their gazes landed on the child and they shuddered. The child gave them a familiar feeling. If one focused their attention, they would be able to tell that the child's features were extremely similar to Su Zimo's. The only reason why they could not be seen clearly was because they were not fully grown out. The child was the martial Tao true body, Su Zimo's prime body. After cultivating for 6 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, his prime body had already cultivated to the 9th transformation of the martial Tao, perfected Dragon Elephant Force. Given the strength of the prime body, even a connate spirit weapon would be shattered, let alone a middle-grade spirit weapon. The descent of his prime body was a variant to begin with. It was not within the reincarnation cycle nor heavenly secrets. The prime body inherited everything of Su Zimo and specialized in the martial Tao. However, he could only continue to deduce if he wanted to continue cultivating the martial Tao after the 9th transformation. Neither the Green Lotus True Body nor the Dragon True Body had the energy to do so. Neither of them were as suitable as the prime body to comprehend the martial Tao either. Therefore, his prime body left the Dragon Burial Valley and arrived at Ethereal Peak. He was prepared to memorize Ethereal Peak's cultivation techniques and secret skills while cultivating there before deducing. "Young master," Tao Yao shouted in a testing manner. "That's me." The prime body nodded. Although he was only 6 years old, the aura he exuded was the same as Su Zimo. There was no hint of childishness. "I'll leave for Pingyang Town after cultivating in Ethereal Peak for a period of time. Do you want to follow me?" The prime body asked Tao Yao. "Sure." Tao Yao agreed readily. He was not familiar with many people in Ethereal Peak. It was more comfortable for him to reside in Pingyang Town instead. To him, Pingyang Town was his home. The prime body intended to return to the starting point of his cultivation as well. He will return to that courtyard to continue deducing the martial Tao in order to perfect it. That courtyard held an unusual meaning for Su Zimo. Middle Continent. Su Zimo did not rest at all. From the moment he left Ethereal Peak to the crossing of the North region and entered the Middle Continent, it merely took 3 days. That speed was already comparable to a conjoint body mighty figure. Even though the spirit crane said that the monster incarnate of the fiend sex challenged the Azura to a fight a month later, Su Zimo was still worried and rushed over early. Su Zimo determined his direction and continued on his way. A day later, he arrived at the depths of a mountain range and looked at the dense bamboo forest before him. Descending, he paused for a moment before entering. In the bamboo forest, there was only the sound of wind rustling the bamboo leaves, making it seem tranquil and peaceful. Not long after, Su Zimo's gaze penetrated the layers of bamboo shadows and saw a spacious empty space where a simple wooden house sat. A figure leaned against the door. The figure's black hair fell casually onto his shoulders, and he had a cold expression. A jar of strong wine was placed beside his feet as a long saber with a bloody aura laid on his knees. The Azura, Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen had just raised his wine jar and was about to drink it in one gulp when he suddenly frowned. As though he sensed something, he said indifferently, "Hatred. The month isn't up yet. You're early." Although his essence spirit was injured, he could still sense that someone was peeping from the bamboo forest. However, he did not notice who it was. Su Zimo strode out of the bamboo forest and arrived before the empty space, smiling at Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen was first stunned. Immediately after, his eyes revealed the joy of reuniting after a long time, and he could not help but laugh. "Ha ha! So it's Brother Su." "Brother Yen," Su Zimo called and strode forward. "Come sit." Yen Beichen tugged at Su Zimo's arm and pulled him to sit down. He took out another jar of strong wine from his storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo with a smile. I was worried that no one would accompany me to drink when you came. You're really on time. The two of them bumped their wine jars and drank a mouthful of strong wine. I haven't congratulated you properly for creating your martial Tao. Now's the perfect time. Let's drink till we're drunk. Yan Beichen laughed again. Su Zimo lamented internally. After many years, Yan Beichen had changed significantly. He was now filled with warmth. The initial blood stench he reeked had become extremely faint, almost imperceptible even. Unsurprisingly, his change should be attributed to a single person. Right then, a white-bloused woman walked out of the wooden house. She had smooth skin and watery eyes. Her brows were raised slightly, and she exuded a heroic aura. Su Zimo stood up and pretended to be surprised. Isn't this fellow Taoist Qin from Sword Sect? There was naturally no way Su Zimo could expose the fact that Qin Pianran sent him a message behind the Azura's back. Hence he feigned ignorance. Qin Pianran smiled gently with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Yan Beichen waved it off. Brother Su, stop pretending. Pianran should be the one who called you here, right? Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Yan Beichen continued. Your timing is too coincidental. I reckon that Pianran must have asked you to come behind my back because she's worried about me. Yan Beichen was a smart man. He had guessed it the moment he saw Su Zimo. Beichen, I'm sorry. Qin Pianran lowered her head slightly. Su Zimo knew that there was no need to continue hiding the truth and nodded. Fellow Taoist Qin is worried about your safety. There's no need for you to blame her. Why would I blame Pianran if she's worried about me? Yan Beichen burst into laughter and turned to tug at Qin Pianran's palm. It's been a long time since I've been reunited with my brother. I'm more than happy and can't thank you enough instead. Qin Pianran blushed. She felt embarrassed that the two of them were so intimate in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled. It seems like you've been doing well all these years, big brother. I'm even envious that you have someone to accompany you every day. After a brief pause, Su Zimo continued. However, bro, there's something I have to say about you. Why didn't you tell me that your essence spirit was injured? There's no point telling you. The Azura shook his head. There's no way to heal it. When she heard that, Qin Pianran's expression darkened. It's all my fault. If I hadn't consumed the 9 Revolutions soul return elixir back then, Beichen's injuries would have healed a long time ago. It's fine. I'm doing all right now, aren't I? Yan Beichen did not mind at all and waved it off. But your future cultivation. Qin Pianran wanted to speak but stopped, afraid that she would agitate Yan Beichen. With an injured essence spirit, it was difficult for one's cultivation to advance. Who doesn't die? Even for conjoint body mighty figures, they will still die 20,000 years later. Yan Beichen said, as long as I'm with you, a day is equivalent to 10,000 years. I still have thousands of years of lifespan. In that perspective, I'll live longer than even Mahayana patriarchs. Qin Pianran's eyes were bloodshot and she lowered her head in silence. Su Zimo asked, Brother Yan, when you mentioned hatred earlier, that's the monster incarnate of Azura sect? Yes. Yan Beichen nodded with a slightly grim expression. Tao Lord Hatred became famous much earlier than me and obtained half of the Hatred Sutra. His combat strength is heaven-defying, and he's invincible in the Fiend sects. The Hatred Sutra. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. The Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra's half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky had memories of the Hatred Sutra. The Hatred Sutra was created by one of the most terrifying Fiend Emperors of the ancient era, and was known as the Fiend Emperor Hatred. The fact that he held the title of the Emperor of the Fiend Tao was proof of how strong the Fiend Emperor was. Legend has it that the Fiend Emperor Hatred was initially unknown. Later on, due to a massive change, his personality changed drastically and he hated the world, all living beings and everything in the world. Under that intense hatred, the Emperor exploded completely, slaying immortals, Buddhas and the primordial 9 races in a domineering manner. Eventually, he created the shocking ancient Hatred Sutra. That cultivation technique was known as the #1 mystic classic of the Fiend sects. its might was imaginable. Although the fiend emperor hatred was invincible, his life was extremely miserable and he spent it in hatred. Even when he was conferred the title of an ancient emperor, he did not have anyone close to him or any close friends. His ending was tragic as well. His hatred eventually reached its limits and he even began to hate himself. In the end, he committed suicide in Tianhuang mainland after the ancient war, leaving behind a regrettable legend. The fact that a fiend emperor met with such an end caused countless people to lament. Yan Beichen continued. Tao Lord Hatred entered a tomb by accident and obtained half of the Hatred Sutra. With that, he rose and established a Tao title, Hatred. Everyone knows what he's thinking. He wants to inherit everything from this ancient fiend emperor and become the new fiend emperor Hatred. The fact that he was already invincible among the fiend sects with just half of the Hatred Sutra was proof of how terrifying that cultivation technique was. Almost all paragons and monster incarnates had encountered many opportunities to be able to cultivate to that level. Su Zimo was not the only one. Yan Beichun said, "Later on, I joined Azura sect and obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance and many other opportunities. I comprehended the Azura Sutra and entered the Void Reversion realm. During the fight for the title of Azura, I fought against Hatred, who was still at the Void Reversion realm at that time and was lucky to win by half a move." Although Yan Beichen said those things calmly, Su Zimo could sense the intensity of the killing intent from those words. Su Zimo had some understanding of Yan Beichen. There were only two people who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance, him and Yan Beichen. Yan Beichen's talent was definitely not weaker than his. The moment Yan Beichen entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he could conjure a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was 85 feet tall. That was enough to show how strong Yan Beichen was. Even so, Yan Beichen merely won by half a move back then. Yan Beichen continued. After the fight for the title of Azura ended, Hatred disappeared and never appeared again. Nobody knew where he went. More than 10 years ago, Hatred reappeared and shocked all the fiend sects. Su Zimo had a vague guess and murmured, "Could it be?" Yan Beichen nodded. He obtained the complete Hatred Sutra, the rebirth of the Hatred Sutra. This meant that a new fiend emperor Hatred was about to rise. When Hatred returned, he was already at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. Starting from Azura sect, he overwhelmed the Dharma characteristic paragons of the 7 fiend sects. The titular disciple of Illusion Fiend Cult was defeated in less than 10 moves. After that, the other titular disciples of the fiend sects went silent and avoided the battle. Hatred was conferred as the number 1 saber of the fiend sects. It was not surprising for him to possess such combat strength if he inherited the complete Hatred Sutra. Yan Beichen had a grim expression. Notwithstanding the fact that my essence spirit is injured and my combat strength has decreased significantly, even if I was in my peak condition, I might not be a match for him. Now that Hatred has returned, no one can stop him anymore. It was no wonder why Yan Beichen said that. During their battle back then, Hatred merely lost to him by a single move after comprehending half of the Hatred Sutra. How scary was Hatred now that he had the complete Hatred Sutra? On the other hand, there was no fear in Su Zimo's eyes. After experiencing the Tao inheritance ground, cultivating for close to 5,000 years and fusing with more than 30 ancient inheritances, Su Zimo believed that he could suppress all his peers and overwhelm all strong foes. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation in his heart to experience this number 1 ancient fiend sutra. Su Zimo asked in a low voice, "What's the height of Tao Lord Hatred's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic?" Tao Lord Hatred was already at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. Even if he knew that Tao Lord Hatred had condensed a 90 feet Dharma characteristic, Su Zimo would not be surprised. "I don't know." Unexpectedly, Yan Beichen shook his head and gave that answer. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Yan Beichen said, "That's the reason why he's so terrifying. Ever since he returned, he fought several times and suppressed many Dharma characteristic monster incarnates of the fiend sections. However, he has never used his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. It was normal for him to not use his heaven and earth dharma characteristic to suppress ordinary dharma characteristic Tao lords. However, the people that Tao lord hatred suppressed were titular disciples of the fiend sects. It was a little terrifying to be able to suppress the titular disciple of illusion fiend cult without even using his heaven and earth dharma characteristic. Pian Ran, actually, there's no need for you to alarm Zimo. After a while, Yen Beichen smiled. That's because I had no intention of fighting against hatred to begin with. Qin Pian Ran and Su Zimo froze for a moment, confused. Yen Beichen explained, if hatred wants to challenge me, it's to fight for the title of the Azura. I've already decided to give up on that title. Yen Beichen's palm caressed the long saber on his knees. If hatred wants the title of the Azura as well as this Azura saber, I'll give both to him unreservedly. Su Zimo was silent. Under normal circumstances, given Yen Beichen's character, he would definitely not display weakness even if he was injured. To think that he would make such a choice. However, on second thought, it was understandable that Yen Beichen would make that choice. That was because the Azura was worried. When an Azura that achieved the Tao through killing had attachments, he was no longer an Azura. It had to be said that Yen Beichen had changed a lot over the years. Can you bear to? Su Zimo asked. Yen Beichen smiled. These are just empty titles. The only thing I'm slightly reluctant about is this Azura saber that has fought by my side for many years. However, it doesn't matter as well. There was a hint of freedom and magnanimity in Yen Beichen's tone. It was a true form of letting go. Zimo, I'm tired. I don't want to continue fighting in the cultivation world. Yen Beichen said. All these years, Pian Ran and I have been living far away from secular affairs and strife in this bamboo forest. I've received an unprecedented tranquility in my heart and I'm delighted. From now on, without the shackles of the Azura, Pian Ran and I will look for a paradise and live in seclusion. No matter what calamities or battles there are outside, it will be none of my business. Yen Beichen meant that he wanted to let go of all attachments and he was not going to fight against hatred. He did not wish for Su Zimo to fight in his place against hatred either. I understand. Su Zimo nodded. Brother, I respect your decision. For the next period of time, Su Zimo stayed in the bamboo forest and was in no hurry to leave. Although Yen Beichen had already decided to withdraw from the fight in the cultivation world, Su Zimo was still worried about his essence spirit's injuries. The next day, he sent out a few messenger spirit cranes. They flew towards Elixir Yang sect, 100 Refinement sect, 1000 Crane sect, Puppet sect, Ethereal Peak and other sects and factions. All of those sects and factions had Su Zimo's kin and friends. Half a month later, although the sects and factions sent messages one after another, none of them had any solution. Although Qin Pian Ran did not say anything, she could not conceal her disappointment. Don't be hasty, Su Zimo replied. There's still no news from Xiaoning. She's already a titular disciple of Elixir Yang sect. I'm sure she'll have a solution. Another 5 days passed. The spirit crane of Elixir Yang sect flew into the bamboo forest. Qin Pian Ran hurried over and opened the spirit crane eagerly. An injury to the essence spirit is extremely difficult to heal, and the most effective elixir is the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir. However, this elixir has long been lost and Elixir Yang sect doesn't have it either. At that point, Qin Pian Ran's eyes dimmed. A large part of the reason why Yen Beichen was in such a state was because he wanted to save her. She felt extremely guilty. Su Zimo removed a small bottle tied to the spirit crane's leg. These are 7 elixirs that Xiaoning sent over. They have some healing effect on the essence spirit as well. You can give it a shot. Although those elixirs could not compare to the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir, they could only give it a shot. For the next few days, Yen Beichen attempted to consume an elixir daily. However, despite trying all 7 elixirs, his essence spirit showed no signs of recovering. Brother, fellow Taoist Qin, don't be anxious, Su Zimo said. I've already asked Ethereal Peak to keep an eye out for the various auction houses and marketplaces. If there's any news of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir, I'll definitely help you guys get it. That's the only way. Qin Pian Ran sighed internally. Another 3 days passed. This day, Su Zimo and the other two were chatting casually in the wooden house. All of a sudden, Su Zimo felt something and turned around. What's wrong with that? Qin Pianran asked and followed Su Zimo's gaze instinctively. A figure stood in the bamboo forest. Ah! Qin Pianran shuddered and exclaimed. She was a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord of Sword Sect to begin with. Be it in terms of combat strength or temperament, she was superior. Even a conjoint body mighty figure or a Mahayana patriarch would not cause her to lose her composure as such. However, that figure was truly way too terrifying. Just by standing there, it was like a gigantic black hole that emitted an endless hatred that could devour everything. The hatred could even affect a cultivator's mind. If one's Dao heart was weak and tainted by that hatred, it would be crippled and they would lose without fighting. Dao Lord hatred. Su Zimo was the only one who could maintain his composure against the envelopment of that hatred. Even Yen Beichen frowned. Su Zimo looked at Dao Lord hatred calmly. Dao Lord hatred had an average build and wore black robes. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his eyes were dark as he walked over slowly, dragging a saber that was shrouded by fiend qi. The saber sliced through the ground silently, leaving a clear scar. Su Zimo looked at the saber and his pupils constricted. That saber was extremely terrifying. Even he felt waves of shock from the hatred that was gathered. Hatred, you sure are punctual? Yen Beichen spoke. You came in a month indeed, not a single day later. Hee hee. Dao Lord Hatred laughed and walked into the wooden house without replying or pausing. You're injured. He swept his gaze and saw Yen Beichen's condition. It's just a small injury. Yen Beichen replied indifferently. Dao Lord Hatred grinned. To think that you would end up in such a state as well, Yen Beichen. There's always someone better out there. In this generation, there are many paragons and monster incarnates. There are many people who can hurt me, so I'm naturally nothing much, Yen Beichen replied. No, Dao Lord Hatred shook his head and pointed at Yen Beichen. I'm not referring to your injuries, but your heart. Your heart is no longer the heart of the Azura. Yen Beichen was silent. Su Zimo praised internally. Without exchanging blows or testing the waters, Dao Lord Hatred saw through Yen Beichen's reality. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Dao Lord Hatred's gaze shifted and landed on Qin Pianran. What a pity. Everyone says that a gentle place is the tomb of a hero. To think that even you, Yen Beichen, can't escape it. He closed his eyes and sniffed gently before nodding. Yes, not bad. A little sharp, a cultivator of sword sect. Qin Pianran could not sit still. For some reason, she felt uneasy in front of Dao Lord Hatred. Suddenly, Dao Lord Hatred opened his eyes and said with a fake smile, Yen Beichen, how about I kill that woman? Hatred, what are you trying to do? Yen Beichen's eyes widened. Dao Lord Hatred laughed and said leisurely, I'm doing this for your own good. The only way to have the Azura return is by having this woman killed. Hatred, Yen Beichen hollered softly. I admit defeat for this battle. You can have the title of Azura as well as this Azura saber. I have nothing to do with Azura sect, the fiend sects and the cultivation world anymore. Admit defeat? Dao Lord Hatred had a regretful expression and sighed. It's truly hard to imagine that those words would come from you, Yen Beichen. Thereafter he laughed and shook his head. Yen Beichen, you're truly way too naive. Do you think you can just back off from the fight and the cultivation world just like that? Since you've started cultivating, there are many choices that are not up to you. Yen Beichen took a deep breath of air. Hatred, what do you want? Of course, it's to retrieve the Azura title. Dao Lord Hatred replied. Yen Beichen frowned. I've already said that I've admitted defeat. From now on, you'll be the Azura. No, no, no. Dao Lord Hatred had a mocking expression as he waved his finger. It's not that simple. I'll take back the Azura title the same way you snatched it from me. Do you think that I'll let you off just because you admit defeat? Suddenly, Dao Lord Hatred's expression turned menacing and his features were squeezed together, emanating a torrential hatred. I lost everything in the battle for the title of Azura back then. Honor, status, reputation. I've been thinking about you all these years. Yan Beichen. Su Zimo respected Yan Beichen's choice. Therefore, he remained silent and watched coldly from the sidelines. However, he had already realized that today's matter would not end peacefully. Tao Lord Hatred was completely fiendish and his mind was affected by the Hatred Sutra. It was hard to tell if Tao Lord Hatred had cultivated the Hatred Sutra, or if the sutra had turned him into a fiend. Sensing Tao Lord Hatred's hatred, the fiend's saber in his hands trembled slightly as well, as though it was extremely excited and buzzed endlessly. Although all 4 people present were at the Dharma characteristic realm, the difference between their combat strength was too great. Qin Pianran was definitely a paragon of the Dharma characteristic realm. However, her face was pale and her heart trembled against the hatred released by Tao Lord Hatred. Yan Beichen's essence spirit was injured and he was frowning slightly as well, feeling a sense of pressure. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. If it was more than 10 years ago, he would not have retreated even if his essence spirit was injured and would have fought against Tao Lord Hatred right from the beginning. But now, he held emotional baggage and truly did not want to fight against Tao Lord Hatred anymore. Of course, apart from that, there was another reason why he did not want Su Zimo involved. On the one hand, Tao Lord Hatred was now the number 1 saber of the fiend sex and possessed the inheritance of the Hatred Sutra. He was equivalent to a second fiend emperor and had a noble status in the fiend sex with the protection of countless experts. If Su Zimo were to offend him, it would be equivalent to offending the entire fiend sex. On the other hand, the outcome of Su Zimo's fight against Tao Lord Hatred was unpredictable. If Su Zimo won, he would end up offending the fiend sections. If he lost, his outcome would be even worse. No matter the outcome of this battle, it was extremely disadvantageous for Su Zimo. Hatred, at the end of the day. There's no deep-rooted feud between us, Yan Beichen said. If you take away the Azura saber today, the entire cultivation world will understand that you are the true Azura and no one will remember me. Qin Pianran lowered her head in silence. She knew that Yan Beichen's compromise and forbearance was all for her and them. Yan Beichen took a deep breath of air and grit his teeth. As though he had made up his mind about something, he said softly, Hatred, I promise you that I'll leave the cultivation world forever. In the future, Yan Beichen will cease to exist in the cultivation world. Beichen, Qin Pianran exclaimed softly with a hint of heartache. Up till this point of his cultivation, Yan Beichen had never been weaker than anyone. He achieved his Tao through killing and was invincible. His title as the Azura was something that struck fear in the hearts of orthodox cultivators. How could he have ever said anything as such? But now, even the Azura had to bow down. Fufu. Tao Lord Hatred laughed and looked at Yan Beichen mockingly, shaking his head. Yan Beichen, you're truly way too naive. In this cultivation world, who can truly retreat just because they want to? How dare the Azura actually think of letting go of everything? How ironic. In the face of Tao Lord Hatred's mockery, Yan Beichen merely remained silent and endured it. As though he thought of something fun, a mocking look flashed through Tao Lord Hatred's eyes. How about this? Kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. How about I let you off after a few good kowtows? Yan Beichen did not move at all and was expressionless. However, veins popped up on his forehead and blood vessels popped out. It was clear that he was emotional. Sensing the struggle in Yan Beichen's heart, the smile in Tao Lord Hatred's eyes intensified. He enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything and stepping on his former enemies ruthlessly. He loved the joy of humiliating and trampling on them wantonly. He did not care whether Yan Beichen chose to fight or not. If Yan Beichen did not fight, he would make Yan Beichen suffer a fate worse than death. If Yan Beichen were to fight, the only thing awaiting him would be death. Ever since he arrived, he had no intention of letting Yan Beichen off. Right then, a chuckle sounded. The laughter carried a hint of mockery and disdain that was rather piercing to Tao Lord Hatred. He turned around slowly and his gaze landed on Su Zimo. Ever since he arrived, this was the first time he was looking at Su Zimo properly. Oh! Tao Lord Hatred revealed a playful expression and asked, Were you the one laughing earlier on? It had been a long time since someone dared to provoke him like this. Zimo! Yen Beichen shouted with a worried expression. Su Zimo waved it off and said unquestionably, Brother Yen, leave this matter to me. He could respect Yen Beichen's choice, but he would definitely not watch the latter suffer such humiliation. Tao Lord Hatred came to a realization. I understand. You're here to help Yen Beichen. Ha 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 ha. Tao Lord Hatred could not help but laugh. He looked at Su Zimo as though he was looking at an idiot and lamented. Some people really don't know what's good for them. You dare to come and help him without knowing who I am. Do you know who I am? Su Zimo did not reply and asked instead. Oh? Who are you? Tao Lord Hatred asked casually. In truth, he did not care who Su Zimo was. In his eyes, the latter was already a dead man. I'm Desolate Marshal, Su Zimo said indifferently. Desolate Marshal? Tao Lord Hatred was slightly stunned. That Tao title sounded familiar. After a moment of silence, his pupils constricted slightly and his gaze shone brightly. You're Tao Lord Desolate Marshal who established his martial Tao and condensed two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics? The name Desolate Marshal was known to the world a long time ago. In just a few years after the battle at Dragon Tiger Sect, the news of him condensing two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics had already spread through the Middle Continent. Tao Lord Hatred had already heard of Desolate Marshal's name the moment he returned. Good, good, good. Instead of being shocked, Tao Lord Hatred was delighted and nodded repeatedly. Among the current Dharma characteristic paragons, you're the only one worthy of me fighting. Desolate Marshal. You came at the right time. You still want to kill me? Two divine lights burst forth from Su Zimo's eyes in a domineering manner. He stood up slowly and his black hair swayed without any wind. An extremely terrifying aura burst forth from his body, as though a divine being was awakening. A terrifying and majestic aura surged over like a tsunami towards Tao Lord Hatred. Su Zimo founded the martial Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. Thereafter, he entered the Dharma characteristic and everyone paid their respects to him. He had long accumulated a force that no one could match. If it was any other Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, they might not even have the courage to attack Su Zimo. At that moment, Tao Lord Hatred was motionless in the face of the situation as fiend chi spewed out from his body. The negative emotions of hatred and vengeance were released completely, matching Su Zimo's aura. The two monster incarnates of the Dharma characteristic realm had finally collided. Hurry, retreat! Yen Beichen already knew that this battle was inevitable, and hurriedly brought Qin Pian Ran out of the wooden house. The moment the two of them left, the wooden house disintegrated into dust against the auras of the two monster incarnates, Su Zimo and Tao Lord Hatred. Desolate Marshal. I'll show you what a true monster incarnate is today. Tao Lord Hatred reared his head and howled into the skies. The fiend's saber in his hands buzzed and trembled, emitting a pitch-black fiend chi that was cold and dark. This is the Hatred Fiend Saber, and it was the personal weapon of the Fiend Emperor Hatred. However, the power of this saber has diminished significantly with the passing of the Fiend Emperor Hatred. Tao Lord Hatred said, But I'll make this fiend saber regain its fiendish might of the past. Desolate Marshal, it's your honor to die to it. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. It was no wonder why he felt his heart skip a beat from that fiend saber. It was the personal fiend saber of the Fiend Emperor Hatred. That fiend saber was way too terrifying. Up till this point of Su Zimo's cultivation, that was the only weapon that caused him to feel a tinge of fear. With a slap, Su Zimo took out the mystic magnet mountain from his storage bag and smashed it towards Tao Lord Hatred. As Su Zimo entered the Dharma characteristic realm, his dharmic powers increased exponentially. By now, the mystic magnet mountain was 1,000 feet tall, and it descended from the skies like a 100-story building with a huge shadow. The only reason why Su Zimo summoned the mystic magnet mountain right away was to hold back the fiend saber. Mystic magnet mountain. Tao Lord Hatred's gaze intensified as he recognized the ancient unique treasure right away. This is a great treasure. Unfortunately, You must be dreaming if you think that you can hold back my fiend saber with this mystic magnet mountain. His arm trembled and his fiend saber released streams of pitch-black fiend chi. They surged towards the mystic magnet mountain above him with immense hatred. Before the mystic magnet mountain descended, the entire mountain was already shrouded by the fiend chi and its glow dimmed instantly. By cultivating the Hatred Sutra, one could condense a unique fiend chi of hatred that contained extremely strong negative emotions. It was ever-changing and could destroy dermic weapons with ease with torrential fiend might. Thankfully, the mystic magnet mountain was an ancient unique treasure. If it was any other ordinary dermic weapon, it would have been destroyed by the hatred fiend chi. Swash! Tao Lord Hatred strode forward and swung the fiend saber in his hands. Fiend chi burst forth and a gigantic pitch-black fiend saber condensed in midair, descending from the skies. Before the fiend saber even slashed down, all sorts of negative emotions surged and affected Su Zimo's Tao heart. Su Zimo praised internally. It was no wonder why the Hatred Sutra was the #1 fiend sutra of the ancient era. That fiend chi could affect a cultivator's mind and heart. If one's Tao heart was not steady, they would not be able to last long against the shroud of the hatred fiend chi, let alone fight against Tao Lord Hatred. However, the person Tao Lord Hatred was facing was Su Zimo. This was Tao Lord Desolate Martial who had received more than 30 ancient inheritances and deduced the martial Tao with experience accumulated over 5,000 years. His Tao heart was absolutely indestructible against fire, water, or even heaven and earth. Even if the ancient fiend emperor was the one here personally, he might not be able to shake Su Zimo's Tao heart, let alone Tao Lord Hatred. Shoo! Suddenly, a green beam of light shot out from Su Zimo's glabella and spun in midair, emitting a green glow. The creation Green Lotus. The Grade 6 creation Green Lotus of the past had lost its stem and leaves, leaving only this lotus platform. Although it was no longer as enigmatic as before, this lotus platform was still incomparably strong. Under the channeling of Su Zimo's essence spirit, the creation lotus platform spun and blossomed slowly. 54 white lotus petals opened up and mist rose with a resplendent glow. Clang! The fiend saber collided heavily against the creation lotus platform. The creation lotus platform trembled gently. Su Zimo focused his gaze. Although the creation lotus platform blocked the attack, it was slightly disadvantaged in this clash. Since it was not a complete creation green lotus, the creation lotus platform could not defend against this shocking ancient fiend saber. I can't waste time with him. Su Zimo judged the situation instantly. It was difficult for the hatred fiend saber to suppress the creation lotus platform within a short period of time. However, if things dragged on and the creation lotus platform was completely tainted by the hatred fiend chi, it would most likely be rendered immobile like the mystic magnet mountain. Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly. A green glow burst forth from the creation lotus platform and emitted a boundless sharpness, forming a green sword instantly. This was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit green lotus sword. Slay! Su Zimo pointed forward and hollered softly, "Instant thunder!" Through the endless void, the green lotus sword descended instantly and stabbed towards Tao Lord Hatred's glabella. It's an essence spirit secret skill. Tao Lord Hatred's expression changed slightly. He felt a strong sense of danger from that green sword. He had never felt this way ever since he obtained the Hatred Sutra. Even when he was defeated by Yen Beichen previously, he was only defeated by half a move. It was completely impossible for Yen Beichen to kill him. But now, that green sword could threaten his life. Devouring Fiend Cave. A powerful spirit consciousness fluctuation burst forth from his glabella and formed a pitch-black fiend cave in front of his forehead. The center of the fiend cave caved in continuously, as though it could suck in everything in the world. Poof! The green lotus sword pierced right in and disappeared before long, entering the pitch-black fiend cave. There was a slight pause. Boom! The fiend cave exploded. 54 green lotus seeds fell and were already dim. Tao Lord Hatred released an essence spirit secret skill and blocked the green lotus sword completely without suffering any damage. That green lotus sword could even kill conjoint body mighty figures. However, Tao Lord Hatred's combat strength was even more terrifying than most conjoint body mighty figures. The only person who could defend against the Green Lotus Sword unscathed with an Essence Spirit secret skill was the past monster incarnate of the immortal sex, Dean. With a thought, Su Zimo controlled the Creation Lotus platform and put away the 54 Green Lotus seeds. If those Green Lotus seeds were exposed to the Hatred Fiend Chi, they would be destroyed after a long time. After returning to the Creation Lotus platform to nourish themselves, the Fiend Chi could be cleansed from them and they would be revitalized. I've long heard that Desolate Martial possesses a universal utmost treasure. Now that I'm seeing it for myself, it truly lives up to its reputation. Tao Lord Hatred grinned and said in extreme disdain, "However, you're truly way too naive to think that you can injure me with such methods. Is that so?" Expressionlessly, Su Zimo lowered his gaze and said coldly, "Take another attack from me then." A bedazzling golden light shone from his glabella, and his terrifying spirit consciousness condensed rapidly, forming a golden swastika symbol. The entire void trembled when the ancient word descended. A series of sacred Sanskrit sounds seemed to echo from the firmaments. At that moment, the Fiend Chi around Tao Lord Hatred was significantly suppressed. Rulai Dermic Seal. The Essence Spirit secret skill recorded in the Great Day Rulai Sutra was extremely terrifying and took a huge toll on one's Essence Spirit. Back then, Su Zimo killed the titular disciple of Malevolent Earth sect with this Essence Spirit secret skill. Another Essence Spirit secret skill. Sensing the terror of that word, Tao Lord Hatred's lips twitched viciously. In a fight between cultivators, even if it was a life and death battle, they would not release their Essence Spirit secret skills right away. After all, a fight between Essence Spirits was extremely dangerous, and even if one won many times, it would be easy for their Essence Spirits to be injured. However, Su Zimo released Essence Spirit secret skills after a single round of exchanging blows. Furthermore, he released 2 of them in succession. He did not even condense any heaven and earth dharma characteristic. He wanted to kill his opponent's Essence Spirit directly. The moment the 2 of them exchanged blows, they did not test the waters and released killing moves one after another, revealing their trump cards. Sensing Su Zimo's killing intent, Tao Lord Hatred was even more enraged and his hatred deepened. He channeled the Hatred Sutra and the Fiend Chi within his body surged out, purging away the descending golden light instantly. Hatred slash. Suddenly, a fiend saber condensed from spirit consciousness flew out from Tao Lord Hatred's glabella. Similar to the fiend saber in his hands, it slashed towards the swastika symbol that was flying over. Tao Lord Hatred released his second Essence Spirit secret skill as well. The saber collided against the swastika symbol. Although there was no earth-shaking sound when the 2 Essence Spirit secret skills collided, the space where they met distorted. Yen Beichen and Qin Pianran felt their hearts skip a beat. Back when Yen Beichen's Essence Spirit suffered an irrecoverable injury, it was because it fought against the Essence Spirits of a few Tao Lords. Now that the 2 Essence Spirit secret skills collided, the energy fluctuation that spread out was even more terrifying than Yen Beichen's battle. Not good. Qin Pianran frowned and whispered, "That golden word of the Buddhist monasteries is clearly being suppressed by Hatred's fiend saber." When the 2 Essence Spirit secret skills clashed, Su Zimo's Rulai Dermic Seal was the one disadvantaged. Zimo has just entered the Dharma characteristic realm. Although his Essence Spirit is comparable to a conjoint body mighty figure, Hatred has already cultivated to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, and his Essence Spirit is superior to Zimo's. Although Yen Beichen's Essence Spirit was injured, his eyesight was still present and he could see things even more clearly. It was definitely not a fluke that Tao Lord Hatred was able to suppress all the paragons of the fiend sex and be invincible among his peers upon his return. Yen Beichen continued, "But don't worry, Zimo has many trump cards as well. He won't be defeated so easily." The moment he said that, there was an outcome to the Essence Spirit fight. The Fiend Chi on the Fiend Saber intensified and a powerful sharpness burst forth once more with a torrential hatred. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the Rulai Dermic Seal. It was clear that it could not hold out any longer. Ever since Su Zimo started cultivating that essence spirit secret skill, it had always been successful and he could even kill his opponents across major cultivation realms. But now it was destroyed by a cultivator of the same cultivation realm. To be fair, the reputation and terror of the Hatred Sutra was above the Great Day Rulai Sutra to begin with. Coupled with the fact that Tao Lord Hatred's essence spirit was even stronger, it was only logical that this would happen. Desolate Marshal, you must have a death wish for choosing to fight against my essence spirit. Tao Lord Hatred roared in laughter. Although the power of his essence spirit fiend saber had decreased significantly, it was still flying towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. Suddenly, his left wrist lit up with a golden glow, and a barrier of light that was filled with golden symbols appeared beside him. Mingwang prayer beads. Boom! When the fiend saber collided against the barrier, it could hold on no longer and dissipated gradually. Essence spirit dermic weapon? Although the Mingwang prayer beads were hidden beneath Su Zimo's robes, Tao Lord Hatred guessed it instantly. You sure have a lot of treasures on you? Tao Lord Hatred sneered. Unfortunately, those treasures are about to change owners. Su Zimo's gaze shimmered and he hesitated for a moment. He had another essence spirit secret skill, the spirit vanquishing whip. However, he could not ascertain whether Tao Lord Hatred would be able to release a third essence spirit secret skill to fight against his spirit vanquishing whip. If he took another blow head-on, his essence spirit would be severely injured. On the other side, Tao Lord Hatred was wary as well and did not dare to release his essence spirit secret skill casually. Vast sea of hatred. Tao Lord Hatred conjured hand seals and released a top-tier dermic art of the Hatred Sutra. The fiend chi around him rumbled and gathered endlessly, forming an endless black ocean in midair that surged towards Su Zimo. Although Su Zimo's Tao heart was indestructible, it would be difficult for him to break free if he was engulfed by this sea of hatred. Rise! Su Zimo conjured hand seals and hollered softly. Suddenly, two massive divine beings appeared beneath him. One of them had 4 legs and carried a heavy shell on its back, moving slowly. The other had a slender figure that was scarlet red and burned with flames as it reared its head and howled. The primordial divine turtle. The primordial soaring serpent. The two divine behemoths fused together rapidly and the turtle and snake intertwined, forming an even more terrifying existence. With 2 heads, it surpassed history and was unstoppable. Stepping on the turtle and snake, Su Zimo's body floated indeterminately in the sea of hatred. However, he did not sink no matter what. No matter how Tao Lord Hatred channeled it, no matter how much of a stir the sea of hatred created, it would be suppressed rapidly by the turtle and snake. Carrying Su Zimo, the turtle and snake swam against the current and charged towards Tao Lord Hatred. Suddenly, Su Zimo closed 2 fingers and conjured a sword art. Instantly, stars filled the skies above the firmaments and their trajectories turned chaotic, as though they were agitated. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Chi! Su Zimo extended his sword finger and slashed forward. A white sword chi surged out from his fingertip with an endless sharpness and a shuddering killing intent, slashing towards Tao Lord Hatred. The entire void seemed to have been sliced into 2 by that strike. It was not over yet. Chi! 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 After slashing out once again, Su Zimo released another burst and waved his sword fingers continuously, releasing 10 heaven-slaying sword chi in one go. Back in Dragon Tiger Sect, Su Zimo killed a mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect with 3 consecutive slashes. Right now, the burst of the 10 heaven-slaying sword chi was enough to destroy gods and fiends. Tao Lord Hatred's heart skipped a beat. Although he could not recognize the origin of the heaven-slaying sword chi, he could sense how terrifying those 10 sword chi were. With no time to think, he gripped his saber with both hands and released an endless hatred as though he was one with the fiend's saber. He hated the heavens, the earth, all living beings and everything in the world. Endless hatred. Tao Lord Hatred released the most terrifying saber technique of the Hatred Sutra and endless hatred descended. That was the saber intent of hatred. The power of intent was comparable to top-grade dermic arts. The saber danced and endless hatred turned into streams of fiend chi that charged towards the 10 incoming sword chi. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed in an ear-piercing manner. In the blink of an eye, the 10 heaven-slaying sword chi were blocked by Tao Lord Hatred's saber technique. This was the first time that Su Zimo had seen a cultivator of the same cultivation realm defend against 10 heaven-slaying sword chi unscathed. It was only at that moment that Tao Lord Hatred displayed his skills as the number 1 saber of the fiend sex. What was even more terrifying was that Tao Lord Hatred's saber techniques were completely unleashed. They shrouded towards Su Zimo endlessly, intensifying with increasing horror. The hatred was endless. The dominance of the saber technique absorbed all the spirit chi and dermic powers in the void, turning them into the hateful fiend chi in his body and fusing them into the saber technique. One would never be able to break free eternally if they were drawn in by that saber technique. Beneath that boundless hatred was a bottomless abyss. Su Zimo soared into the air and took a deep breath, chanting Sanskrit, Om, Ma, and I, Pa. At the same time, Su Zimo conjured dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries, and all 4 of them descended without holding back. He did not stop there. Endless hatred was so terrifying that it could not be stopped with the 4 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries alone. Su Zimo required an even stronger burst power. See Burial Secret Skill. Apocalyptic Fiend Fist. Mighty Heavenly Dragon Transcendence. Sandstorm. Great Sanskrit Light Fist. Avicii. More than 30 terrifying dermic arts and secret skills were released by Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. All dermic arts were combined and heaven and earth shook. More than 30 dermic arts descended and the entire bamboo forest was destroyed instantly. All the bamboo turned into dust and dissipated under the terrifying dermic arts. How scary! Qin Pianran, who was watching at the side, could not help but exclaim. She was from a super sect like Sword Sect and had seen all sorts of paragons and monster incarnates. The previous Dharma characteristic rankings number 1 Tao Lord Immortal Sword was her senior brother. However, even Tao Lord Immortal Sword would not be able to produce such a ferocious and terrifying attack. Those were more than 30 top-grade dermic arts. Humans were not limitless, and it was rare for most cultivators to be able to comprehend 1 or 2 top-tier cultivation techniques. They would already be at their limits if they could comprehend 3 or 4. A scene like Su Zimo where he released more than 30 dermic arts instantly was absolutely unprecedented and shocking. Yen Beichen could not help but nod as well. To think that Zimo would be able to transform to such a realm in more than 10 years. More than 10 years ago in 100 Refinement Sect, Su Zimo was only at the Void Reversion realm. Ah! Tao Lord Hatred felt the pressure as well and suddenly howled into the skies. His howl was sorrowful and tragic, causing one's heart to flutter uncontrollably. A sound domain attack. Given Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body, there were few sound domain attacks that could stir his mind. However, he frowned the moment the roar was released. This sound domain attack was not only affecting his eardrums, but also his mind and even his essence spirit. The Hatred Sutra was truly terrifying. Kill! Not daring to be careless, Su Zimo released Thunderclap Kill to defend as well. Bang! Boom! Boom! His voice was like rumbling thunder, filled with a vast and righteous power that suppressed evil and descended. Even so, he could not suppress Tao Lord Hatred. After that sorrowful howl, an endless hatred surged into Tao Lord Hatred's body, and it was instantly pushed to its limits. The entire process resembled a person who encountered great changes, going from pain, despair, and hatred. Endless hatred burst forth and swirled around the fiend's saber, forming a gigantic pitch-black saber beam that slashed down at the 30-odd dermic arts. Boom! More than 30 top-grade dermic arts collided with the pitch-black saber beam and let out a deafening bang, causing the entire world to tremble. A blinding light burst forth from the point of collision. A massive energy fluctuation formed a semicircular barrier that extended in all directions, severing countless towering ancient trees in the forest instantly. Mud surged and dust billowed, as though the apocalypse had arrived. Countless fiend demons in the forest fled in fright from this place. Tao Lord Hatred did not retreat at all. He managed to defend against more than 30 dharmic arts released by Su Zimo. The Hatred Sutra was way too strong. The 30-odd inheritances he received were left behind by ancient mighty figures or even half-martial ancestors. However, they were still far inferior compared to the Hatred Sutra. After all, these ancient mighty figures and half-martial ancestors did not even manage to advance to the Mahayana realm. However, Fiend Emperor Hatred was an emperor of the ancient era. The gap between them was obvious. Of course, Tao Lord Hatred was not the true Fiend Emperor Hatred. Although more than 30 dharmic arts were released at the same time and Tao Lord Hatred was not suppressed, it was impossible for him to gain the upper hand. The two of them were in a stalemate and channeled their dharmic powers continuously without relenting. The aura between them was rising rapidly. Finally, the dharmic powers within their bodies reached a critical point. Neither of them could withstand the pressure. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, a gigantic phantom burst forth from their bodies and rose rapidly, towering and emitting a terrifying aura. Both of them used their heaven and earth dharma characteristics at the same time. 10 feet, 30 feet, 80 feet, 85 feet. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's rulai-dermic body had already reached a height of 85 feet. As for Tao Lord Hatred's heaven and earth dharma characteristic, it did not stop at 85 feet and rose to 90 feet before long. A 90 feet supreme dharma characteristic. Yen Beichen and Qin Pianran were shocked. Nobody had seen Tao Lord Hatred's heaven and earth dharma characteristic before and nobody knew how high it was. But now, that heaven and earth dharma characteristic had finally descended. Throughout history, time had passed and there were many paragons and monster incarnates who could condense 88 or 89 feet heaven and earth dharma characteristics. However, there were few who could condense supreme dharma characteristics. For the past 10,000 years, extreme fire was the only one. But now, there was another person, Tao Lord Hatred. Even among 90 feet supreme dharma characteristics, their combat strengths were different. At the very least, Yen Beichen could sense that the heaven and earth dharma characteristic conjured by Tao Lord Hatred was slightly stronger than Extreme Fire's scarlet flame dharmic body. Tao Lord Hatred's heaven and earth dharma characteristic was extremely strange. He wore a black robe but his hair was white. Furthermore, his back was facing Su Zimo and he wielded a pitch-black saber. The back of the dharma characteristic looked lonely and exuded a tragic aura. However, that single back view caused the rulai-dermic body to tremble. A 85 feet heaven and earth dharma characteristic was already strong enough to sweep through anyone of the same cultivation realm. However, the difference was way too great against a 90 feet supreme dharma characteristic. In the Battle of 100 Refinement Sect, Tao Lord Immortal Sword's 89 feet heaven and earth dharma characteristic was defeated by Extreme Fire's scarlet flame dharmic body. As for Su Zimo's heaven and earth dharma characteristic, it was only 85 feet tall. Qin Pianran looked worried. She could clearly feel Yen Beichen's grip on her palm tighten as cold sweat poured down. Pianran, the situation isn't too good. Suddenly Yen Beichen said, "Leave first. I've got to assist Zimo later. Beichen, your essence spirit is injured and you can't attack." Qin Pianran said hurriedly, "Furthermore, I heard that fellow Taoist Su cultivated 2 heaven and earth dharma characteristics. There might be a chance for things to change. 2 heaven and earth dharma characteristics won't do either. The difference between a 85 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic and a supreme dharma characteristic is too great." Yen Beichen shook his head with a grim expression. Boom! Another loud bang sounded from Su Zimo's body. Another phantom soared into the skies. The second heaven and earth dharma characteristic, the 85 feet heavenly fiend dharma body. There was no way the rulai-dermic body could defend against the pressure of a supreme dharma characteristic. It had already lost before it even attacked. The rulai-dermic body and heavenly fiend dharma body stood side by side behind Su Zimo, emitting powerful auras that clashed against Tao Lord Hatred's heaven and earth dharma characteristic. "Fufu, you've finally released your second dharma characteristic." Tao Lord Hatred laughed. "I've long heard that after Desolate Marshal entered the dharma characteristic realm, He conjured two heaven and earth dharma characteristics that are unprecedented. The entire cultivation world has praised you to the skies. Today, I'll let you know something. In front of a supreme dharma characteristic, your 85 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristics are nothing. Tao Lord Hatred's heart stirred. The heaven and earth dharma characteristic that was initially standing behind him suddenly turned around. Su Zimo exchanged glances with the heaven and earth dharma characteristic and could not help but shudder as his Tao heart nearly collapsed. Those bloodshot eyes were filled with sadness, pain, despair, hatred, and devastation, as well as various negative emotions. It was as though the bloodshot eyes were bottomless abysses. Su Zimo merely exchanged a single glance and was nearly devoured by the abyss. The heaven and earth dharma characteristic was the union of all dharmic arts and was the epitome of dharmic arts. It was lifeless and could not contain any emotions. However, Tao Lord Hatred's heaven and earth dharma characteristic was different. Just by standing there, the dharma characteristic was like an abyss with endless hatred that could devour and destroy everything. Meeting those eyes, Su Zimo suddenly recalled the legend of the fiend Emperor Hatred. Legend has it that fiend Emperor Hatred hated himself to the core and committed suicide. Su Zimo could not imagine what sort of hatred would push someone to kill themselves. However, when he saw those eyes, Su Zimo suddenly understood. There was no hope in those eyes. Surviving was a form of torture for fiend Emperor Hatred. Boom! As Su Zimo pondered, Tao Lord Hatred willed the heaven and earth dharma characteristic behind him to head over. With a single step, it crossed endless space and arrived before Su Zimo instantly. The massive body that was 90 feet tall emitted a torrential hatred. It was much taller than the Rulai Dharmic body and heavenly fiend Dharma body, suppressing the auras of Su Zimo's two heaven and earth dharma characteristics completely. Swoosh! Raising the saber in its hands, the hatred dharmic body slashed down viciously at Su Zimo's head. The heavenly fiend Dharma body swung its scythe and defended against the fiend saber as well. Clang! Sparks flew as the two sabers collided. The hatred dharmic body did not move at all and there was no fluctuation in its eyes. As for the heavenly fiend Dharma body, its body shuddered and dharmic powers surged. The Dharma characteristic was nearly cleaved into two by a single slash from the hatred dharmic body. A 85 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic could even fight against conjoint body mighty figures. With that heavenly fiend Dharma body, Su Zimo was invincible in Dragon Tiger sect and nobody could defend against his attacks. Even mighty figures had to bow down to him. However, in the face of the hatred dharmic body, the difference between them was too great. The difference between 85 and 90 feet was merely 5 feet. However, that difference was like heaven and earth. If it was any other cultivator's 85 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic, they would not even be able to withstand a single slash from the hatred dharmic body. The reason why the heavenly fiend Dharma body could defend against it was because the foundation of the dharmic body originated from the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. It was infused with many cultivation techniques of the fiend Tao and was extremely mysterious. This heavenly fiend Dharma body was a product of the greater mastery of the fiend Tao. Boom! The Rulai dharmic body moved as well and extended a golden shimmering palm that blanketed the skies, crushing down on the hatred dharmic body. Without even looking, the hatred dharmic body punched in reverse into the Rulai dharmic body's palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided. The Rulai dharmic body shuddered and took half a step back as well. Ha 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 ha! Tao Lord Hatred laughed with a smug expression. Desolate Marshal, if you continue cultivating and cultivate those two heaven and earth dharma characteristics to a height of 89 feet or 90 feet, you might be able to fight me. Unfortunately, you no longer have a chance. I'll take your life today. As Tao Lord Hatred hollered, the hatred on the hatred dharmic body intensified and it let out a tragic roar, sinking into endless despair. The fiend's saber in his hands rose and descended once more. Ooh! Ooh! The saber tore through the air and let out a series of shuddering wails. That slash enveloped the Rulai dharmic body and heavenly fiend Dharma body. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. One could only truly sense the terror of a supreme Dharma characteristic after clashing with a 90 feet Dharma characteristic. 9 was an extreme number. 90 feet was the mark of a supreme. Those were not empty words. Boom! Under that immense pressure, Su Zimo no longer had any reservations, and another phantom burst forth from his body with a loud bang. A third heaven and earth Dharma characteristic descended. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic stood on dark clouds and shone with endless lightning. It was domineering and looked down on the world, wielding a whip made from millions of lightning with a torrential aura. It resembled an ancient thunder god that controlled the world. The thunder-dermic body had descended. The thunder-dermic body was formed with the Great Void Spirit Refinement section as the foundation and many secret skills of the Immortal Tao. It rose rapidly to a height of 85 feet. There were now 385 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. A deep hint of fear flashed through Tao Lord Hatred's eyes. It was thankful that Tao Lord Desolate Martial was only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. If the latter were to cultivate to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, even his supreme Dharma characteristic would not be able to deal with the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. But now, 385 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were still not enough to threaten his hatred dermic body. Crackle! Thunderbolt danced in the whip that tore through the air and wrapped around the wrist of the hatred dermic body right away. Massive power of thunder surged into the hatred dermic body through the whip. The power of thunder was the most effective against evil. In the blink of an eye, even the fiend chi of the hatred dermic body was suppressed. However, right after, the blood color in the eyes of the hatred dermic body intensified and its heart surged with rage. Rumbling hatred and fiend chi gushed out, and it broke free of the shackles of the thunder whip. Bang! 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 The hatred dermic body slashed thrice in succession. The thunder dermic body, Rulai dermic body, and heavenly fiend Dharma body defended against it head-on. However, their bodies shuddered and they retreated a few steps. They could not defend against it. Su Zimo's expression finally changed. Even the 385 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics could not defend against the power of the supreme Dharma characteristic. He had not expected that he would encounter such a terrifying enemy in the middle continent. Bang! 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 The hatred dermic body attacked continuously, and everywhere its saber passed, hatred and fiend chi would surge, overwhelming everything. Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics retreated continuously. Desolate Martial, you've lost. Tao Lord Hatred had a menacing expression and could not help but burst into laughter. Strongest monster incarnate in history? You're still going to be killed by me regardless. Zimo, run. Right then, Yen Beichen's voice sounded in Su Zimo's consciousness. Given your capabilities, you'll definitely be able to escape. Leave this place. Once you cultivate to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, you'll definitely be able to make a comeback and suppress hatred. Su Zimo remained silent. He had many trump cards. Although Tao Lord Hatred had the upper hand in this battle, the latter would definitely not be able to kill him if he wanted to escape. However, if he were to escape, Yen Beichen and Qin Pianran would definitely die here. How could Su Zimo subject Yen Beichen and Qin Pianran to death while he escaped on his own? As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, Yen Beichen sent another voice transmission. 2 deaths is better than 3. If you escape, you can still take revenge for us in the future. Su Zimo still did not reply. No matter what, he could not abandon Yen Beichen here and leave alone. Furthermore, he was Desolate Martial. He was the invincible Tao Lord Desolate Martial who looked down on history. Although it was only a Green Lotus True Body that did not represent his full combat strength. This Green Lotus True Body had also undergone a sediment transformation after 5,000 years of cultivation. He would definitely not admit defeat so easily. There must be another solution. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo looked at Tao Lord Hatred, who was not far away, trying his best to find a way to break out of the situation. At that moment, his 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were completely suppressed, and Tao Lord Hatred had an extremely smug expression. As for the hatred dermic body, it emitted torrential hatred. The emotions of Tao Lord Hatred and the hatred dermic body were rather out of place. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. That was the weakness of Tao Lord Hatred. M-O-G-A. Su Zimo was still controlling the three heaven and earth dharma characteristics with all his might to deal with the hatred dermic body. At the same time, he chanted an abstruse sutra. The Sanskrit seemed to possess a mysterious power. However, Yen Beichen, Qin Pianran, and even Tao Lord Hatred were unaffected when they heard that Sanskrit chant. Humph! What are you rambling on about? Tao Lord Hatred sneered. Just as he was about to mock Su Zimo properly, his expression changed. Something was amiss. The connection between him and the hatred dermic body seemed to have fluctuated. Although they could not sense anything from the Sanskrit, the movement of the hatred dermic body was a tad slower and its fiend chi became erratic as well. Before long, the sutra chant was completed. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he lowered his head like a gigantic Buddha. With a dignified expression, he conjured hand seals and chanted another sutra. Although that sutra was completely different from the one earlier on, it had an extremely obvious impact on the hatred dermic body. The scarlet light that was spewing from the eyes of the hatred dermic body dimmed significantly and even showed signs of disappearing. A lost expression appeared on the face of the hatred dermic body as well. Yen Beichun was delighted and whispered, "Zimo has found a way to counter the hatred dermic body." Qin Pianran was surprised and elated as well. It's truly hard to imagine that a 90 feet supreme dharma characteristic that is invincible would be affected by these simple incantations. Those incantations are probably far from simple. Every single word exuded an ancient aura that I've never seen from a cultivator of the Buddhist monasteries. They must have been lost for many years. Yen Beichen said in a deep voice. He was not wrong. Those were supreme secret incantations of the ancient Buddhist monasteries. The Great Light Mantra, the Auditory Release Mantra, the Sensory Enigma Mantra, the Six Paths Diamond Mantra. In the ancient war, countless lives in Tianhuang mainland were implicated. The disciples of the Buddhist monasteries recited the 4 secret incantations to purify the souls and appease their grievances. At that moment, the 4 secret incantations were meant to purify none other than the hatred dermic body. The body of this heaven and earth dharma characteristic contained endless hatred. If it was purified, Tao Lord Hatred would be nothing to fear. By the time Su Zimo chanted the second secret incantation, the actions of the hatred dermic body had already slowed down. The thunder dermic body, Rulai dermic body, and heavenly fiend dharma body finally managed to defend in the battle against the hatred dermic body. Both sides were in a stalemate. By the time Su Zimo chanted the third secret incantation, the effect on the hatred dermic body was even greater and it became disadvantaged. In the ancient era, no cultivator of the Buddhist monasteries would dare to stand in the way of the fiend emperor hatred. Even the Buddha emperor who wielded the creation green lotus could not do anything to him and could only sigh. Tao Lord Hatred said sternly, "Desolate marshal, you're dreaming if you think that you can suppress the hatred dermic body with your useless incantations." Those were definitely not empty words. Back in the ancient era, if not for the self-destruction of the fiend emperor hatred, none of the emperors would have been able to kill the resplendent fiend emperor. The fiend chi on the body of the hatred dermic body was showing signs of resurrection, and the blood glint in its eyes intensified. However, Su Zimo was unmoved. He looked at Tao Lord Hatred and shook his head. "Unfortunately, you're not the fiend emperor hatred of the past. Although you've also cultivated the hatred sutra, you're still far inferior compared to the fiend emperor hatred. You didn't go through the same experiences of the fiend emperor hatred, so you will never be able to bear the same despair as him, nor will you ever be able to comprehend the true obscurities of the hatred sutra." Tao Lord Hatred shuddered. Those words were way too powerful. They were targeted at Tao Lord Hatred's Tao heart and his weakness. That was indeed an indeterminate fact. From Tao Lord Hatred, Su Zimo could not sense the same sadness, despair, hatred, and devastation in the eyes of the hatred dermic body. At the end of the day, Tao Lord Hatred was someone that bore the 7 emotions and 6 desires. That was his weakness. Furthermore, there was no way to make up for that weakness. If Tao Lord Hatred were to truly comprehend the essence of the Hatred Sutra, he would end up with the same fate as the Fiend Emperor Hatred, suicide. This was a dead end. At that moment, Tao Lord Hatred's face turned pale and his Tao heart wavered for a moment. The hatred-dermic body was connected to him and was affected as well, losing more than half of its fiend chi. There was no way Su Zimo would let such an opportunity slip. A fourth secret incantation descended. The blood glint in the eyes of the hatred-dermic body vanished entirely. The hatred in his body had already calmed down. Without the support of that hatred, it was equivalent to losing the source of power. Under the combined attack of Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics, the hatred-dermic body was steadily defeated. In the blink of an eye, it was riddled with holes. Su Zimo's 4 secret incantations of the Buddhist monasteries were meant to purify the hatred-dermic body and release it from its attachments. In truth, the reason why the Fiend Emperor Hatred committed suicide back then was also because he wanted to obtain release. Everything seemed to be fated from the unknowns. The whip of the thunder-dermic body, the hand seal of the rulai-dermic body, and the scythe of the heavenly fiend-dermic body descended on the hatred-dermic body. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The 90 feet tall supreme dharma characteristic dissipated instantly. Tao Lord Hatred shuddered as though he was struck by lightning and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth with an indignant expression. He had not expected that his Tao heart would lose. Su Zimo lamented internally. If he was truly up against the Fiend Emperor Hatred, his 4 secret incantations would not be able to suppress the hatred in the latter's heart. However, Tao Lord Hatred was not the Fiend Emperor Hatred. Su Zimo conjured hand seals that changed continuously. Suddenly, 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared beside him. The scarlet, golden, and black flames converged rapidly. A red light burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella, and the final essence spirit fire was injected, forming the Kacharati Dao fire that shot towards Tao Lord Hatred. Swoosh! The Kacharati Dao fire descended on Tao Lord Hatred. A torrential fiend chi surged out from Tao Lord Hatred's body, and his blood chi surged, resisting against the Kacharati Dao fire with a series of crackling sounds. Even with the searing of the Kacharati Dao fire, it did not manage to injure his bones and organs and merely burned his skin and hair to ashes. Tao Lord Hatred was simply way too strong even without the full comprehension of the Hatred Sutra. Although Tao Lord Hatred had already turned into a flaming man as he resisted the Kacharati Dao fire, he still let out a furious roar and charged towards Su Zimo with his fiend saber. Su Zimo willed. The creation lotus platform descended and smashed towards Tao Lord Hatred. Boom! Sparks flew as the creation lotus platform collided against the fiend saber. The creation lotus platform was repelled. It failed to stop Tao Lord Hatred in his tracks. Right then, the 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics arrived at the same time and released a powerful attack. Piak! The whips of the thunder-dermic body struck Tao Lord Hatred heavily, causing his flesh to split open and his bones to be exposed. The Kacharati Dao fire engulfed the wound instantly, and it dried up before a single drop of blood could flow. Bang! The hand seal of the rulai-dermic body landed on Tao Lord Hatred's chest. The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard. Tao Lord Hatred's chest caved in instantly, creating a huge pit. Many broken bones even pierced his lungs. Poof! Although Tao Lord Hatred managed to avoid taking damage to his vitals from the scythe of the heavenly fiend dharma body, his abdomen was still pierced. The scythe yanked horizontally and almost sliced Tao Lord Hatred's body into 2. Those 3 heavy injuries might not have been fatal for Tao Lord Hatred. However, Tao Lord Hatred's body still burned with the Kacharati Dao fire. Initially, his body and blood chi could hold out against the Kacharati Dao fire. Now that he was suddenly injured as such, the balance was broken instantly. The Kacharati Dao fire surged into his body quickly and burned his bones, organs, blood chi, and life force. Even conjoint body mighty figures would not be able to survive if the Kacharati Dao fire burned their bones and organs. At that moment, Su Zimo's three heaven and earth dharma characteristics were filled with injuries and riddled with holes. Unable to hold on any longer, they dissipated rapidly. This battle was way more tragic than Su Zimo had imagined. If not for the 5,000 years of accumulation in the Tao inheritance ground, he would definitely not have won this battle. There were many signs that indicated that a golden era had arrived in Tianhuang mainland. Paragons were rampant and monster incarnates rose everywhere. Existences such as Di'in and Tao Lord Hatred would continue to appear one after another in the future. This was a great era that was not weaker than the ancient era. Of course, with so many paragons and monster incarnates, it also meant that a huge change was about to happen in Tianhuang mainland. If one's combat strength was insufficient, they would be reduced to ants and crushed to death under such a change. Thump! Finally, Tao Lord Hatred could not hold on any longer. Leaning on his fiend saber, he half knelt on the ground and glared at Su Zimo fiercely through the layers of flames. Tao Lord Hatred's vitality was way too exuberant. Even though he was severely injured and his organs were burned to ashes by the Kacharati Tao fire, he was not dead and had persisted till now. Given Tao Lord Hatred's combat strength, Su Zimo would not be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, cracks had appeared in his Tao heart. Even if he managed to escape, it would be difficult for his cultivation to advance in the future. This was a blow that was worse than death for him. Tao Lord Hatred's blood chi dried up and his life force drained rapidly. Finally, he shifted his gaze from Su Zimo to Yan Beichen and smiled. By now, he was already unrecognizable after being burned by the Kacharati Tao fire. That smile looked extremely menacing in the blazing flames. Yan Beichen, do you really think that you can escape from the cultivation world cleanly? Tao Lord Hatred's voice sounded. You are the Azura and your hands were once stained with blood. It's impossible for you to lead a peaceful life. If I, Li Heng, can find you today, someone else will do so tomorrow. You will never be able to leave the cultivation world or dream about living in peace. You wish to backtrack after stepping onto the path of the Azura? To think that the Azura would be reduced to such a state for a woman from an immortal sect. What a joke! What an incredible joke! Ha 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 ha! Tao Lord Hatred let out a shuddering laughter. Azura, you'll be killed by this woman sooner or later. I'm merely making a move first, but you'll be joining me down below real soon. I didn't lose. Tao Lord Hatred's obsession was still with Yan Beichen. Up till his death, he was still thinking about his previous failure and wanted to fight Yan Beichen to see who was stronger. However, he still went silent in the end. The ball of flames intensified and engulfed his body completely, burning it continuously. After a full half-hour, the Kacharati Tao fire gradually extinguished. Tao Lord Hatred was already burned to a crisp, leaving only a pitch-black fiend saber stabbed into the ground with a storage bag beside it. Qin Pianran stared blankly at the place where Tao Lord Hatred died, deep in her thoughts and dejected. Sensing her abnormality, Yan Beichen's heart skipped a beat and he understood. Qin Pianran was a woman after all and Tao Lord Hatred's final words triggered her. Yan Beichen extended his palm and gripped Qin Pianran gently, comforting her. Pianran. Li Hen was merely spouting nonsense because he knew he was going to die. There's no need to take his words to heart. The world is huge. I don't believe there's nowhere for just the two of us. Who will remember us after a long time? Yan Beichen's words did not eliminate Qin Pianran's worries. She was a little lost. But I really caused you harm. You ended up in this state because you wanted to save me. I. She felt guilty, remorseful and worried. Yan Beichen smiled. Pianran, don't think too much. It's just an essence spirit injury and there's no danger to my life. Furthermore, you weren't the one who injured my essence spirit. How can I blame you? Pausing for a moment, he asked jokingly. Or, are you thinking of leaving me because my essence spirit's injured? No. Qin Pianran blushed and her expression softened. Even if you want to leave, I won't let go. Yan Beichen gripped Qin Pianran's palm tightly and said softly. However, his tone was unusually firm. On the other side, Su Zimo advanced and arrived beside the fiend saber, glaring at it for a moment. The fiend's saber had gone completely silent without any luster. It looked like a pitch-black, useless saber, unlike its previous torrential might. If it was anyone else, they would not have imagined that the pitch-black saber could have released such a terrifying power. Su Zimo did not touch the fiend's saber. Instead, he looked at the storage bag at the side. As the number 1 saber of the fiend sex, Dao Lord Hatred definitely had many treasures in his storage bag. Among them, the most valuable was definitely the Hatred Sutra. Su Zimo went forward and opened his storage bag, scanning it carefully with his spirit consciousness. A look of disappointment flashed through his eyes. There were indeed many treasures in that storage bag. There were elixirs, dermic weapons, secret skills, and universal treasures. Unfortunately, the Hatred Sutra was not there. Su Zimo did not use the soul-searching art. Firstly, the battle was intense earlier on, and he was almost suppressed by Dao Lord Hatred's Dharma characteristic. How would he have the chance to release the soul-searching art? Secondly, in order for a chance to succeed, Su Zimo had to target those with lesser cultivation and combat strength compared to him. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo might have failed in using the soul-searching art against Dao Lord Hatred, he might have suffered a backlash and injured his essence spirit instead. Putting away the storage bag, Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the Hatred Fiend's saber not far away. The moment he saw the Fiend's saber, he could sense how terrifying it was. Even his Creation Lotus platform could barely deal with the saber. In a prolonged fight, the Creation Lotus platform would inevitably succumb to the Fiend's saber the same way as the Mystic Magnet Mountain. Reaching out, Su Zimo gripped the handle of the Hatred Fiend's saber, wanting to pull it out and observe it carefully. However, the moment his palm touched the handle of the Fiend's saber, he felt a tremendous amount of negative emotions surge into his consciousness through his fingertip, affecting his essence spirit. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain on his palm and retracted it instinctively. Lowering his head, his pupils constricted and he frowned. His palm was bleeding. Although the blood chi of this green lotus true body was not strong, its body and skin were indestructible and could fight against Khanate Dao Lord dermic weapons. However, just now, he merely touched the handle of the Hatred Fiend saber and his palm was injured by the power of the saber. If the blade of that Fiend saber was used on him, it would probably slice the green lotus true body into two. The weapon of an ancient Fiend Emperor was truly extraordinary. The Hatred Fiend saber was an Emperor weapon to begin with. However, up till now, there were not many people who could truly use the power of that Fiend saber. Interesting, Su Zimo muttered softly. To think that the Hatred Fiend saber would reject him so much. He did not know if it was because he possessed the inheritance of the Immortal and Buddhist Daos or some other reason. Although he did not manage to find the Hatred Sutra, this Hatred Fiend saber was also an utmost treasure. While he could not wield the Hatred Fiend saber right now, as his cultivation advanced, there was a chance for him to become the owner of this Fiend saber in the future. At that thought, Su Zimo channeled his dermic powers and stuffed the Hatred Fiend saber into his storage bag, prepared to advance to the conjoint body realm before he attempted it again. Thereafter, he headed towards Yen Beichen and Qin Pianran. After taking a few steps, Su Zimo's expression changed. His palm slapped his storage bag swiftly and pulled out the Hatred Fiend saber instantly, tossing it on the ground with a bewildered expression. At that moment, wisps of pitch-black fiend chi surrounded the Hatred Fiend saber, as though they could devour all living beings in the world. As Su Zimo tossed the Hatred Fiend saber out, the fiend chi on the saber gradually calmed down and dimmed once more. What's wrong? Yen Beichen noticed Su Zimo's actions and asked with a frown. That saber is way too terrifying. Su Zimo recalled what he had sensed earlier on and said sternly, that fiend saber was in my storage bag and emitted a powerful fiend chi that corroded all the treasures in the vicinity. As he said that, Su Zimo took out a few Dao Lord dermic weapons from his storage bag. Yen Beichen and Qin Pianran gasped when they saw that. Those Dao Lord dermic weapons were all at perfect grade. However, in just a few breaths' time, the perfect grade Dao Lord dermic weapons were tainted by the fiend chi and dimmed, completely destroyed. What a domineering fiend saber! He could not even place it in his storage bag. Unless, Su Zimo was prepared to give up on all the treasures in his storage bag. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome weapon up till this point of his cultivation. In fact, he did not even dare to refine the hatred fiend's saber, afraid that his essence spirit would be devoured by it. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly said, "Brother Yen, give it a try. You don't have the aura of the immortal or Buddhist cultivation techniques on you, and you specialize in the fiend sex Azura Dao. Perhaps you won't be rejected by this hatred fiend saber." When Yen Beichen heard that, he came to the side of the hatred fiend saber out of curiosity and attempted to grab its handle. There was no reaction from the fiend saber. Su Zimo nodded. True enough. Although he cultivated the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Daos and was extremely strong such that he could suppress everyone of the same cultivation realm, his aura was mixed and was rejected by the hatred fiend saber. However, nothing of the sort happened to Yen Beichen. Su Zimo smiled. "Brother Yen, it seems like I'm not fated with this hatred fiend saber. It's better for you to accept it." If it was in the past, Yen Beichen would definitely be delighted to obtain such a powerful fiend weapon. However, at that moment he shook his head. "My essence spirit is injured. Even if the hatred fiend saber doesn't reject me, I can't refine it." Su Zimo said hurriedly, "Don't worry, Brother Yen. I'll definitely think of a way to heal your injuries on your essence spirit. Once your essence spirit recovers, you can naturally refine the hatred fiend saber." Yen Beichen smiled. "I've already decided to leave the cultivation world and not participate in any disputes. I'm even prepared to give up on my Azura saber that has been by my side for many years. There's no point in me keeping this hatred fiend saber." The fact that Yen Beichen said that meant that he had already made up his mind and would not change it. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Furthermore, this hatred fiend saber is somewhat inauspicious. Neither of its two owners met with decent endings. That's right. This saber is truly troublesome to deal with. I can neither be carried nor touched." Su Zimo lamented. Yen Beichen pondered for a moment. "This hatred fiend saber is inauspicious. If you don't want it, let's just bury it." "All right." Su Zimo did not hesitate either. Although the hatred fiend saber was strong, it would only bring endless trouble for him. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and with immense dermic powers, dug an extremely deep bottomless pit in the ground. The pit was at least a few thousand feet deep, like an endless abyss. Su Zimo tossed the hatred fiend saber in. Turning into a black shadow, the hatred fiend's saber disappeared into the abyss and was buried when Su Zimo filled the pit with mud once more. "Brother Yen, what are your plans from now on?" Su Zimo asked. Yen Beichen pondered for a moment. "Zimo, I have to ask you for a favor." "Big brother, feel free to speak your mind. There's no need for formalities." Su Zimo waved it off. Yen Beichen said, "Hatred is already dead. I'm sure it won't be long before the fiend sects know about it. This matter can't be hidden for sure. There were many powerful mighty figures in the fiend sections. Furthermore, if Tao Lord Hatred had a destiny symbol in the fiend sects, the moment it shattered, the fiend sects would know about it immediately." Yen Beichen continued, "After you leave this place, can you spread a piece of news saying that I fought against hatred and died in battle with both parties defeated? That way, I can make use of this battle to fake my death and escape from the cultivation world completely. From now on, Yen Beichen will cease to exist in the cultivation world." Qin Pianran and Yen Beichen held hands and remained silent at the side. No matter what decision Yen Beichen made, she would support him. Su Zimo sighed internally. He was clear that Yen Beichen's plan was not merely to fake his own death and escape. It was also for Su Zimo. If Tao Lord Hatred was akin to the second fiend Emperor Hatred, what sort of status did he hold within the fiend sects? If the fiend sects knew that Tao Lord Hatred died in his hands, all of them would definitely go into a frenzy to seek him out and kill him for revenge. On the surface, Yen Beichen's action was to fake his death. However, in reality it was also to help Su Zimo with everything. "Brother Yen, I know what you're thinking." Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, "However, it's still a little hasty. There are many loopholes if you were to say that you died in battle together with hatred. I'm afraid many people will be suspicious. It's just suspicions, Yen Beichun said. I don't have a destiny symbol in the sect. As long as I hide and don't be discovered, no one will remember me after a long time. After pausing for a moment, he pulled out the Azura saber beside him and handed it to Su Zimo. This Azura saber is Azura sect's cornerstone dermic weapon. Think of a way to return this saber to Azura sect. Yen Beichun had even given up on the Azura saber that had followed him for many years. It was clear that he was determined to leave the cultivation world. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before saying, "That's easy to deal with. I'll just sell the Azura saber at an auction. Once the news is released, Azura sect cultivators will naturally come forth to redeem it." "All right, let's do that then," Yen Beichun said. "It's inconvenient for me to show myself. I can only leave this matter to you." Su Zimo did not decline and merely asked, "Brother Yen, are you really willing?" Yen Beichun's gaze lingered on the Azura saber for a long time. He gradually hid the nostalgia in his eyes and shook his head decisively. "There's nothing to be reluctant about. I'm no longer the Azura and am not worthy of this saber. It's good for it to return as well." When Su Zimo saw that Yen Beichun was decided, he did not persuade further and cupped his fists. "I'll go settle this now and return in a few days." Su Zimo bid farewell to Yen Beichun and turned to leave. After leaving the deep mountains, he sped the entire way and saw a cultivation city around 4 hours later. It was extremely lively within and countless cultivators rode on their flying swords. Nascent souls and void reversions could be seen everywhere. A city of this level was already considered flourishing and definitely had some large auction houses and marketplaces. Hesitating for a long time, Su Zimo did not stop in the city and continued forward. This place was a little close to where Yen Beichun lived in seclusion. If the Azura saber was traded in this city, it was hard to guarantee that no one would follow through on the search for him in the vicinity. The chances of Yen Beichun being exposed would be much greater. Su Zimo continued forward and walked for a full day before arriving at another bustling ancient cultivation city. With a spin, he transformed into a burly man and descended. What happened next was much simpler. All he had to do was spread the news of the battle between Yen Beichun and Tao Lord Hatred. There was no need for any promotions for such explosive news. As long as it was released, it would create a storm that could spread through word of mouth and cause a huge uproar. This news was enough to shock the entire cultivation world. "Did you hear about it? The number 1 saber of the fiend sects, Tao Lord Hatred, returned. He sought out Yen Beichun once more to fight for the title of Azura Saber, and both of them ended up dying in battle. Isn't that right? That battle was rather tragic. It was said that mountains collapsed and rivers flowed in reverse. The sun and moon lost their colors and stars fell. I heard that Yen Beichun initially had the upper hand. In the end, Tao Lord Hatred went berserk and released his Essence Spirit secret skill. Their Essence Spirits clashed and neither of them managed to survive. Sigh! How tragic! In a restaurant in the ancient city, many cultivators were gathered together discussing this matter. They made it sound as though they had witnessed it personally. Many a time that was the way the sayings were. As they spread, they changed their original appearances and became mere rumors. Su Zimo sat by the window and sipped alone with an indifferent expression. Who knows if this battle was real or fake? Right then, a cultivator questioned. "You don't know about that. The Azura Saber was sold at the Mystic Frost auction house a few days ago and was bought back by Azura sect." Immediately, a cultivator said, "The Azura Saber belongs to the Azura. If he's not dead, why would he let this saber fall into the hands of outsiders? Did you see who sold that saber?" "I'm not sure. He seems to be a burly man." "I heard that it's a woman." Many cultivators began to guess. After selling the Azura saber, Su Zimo was worried that something might happen and stayed in the ancient city for a few days. For the past few days, there were only various sayings and nothing unexpected happened. Su Zimo threw down a few pieces of spirit stones casually and prepared to leave. He wanted to return to the depths of the mountains to inform Yen Beichun. The moment he stood up, a cultivator not far away suddenly said, "By the way, I heard that a cultivator has seen the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. For real? Where? In Jade Toad Ridge. The location of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple is unpredictable, and every time it appears, countless cultivators will head in to investigate. To think that it would come to the Middle Continent. I heard that there are countless ancient treasures in that ancient temple, as well as lost elixirs and cultivation techniques. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir was one of the lost elixirs of the ancient era. That was an elixir that could treat Yen Beichen's essence spirit injuries. If this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple truly existed, there was a chance that the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir could be found within. However, he had never heard of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. It was better to ask around properly. Fellow Taoists, may I ask what's the background of this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple? Su Zimo came to the group of cultivators and asked with cupped fists, smiling. This time round, he came to this ancient city to deal with the Azura Saber. Worried that something might happen, he hid his identity and changed his appearance. Even his cultivation realm was hidden and he looked ordinary. Who are you? A cultivator glanced askance at Su Zimo and smacked his lips. Why? You want to take a look at the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple as well? A cultivator asked with a smile and mocking expression. That's my intention, Su Zimo nodded. Ha 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 ha. The group of cultivators exchanged glances and burst into laughter, looking at Su Zimo as though they were looking at an idiot. You really think you're strong enough to want to go to the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple? A void reversion sneered. Even I, Dao being Qing Ming, don't dare to step foot into the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Who do you think you are? Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he released his aura as a Dharma characteristic and asked coldly, repeat that again? The moment he said that, the temperature of the entire restaurant dipped. Although nascent souls and void reversions could be seen everywhere in the ancient city, there were not many Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Most of the cultivators were nascent souls and there were only a few void reversions. All of them were stunned by Su Zimo's Dharma characteristic aura, on the spot with pale expressions. Tao Lord, please calm down. I only offended you because I didn't know your identity. Please spare my life. Tao Lord. The void reversion was so scared that sweat broke out on his forehead as he bowed repeatedly. The cultivators who burst into laughter earlier on did not dare to say anything either. If a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord wanted to kill them in a fit of anger, nobody could stop him. Right now, Su Zimo was only revealing his Dharma characteristic aura. If he revealed his true appearance and name, those cultivators would be scared out of their wits and kneel on the ground with wobbly legs. One of the cultivators said hurriedly, we don't know the origin of this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple either. We only heard that it appeared for the first time in the South region more than 100 years ago. Thereafter, every once in a while, the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple would appear somewhere in Tianhuang mainland and attract countless cultivators who would travel for it. Su Zimo was confused. That was indeed strange. Things such as ancient ruins and ancestral cave abodes were mostly fixed in a single location. This was the first time that Su Zimo had heard of an ancient temple that shifted locations. I heard that when the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple descended in the South region, a cultivator entered by accident and obtained an extremely powerful ancient dermic weapon. It caused quite a stir and many cultivators went to explore it. Pausing for a moment, the cultivator's eyes revealed a hint of fear. However, it's already not bad if one of the 10 cultivators that entered this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple could make it out alive. Su Zimo frowned and asked, what are the realms of the cultivators that went to explore? The weakest are at the Dharma characteristic realm. I heard that there are even some conjoint body mighty figures. The cultivators at the side rushed to reply. Su Zimo asked, something happened to the conjoint body mighty figures that entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple as well? I heard that over the years, at least 100 conjoint body mighty figures have entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple and have never come out ever since. A cultivator grinned with a wary expression. 100 conjoint body mighty figures. That was a huge figure. For example, Dragon Tiger sect, one of the upper sects, had less than 10 conjoint body mighty figures. From the looks of it, this grand primordium ancient temple was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, "Even so, there are still cultivators who want to explore it?" "That's right." A void reversion nodded. "It's said that cultivators who can come out of the grand primordium ancient temple alive will indeed benefit immensely. There are some lost ancient elixirs and top-tier cultivation techniques. I also heard that there was once a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord who was in his twilight years and entered the grand primordium ancient temple. He obtained some sort of opportunity and managed to break through to the conjoint body realm. Will the 9 revolutions soul return elixir be in the grand primordium ancient temple?" Su Zimo asked again. "Yes," a cultivator said hurriedly. "I heard that a conjoint body mighty figure once came out alive and obtained the 9 revolutions soul return elixir." Su Zimo nodded and made up his mind. No matter how dangerous this grand primordium ancient temple was, he had to give it a shot. Su Zimo was already decided and left the restaurant, preparing to bid farewell to Yen Beichun and head to the grand primordium ancient temple, in the bamboo forest deep in the mountains. In the past few days, the traces left behind by the battle had been cleaned up. With the capabilities of Yen Beichun and Qin Pianran, they easily rebuilt a wooden house that sat there in a simple manner. "What? You're going to the grand primordium ancient temple?" In the wooden house, Yen Beichun shook his head resolutely when he heard Su Zimo's plan. "No, that's too dangerous. Big brother, you know about the grand primordium ancient temple?" Su Zimo asked. "I don't know much either. The grand primordium ancient temple is extremely mysterious. Although it has only appeared for a short 100-odd years, countless conjoint body mighty figures have died in it over the years. You're only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. You must not go." Su Zimo shook his head without saying anything. It was clear that he had made up his mind. Yen Beichun said earnestly, "Zimo, the descent of the grand primordium ancient temple in the middle continent will definitely attract many paragons and monster incarnates. With so many powerful figures as well as conjoint body mighty figures present, it's too dangerous for you to go alone." Su Zimo smiled. "Back then, you merely heard that Tao Lord Immortal Sword and the others wanted to cause trouble for me at 100 Refinement Sect before you headed there alone and slaughtered 9 Tao Lords outside the sect single-handedly." Pausing for a moment, he said softly, "You had just only entered the Dharma characteristic realm at that time as well." That scene was unforgettable for Su Zimo. How heroic was that? That was the righteousness of the Azura. Where righteousness lies, even if millions of people stand against it, it will not change. Although Yen Beichun was only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm, he fought against Tao Lord Immortal Sword and other Tao Lords who had been famous for a long time without hesitation. Because of that, his essence spirit was injured and had yet to recover. Since there was a chance that there might be a 9 revolutions soul return elixir in the grand primordium ancient temple, Su Zimo had to take it no matter what. Yen Beichun sighed gently and did not persuade further. They had different personalities and cultivated different saber techniques. However, all of them were loyal people. Yen Beichun pondered for a moment. "I heard that the grand primordium ancient temple has just descended, but there's a dermic power barrier outside. Cultivators can only enter after the barrier is weakened after a period of time. Zimo, don't be in a hurry to go. Stay here and cultivate during this period of time. If you can advance to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm, your heaven and earth Dharma characteristic will strengthen. With 3 Dharma characteristics, your combat strength will definitely increase to a new level, and you will be able to protect yourself." "Yes," Su Zimo nodded. "I've gained quite a bit from the battle with hatred. I'm just about to calm down and comprehend them properly." "Zimo, I'll go with you when the time comes," Qin Pianran said. "This matter concerns Beichun and I can't let you take the risk alone." "There's no need," Su Zimo declined with a smile. "If I travel alone, I can escape if there's any danger. However, if there's anyone else, I'll feel restricted instead. Furthermore, Big Brother is injured. Sister Qin, just stay here with him and await good news from me." Because of Yan Beichen, it would seem distant if they constantly referred to one another as fellow Taoists. As such, they changed the way they addressed one another. Qin Pianran was a little hesitant. Yan Beichen said, "Let Zimo go alone. I reckon that many paragons and monster incarnates of supersex will be attracted to this trip to the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. You might attract trouble if you go." Qin Pianran nodded. She was a cultivator of Sword Sect. Now that she was with the notorious Azura of the Fiend Sects, Sword Sect must have kicked her out of the sect a long time ago and regarded as a traitor of the immortal sects and disgrace of Sword Sect. If she encountered acquaintances from Sword Sect, there was a high chance that both parties would clash. At that thought, Qin Pianran gave up on that thought and stood up. She bowed deeply to Su Zimo and said sincerely, "Thank you, Zimo. Sister Qin, you're too kind." Su Zimo helped her up hurriedly. Qin Pianran smiled. "I can't help much either. During this period of time, I'll make a few side dishes for you to try." At the side, Yan Beichen could not help but exclaim, "Pianran's culinary skills are truly decent. I'll get to enjoy as well thanks to you." At their cultivation realm, they were already at the realm of Anidia. However, even immortals had the desire to eat, and it was unavoidable. For the next month, Su Zimo stayed in the bamboo forest and cultivated in silence. Finally, a month later, he sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. From early-stage Dharma characteristic to mid-stage Dharma characteristic this time round, it took a mere 6 years. His cultivation speed was shockingly fast. The further one cultivated, the more time and energy they would require to break through a minor realm. Although it was only at the early stage to mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm, it was normal for some Dharma characteristic Tao Lords to spend hundreds or even thousands of years. Part of the reason why Su Zimo was able to break through to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm in 6 years was because of his close to 5,000 years of accumulation in the Tao inheritance ground. On the other hand, it was also because of his battle with Tao Lord hatred. This battle not only gave Su Zimo many insights, but also immense pressure. His 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were almost suppressed by the 90 feet supreme Dharma characteristic. Under that pressure, the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics grew rapidly and became even more condensed. Everything happened naturally when he broke through to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. As for his 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, they had already climbed to a height of 87 feet. This was the level of the number 1 of the previous Dharma characteristic rankings. Although Tao Lord Immortal Sword's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was 89 feet tall, it was only 85 feet tall when he first became the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Given Su Zimo's current combat strength, he could sweep through anyone of the same cultivation realm and suppress all Tao Lords. Even ordinary conjoint body mighty figures were not his match. Of course, if he encountered some paragons and monster incarnates of the conjoint body realm, especially those of supersex, it was unknown if Su Zimo could defeat them. However, one thing was certain: even conjoint body mighty figures of supersex would not be able to attempt to kill him as they did in the past. With 387 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, Su Zimo could carve out a path even if he was surrounded by conjoint body mighty figures. Of course, the danger of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple did not merely come from other cultivators. The mysterious ancient temple was a dangerous place to begin with. Nobody knew what dangers lurked within. The cultivators that survived did not encounter any danger. However, nobody knew what the cultivators who met with danger saw. That was because they had already died within. This day, after Su Zimo broke through to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm, he bid farewell to Yan Beichen and was prepared to head to the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. "Zimo, you must be careful. If the situation doesn't look good, don't force yourself and retreat in time," Yan Beichen reminded. "After all, my essence spirit is only injured. Nothing must happen to you. Don't worry." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. "I still want to drink with you after I'm back." "All right, I'll wait for you." Yan Beichen laughed as well. Thereafter, Su Zimo leaped up and auspicious clouds floated beneath his feet. He sped into the distance and disappeared before long. Sword Sect, Immortal Sword Tao Residence. Tao Lord Immortal Sword was sitting in his Tao residence with Tao Lord Cloud Rain beside him. Both of them had once escaped from Yen Beichen's hands, and after that calamity, their relationship became even closer and they met frequently. You mean to say that Hatred and the Azura died in battle? Tao Lord Immortal Sword frowned slightly and asked when he heard the news from Tao Lord Cloud Rain. Tao Lord Cloud Rain nodded. That's the rumor outside. There were many mixed, different sayings about the exact circumstances, but none of the cultivators saw it personally. That's impossible. Tao Lord Immortal Sword shook his head. Tao Lord Cloud Rain asked, "Why do you say that?" Tao Lord Immortal Sword harumphed. That saying can deceive others, but how can it deceive us? You and I fought against the Azura before. Although we were defeated, he did not get off well either. His essence spirit must have been injured. Although injuries to the essence spirit are difficult to heal, it's not impossible. I heard that the elixir Yang sect elder gave the Azura a 9 revolutions soul return elixir. Tao Lord Cloud Rain said indifferently. Tao Lord Immortal Sword said, "Even if the Azura's essence spirit is fine, only 20 years have passed. His cultivation is at most at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. As for Hatred, he's at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. Ever since he reappeared, he hasn't even used his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic and has already suppressed a titular disciple of the fiend sex. No matter how strong the Azura is, how can he leap realms and die in battle with Hatred?" You mean to say that Hatred killed the Azura? Tao Lord Cloud Rain asked. It's hard to tell. There's definitely something fishy about this. Tao Lord Immortal Sword shook his head. Pausing for a moment, Tao Lord Cloud Rain seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Right. Have you found that childhood sweetheart junior sister of yours yet?" At the mention of that, Tao Lord Immortal Sword's eyes flashed with a dark glint. "Not yet." Tao Lord Cloud Rain said with a fake smile, "I heard that your junior sister was captured by the Azura previously. She's probably dead by now." No, Tao Lord Immortal Sword said coldly. Qin Pianran's destiny symbol was in Sword Sect and was intact. It was clear that she was not dead. Oh, Tao Lord Cloud Rain laughed. That's interesting. She was captured by the Azura who achieved his Tao through killing but did not die or return. He's a single man and she's a single woman. Tao Lord Immortal Sword's expression darkened completely as he said coldly, "If that slut truly has an affair with the Azura of the fiend sex, she'll be the shame of our sword sect. If I find her, I'll definitely kill her personally." At that moment, Tao Lord Immortal Sword had completely forgotten that the slut he was referring to had saved his life. The world is vast. Who can find her if she truly wishes to hide? Tao Lord Cloud Rain shrugged his shoulders. Not necessarily. Tao Lord Immortal Sword said proudly. The successor of a certain place understands heaven and earth. He's able to peer into mysteries and divine everything in this world. Enigma Palace? Tao Lord Cloud Rain narrowed his eyes. Right then, a cultivator with fluttering robes strode over from outside the Tao Talisman door. He was handsome and wore a Confucian crown, holding a folding fan with a faint smile on his face. Tao Lord Cloud Rain's spirit consciousness scanned the person. He could not see through this cultivator's cultivation realm. Tao Lord Immortal Sword stood up to welcome him and revealed a smile as he shouted, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Secrets, you've come from a long distance. Please pardon me for not welcoming you from afar. It's fine. There's no need to stand on courtesy between us." Heavenly Secrets had a warm smile that made one feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze without any resistance. Tao Lord Immortal Sword introduced to Tao Lord Cloud Rain. "This is fellow Taoist Heavenly Secrets of Enigma Palace, and this is Cloud Rain Sex." Before Tao Lord Immortal Sword could finish, Tao Lord Heavenly Secrets smiled. 5,000 years ago, he was number 2 on the Dharma characteristic ranking, and is now the titular disciple of Cloud Rain sect. Tao Lord Cloud Rain nodded to himself. He was certain that they had never met before. However, this Heavenly Secrets knew of his identity and background. He was indeed skilled. As the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking and a titular disciple of Sword Sect, Tao Lord Immortal Sword had a noble status, and it was not surprising for him to befriend cultivators of Enigma Palace. Tao Lord Immortal Sword said, "Fellow Taoist heavenly secrets, I'm not going to stand on courtesy with you. The reason why I invited you here this time round is because I want you to help me find someone." She was originally a cultivator of sword sect, Qin Pian Ran. Heavenly Secrets shook his head. "I'm not at the level where I can find someone with just a single name. What if I have her destiny symbol?" Tao Lord Immortal Sword asked with a narrowed gaze. Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. "That will be easy then. To be able to divine the other party's location with a destiny symbol." His methods were truly unfathomable. There was naturally a reason why Enigma Palace was able to remain standing for so long as a super sect in Tianhuang mainland. Cultivators of Enigma Palace rarely participated in the fights between the various factions of the cultivation world, nor did they take part in events such as the Golden Core Phenomenon Ranking or Heaven and Earth Dharma Characteristic Ranking. However, no one dared to look down on the cultivators of Enigma Palace. Back in the Dao Inheritance Ground, the current titular disciple of Enigma Palace, Lin Xuanji, managed to rescue Su Zimo from the hands of Diin and survive for more than 10 days after being hunted down by the latter. It was clear how strong he was. Tao Lord Cloud Rain had met Lin Xuanji before. However, he felt that this Heavenly Secrets was even more mysterious and unfathomable than Lin Xuanji. He was also wary of this cultivator who was all-knowing, mysterious, and possessed strange methods, afraid that his background would be seen through. However, Tao Lord Cloud Rain was extremely scheming and praised with a smile on his face. "Fellow Taoist, you sure are capable. I'm impressed. These things are not worth mentioning." Heavenly Secrets still had a faint smile on his face. "I can't divine everybody. For example, given someone of your cultivation realm, fellow Taoist Cloud Rain, I won't be able to divine you even if I had your destiny symbol." He seemed to have seen through Tao Lord Cloud Rain's worries and said casually. Heavenly Secrets continued. "As for Qin Pian Ran, that immortal sword mentioned, it's slightly easier. However, given her cultivation realm, she might sense something. Right?" Suddenly, Tao Lord Immortal Sword asked, "Regarding the battle a few days ago where both the Azura and Hatred died, what do you think about it, fellow Taoist? If I'm not wrong, Hatred should be dead," Heavenly Secrets said indifferently. "As for the Azura, I can't divine it yet. I don't believe that the Azura can kill Hatred. He's not at that level yet. However, if it's not the Azura, who could have killed Hatred?" Tao Lord Immortal Sword frowned. Given the combat strength he displayed, even conjoint body mighty figures might not be able to kill him. Heavenly Secrets was silent as well. He was not at the realm of knowing everything yet. Tao Lord Immortal Sword pondered for a moment and a name flashed through his mind. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, "Could it be him?" "Who?" Tao Lord Cloud Rain could not help but ask. "Desolate Marshal," Tao Lord Immortal Sword said slowly. "I heard that after Desolate Marshal entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he condensed 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics and destroyed Dragon Tiger sect, causing the mighty figures of the North region to bow down and submit to him. His reputation has already reached its limits." "You mean to say that Desolate Marshal has arrived in the Middle Continent?" A cold glint flashed through Tao Lord Cloud Rain's eyes as well. Both of them hated Su Zimo to the core. Their clones that they had cultivated for many years were destroyed in Thousand Demon Valley. Thereafter, they were hunted by the Azura outside 100 Refinement sect and almost lost their lives. It was also because of Su Zimo. Furthermore, the heaven-slaying sword art that Tao Lord Immortal Sword lusted for was snatched away by Su Zimo as well. This matter was like a thorn that had been stuck in his heart for many years. It shouldn't be Desolate Marshal. He's only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. 285 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics shouldn't be a threat. Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. At the very least, given fellow Taoist Immortal Sword's current combat strength, your 89 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic is enough to suppress him. Yes, Tao Lord Immortal Sword nodded. However, given the lad's capabilities, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him if he wishes to escape. His potential is too great and will ultimately be a problem for us. If we want to deal with Desolate Marshal, we'll have to seek your help at that time. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Secrets. No problem. Heavenly Secrets nodded. Tao Lord Cloud Rain looked at Heavenly Secrets and suddenly said, I heard that this generation's titular disciple of Enigma Palace is rather close to Desolate Marshal. Heavenly Secrets' expression was unchanged as he maintained the smile on his face. Lin Xuanji, Fufu. He's not enough to stop me if I want to deal with someone. Tao Lord Cloud Rain understood. It was clear that Xuanji and Heavenly Secrets were at odds. There's one more thing. Suddenly, Tao Lord Cloud Rain said, I heard that the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple has descended in the Middle Continent. Since the three of us are gathered, why don't we head over and explore? Given our capabilities, the three of us should be able to avoid any danger. Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Tao Lord Immortal Sword was tempted as well. It was said that the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple contained many treasures and secret skills. He had already cultivated to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. If he entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple and obtained a few treasures and some opportunities, he would definitely be able to advance to the conjoint body realm immediately. I'd advise the two of you not to go. Heavenly Secrets had a smile on his face the entire time after he entered the cave abode. However, the smile on his face vanished the moment he heard the words, Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Fellow Taoist, is there something you know? Tao Lord Immortal Sword's heart skipped a beat and he could not help but ask. Heavenly Secrets merely shook his head and a strange blood glint flashed through the depths of his eyes as he sneered. Those cultivators that gather there are merely the greedy ones. They will eventually end up paving the road for others to benefit. Jade Toad Ridge was originally an ordinary mountain forest in the Middle Continent. Ridges as such could be seen everywhere in the Middle Continent. However, in the past month, Jade Toad Ridge had turned lively with many cultivators from all over the place. Furthermore, as time passed by, the number of cultivators that arrived at Jade Toad Ridge increased. What was even more frightening was that the cultivation realms of these cultivators were extremely high. Even those standing outside were at the Void Reversion realm. Almost all the cultivators who dared to venture deep into Jade Toad Ridge were Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. In the depths of Jade Toad Ridge, there were even traces of conjoint body mighty figures. The reason why all those powerful cultivators were gathered was because of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple that had suddenly appeared in Tianhuang mainland more than 100 years ago. This day, Su Zimo arrived at Jade Toad Ridge. Many void reversions lingered around the outer perimeter of Jade Toad Ridge and did not dare to venture deep, discussing fervently. Have you heard? A great treasure has appeared in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple this time round. What? It's said to be a treasure from tens of thousands of years ago. They are 2 Buddha beads that were lost from the Mingwang prayer beads. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The Mingwang prayer beads had 6 Buddha beads that corresponded to different Buddhist dermic seals and daming mantra respectively. Right now, Su Zimo had 4 Buddha beads on his left wrist and 2 of them were lost. For the past tens of thousands of years, there had been no news of them. Those 2 Buddha beads contained the strongest 2 daming dermic seals. To think that the 2 Buddha beads would be in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Under normal circumstances, Su Zimo should be delighted when he heard the location of the Buddha beads. However, for some reason, he felt that something was amiss. It was normal for Buddha beads to be in an ancient temple. However, this ancient temple only appeared more than 100 years ago. How could Buddha beads that were lost for tens of thousands of years be inside? After pondering for a long time, Su Zimo still could not understand as he shook his head and entered Jade Toad Ridge. Be it the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir or the 2 Buddha beads, he had to enter the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple to check things out. Deeper inside, the number of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords gathered in Jade Toad Ridge increased and even exceeded 1,000. As Su Zimo advanced, he finally caught sight of the legendary Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Initially, he was confused. It was just an ancient temple. How large could it be such that it was worth exploring? It was unlikely that the ancient temple could accommodate the number of cultivators gathered here. However, a deep look of shock flashed through Su Zimo's eyes the moment he caught sight of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was way too huge. Or rather, this ancient temple could no longer be described simply as huge. Instead, it was majestic and extravagant, like a massive creature that had experienced the baptism of countless years that sat in the depths of a mountain. The capital of Great Zhou was grand enough to accommodate millions of people with ease. However, this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was dozens of times larger than the capital of Great Zhou. Su Zimo arrived at the outer perimeter of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple and stood in midair. Compared to the ancient temple, his body was like a speck of dust on the surface. It was no wonder why so many cultivators coveted the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Even Su Zimo was shocked when he saw the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. He would not believe that there were no treasures within it. Su Zimo looked at the ancient temple and his vision blurred. The ancient temple seemed to have transformed into a bottomless abyss that wanted to devour everything. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt his heart race. His heart skipped a beat. This was an impulse and a warning from his spirit perception. It was definitely not a coincidence. Seems like the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple is truly a dangerous place. Su Zimo lamented internally and looked around with a grim expression. He was already on guard before entering the ancient temple. There are so many experts this time round. If a great treasure truly appears, it will definitely cause a bloodbath. That's for sure. I heard that more than 10 Tao Lords who were on the previous Dharma characteristic ranking are here. That's right. I heard that 2 Buddha beads have appeared and the second on the previous Dharma characteristic ranking, Monk Black Gold of Diamond Monastery, has arrived. Back when Monk Black Gold fought for the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking, he was only defeated by Tao Lord Immortal Sword. I wonder how high his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic has grown after 1,000 years. In my opinion, even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords have to step aside. At that time, the ancient temple will become a battlefield for conjoint body mighty figures. Many a time, opportunities are important. Even though conjoint body mighty figures are strong, they might not be able to obtain treasures. Many Dharma characteristic Tao Lords lingered around the vicinity of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Su Zimo could clearly see that there was a thin barrier of dharmic powers surrounding the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple that was weakening as time passed. Before long, the dharmic power barrier would not be able to stop the cultivators here. Su Zimo attracted quite a bit of attention when he arrived near the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. However, those cultivators merely swept their gazes at him and paid no more attention. Almost everyone in the cultivation world knew of Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. However, not many cultivators had seen him before. It was especially so for the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords present. Most of them had been famous for a long time while Su Zimo had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm and had yet to have the chance to interact with them. Furthermore, all the cultivators were focused on the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple right now, and Su Zimo's arrival did not cause much of a stir. Right then, more than 10 cultivators arrived not far away. They wore Chaos Essence Sect's robes and had powerful auras. They were Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of Chaos Essence Sect. The Tao Lord of Chaos Essence Sect in the lead rode on a rat that was as large as an elephant. It was filled with golden fur and its eyes were small and keen. It bared its sharp teeth and was extremely ferocious. Su Zimo definitely had a deep feud with Chaos Essence Sect. To a certain extent, Chaos Essence Sect hated Su Zimo even more than Glass Palace and other sects. In this generation, Chaos Essence Sect originally gave birth to 2 monster incarnates, Yi Tiancheng and Di Yin. They were known as the Chaos Essence Twin Paragons and were the hope of Chaos Essence Sect's rise. Unfortunately, the 2 monster incarnates died in Su Zimo's hands one after another. That was a huge blow for Chaos Essence Sect. Later on, Chaos Essence Sect's half-martial ancestor pursued Su Zimo and even hunted him down to the Dragon Burial Valley where a conjoint body mighty figure died, shocking Tianhuang mainland. The hunt towards Su Zimo came to an end there. Chaos Essence Sect suffered immense losses and many deaths. More than 10 years later, Su Zimo reconstructed his green lotus true body and returned in a domineering manner. However, there were no more outstanding monster incarnates of Chaos Essence sect that rose in recent years. The fact that Su Zimo killed Diin and Yi Tiancheng was akin to severing Chaos Essence sect's fortune. Tao Lord Sunset Cloud of Chaos Essence sect is here. He was 11th of the previous Dharma characteristic realm. It's said that the demon beast beneath Tao Lord Sunset Cloud is a pure-blooded ferocious beast, the Gold Eater Rat. It specializes in devouring divine weapons to cultivate and is extremely violent. Furthermore, the Gold Eater Rat has an extremely keen sense of smell and can sniff out many metal-type treasures. Even the layers of barriers can't stop its sense of smell. I heard that the Gold Eater Rat doesn't even fancy ordinary treasures. Some cultivators pointed to the gigantic rat beneath Tao Lord Sunset Cloud and whispered. Right then, the Gold Eater Rat seemed to have sensed something and stuck its nose out repeatedly, sniffing wildly in the air. Finally, it turned around and looked towards Su Zimo. An obscure spirit consciousness fluctuation spread between the Gold Eater Rat and Tao Lord Sunset Cloud. Before long, Tao Lord Sunset Cloud's gaze landed on Su Zimo. Su Zimo looked straight with a calm expression. Tao Lord Sunset Cloud smirked coldly and led the dozens of Tao Lords behind him towards Su Zimo. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lords gradually separated and stood in a seemingly casual manner. However, they surrounded Su Zimo vaguely. Look! Something's happening over there. Some cultivators noticed this and exclaimed excitedly. The Gold Eater Rat must have discovered a treasure, and Tao Lord Sunset Cloud wants to snatch it. Humph, that itinerant cultivator came alone and he's only at the Dharma characteristic realm. If he truly is in possession of great treasures, who else is a better target to rob? Many cultivators watched coldly from the sidelines. Naturally, no one would stand up for Su Zimo for something as such. Furthermore, the other party was from a super sect like Chaos Essence sect. Eh? Right then, a cultivator in the crowd exclaimed softly, "That green-robed cultivator looks familiar. He seems to be the legendary Tao Lord Desolate Marshal." The words Tao Lord Desolate Marshal caused a huge stir. However, Tao Lord Sunset Cloud and the others did not hear the clamor around the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. That can't be. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is far away in the North region. Why would he come all the way to the Middle Continent for the sake of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple? Green robes, black hair, refined features that match the appearance of the legendary Desolate Marshal. Not far away, a commotion broke out in the crowd. At that moment, Tao Lord Sunset Cloud rode on his Gold Eater Rat and had already arrived before Su Zimo, looking down at him. "Hand it over." Tao Lord Sunset Cloud came before Su Zimo and did not waste time talking to him. In fact, he could not even be bothered to ask for Su Zimo's name and sect. He had the confidence and strength. Firstly, the Dharma characteristic ranking encompassed almost all the strongest paragons and monster incarnates of Tianhuang mainland. As the 11th of the Dharma characteristic ranking, he had never seen this green-robed cultivator before. If someone couldn't even make it onto the Dharma characteristic ranking, the person was naturally not qualified to fight him. Secondly, he was backed by Chaos Essence sect. However, this green-robed cultivator did not have any emblem of any sect or faction on him. He was alone, and there was a high chance that he was an itinerant cultivator. If an itinerant cultivator had a treasure that could tempt the Gold Eater Rat, what did he have to fear? Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, "Hand over what?" "You have a treasure of Chaos Essence sect with you," Tao Lord Sunset Cloud said coldly. "My demon beast can sense everything clearly. I'd advise you to hand it over obediently and perhaps you might be able to survive." Many cultivators watching sneered internally. This was clearly nonsense. Even if this green-robed cultivator had Chaos Essence sect's treasure, how could a beast differentiate it? Initially, Su Zimo was puzzled as to what treasure of his the beast set its sights on. The truly valuable treasures in his possession were the Creation Lotus Platform, Mystic Magnet Mountain, and Mingwang Prayer Beads. However, those three treasures were not made of any metal. Su Zimo quickly understood. It was the Green Lotus True Body. His green lotus true body was made from the stem of the creation green lotus, and the leaves of the lotus were his skin. It was created by fusing many connate dermic weapons. Diyin's chaos essence bell and dragon battling truncheon. Dao being glasses rainbow glazed pagoda. Dao being heavenly dipper's saber. Dao being Zephyr Thunder's Zephyr Thunder hammer. The gold eater rat must have sensed the aura of those connate dermic weapons. Even after all these years, Chaos Essence Sect is still so overbearing in its ways, Su Zimo said meaningfully. If one thought about it carefully, they would be able to tell that something was amiss. However, Dao Lord Sunset Cloud did not take Su Zimo seriously at all and would naturally not think about what he was implying. He said proudly, Chaos Essence Sect has always been like this. I thought that your sect would be more restrained after the death of the Chaos Essence twin paragons. To think that you guys haven't improved at all. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. You must have a death wish. Dao Lord Sunset Cloud narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned murderous. The other Dao Lords of Chaos Essence Sect had ugly expressions as well. At that time, Diyin and Yi Tiancheng were extremely famous and were invincible among their peers. To think that they would be killed by desolate martial one after another, that was Chaos Essence Sect's scar. But now, the green-robed cultivator before them had actually torn the scar in front of so many cultivators. How could the Chaos Essence Sect cultivators not be enraged? Su Zimo said indifferently, It's best if you guys don't provoke me. I'm here today because of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, and I don't want to create unnecessary trouble. That was indeed what Su Zimo thought. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was filled with unknowns. He did not want to engage in a battle with others outside before entering the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple and seeing anything. Of course, that was also his final warning. However, that warning enraged Dao Lord Sunset Cloud and the others completely. Who are you? How dare you threaten me? He slapped his storage bag and summoned a flying sword, piercing it towards Su Zimo. Turning into a streak of light, the flying sword burst forth with a bedazzling light at an extremely fast speed. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo did not move at all. In fact, he did not even summon his dermic weapon or dodge. However, his eyes burned brightly as he suddenly spoke and said 3 words. I'm Desolate Marshal. Those words exploded in the crowd like thunder. Right after, just as the flying sword was about to pierce Su Zimo's glabella, he extended his fair palm and caught the incoming flying sword. The flying sword had 6 dermic patterns and was a connate Dao Lord dermic weapon. It was extremely sharp and could slice metal like mud. Even supreme-grade Dao Lord dermic weapons could be severed by a single slash, let alone flesh and blood. However, under countless gazes, the connate Dao Lord dermic weapon was gripped tightly by Su Zimo's palm and could not move at all. The most terrifying thing was that there was no blood on Su Zimo's palm. In other words, the connate Dao Lord dermic weapon did not even manage to pierce Su Zimo's skin. He received a connate Dao Lord dermic weapon with his body but was completely fine. How was that possible? The crowd fell into an uproar. What shocked many cultivators even more was the words, I'm Desolate Marshal. There was nothing more shocking than those words. Although there were countless Dao titles in Tianhuang mainland, there was only a single person who dared to use the Dao title Desolate Marshal. Dao Lord Desolate Marshal had arrived in the Middle Continent. Dao Lord Sunset Cloud was stunned as well. He had calculated everything and could even imagine how Su Zimo should react. He was even prepared for many follow-up attacks. However, this was the only thing he did not predict. I'm Desolate Marshal. Those words caused a boom in his mind and he was momentarily dazed. Not only do I dare to threaten you, I even dare to kill you. Su Zimo took advantage of the moment when Dao Lord Sunset Cloud was in a daze and suddenly attacked. He flipped the flying sword in his hands and threw it out, piercing towards Dao Lord Sunset Cloud's head at an even faster speed. Dao Lord Sunset Cloud was a paragon ranked 11 on the Dharma characteristic ranking after all. In a flash, he reacted and hurriedly condensed his essence spirit, controlling the incoming flying sword to deviate to the side. That flying sword was his destiny dermic weapon. Even so, the power of Su Zimo's sword toss nearly exceeded his control. The flying sword merely shifted slightly and brushed past Tao Lord Sunset Cloud's cheek, causing a bloodied wound to appear instantly. If he had reacted slower, the flying sword would have pierced his head. Instantly, Tao Lord Sunset Cloud broke out in cold sweat. There was a boom. A phantom rose from Tao Lord Sunset Cloud's body and rose rapidly. A heaven and earth dharma characteristic. How could Tao Lord Sunset Cloud be careless after knowing Su Zimo's identity? He was prepared to summon his heaven and earth dharma characteristic right away to protect himself. However, the moment Su Zimo threw out the flying sword, a blinding sword chi burst forth from his fingertip. It was a vast expanse of white. The killing intent was earth-shaking. Heaven-slaying sword art. Poof! The sword chi entered Tao Lord Sunset Cloud's glabella and pierced a bloody hole in his head. His essence spirit was destroyed on the spot, and he could not have been more dead. Before his heaven and earth dharma characteristic could truly be formed, it was killed by the heaven-slaying sword chi. The demon beast, the gold-eater rat, beneath him was sliced into two by the heaven-slaying sword chi as well and died on the spot. Tao Lord Sunset Cloud's eyes gradually dimmed. He was still a step too late. If he had released his heaven and earth dharma characteristic, he would not have been defeated so quickly given his combat strength. Unfortunately, in a fight between experts, an instant was everything. The moment Sunset Cloud heard the words, "I'm Desolate Marshal," that momentary lapse of attention was enough to determine his death. "Desolate Marshal, how dare you?" a Tao Lord of Chaos Essence sect hollered. "We have a mighty figure nearby, and yet you dare to be so arrogant? Do you really think that Chaos Essence sect is weak?" Su Zimo sneered coldly and put away Tao Lord Sunset Cloud's storage bag casually. "I don't know if Chaos Essence sect is weak. However, since this person dared to attack me, I'll kill him." To the cultivators, this was a normal occurrence. Tao Lord Sunset Cloud was foolish and wanted to snatch Desolate Marshal's treasure. He deserved to be killed. A Tao Lord of Chaos Essence sect had long taken out a messenger talisman from his storage bag and crushed it. If nothing went wrong, a conjoint body mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect would arrive soon. Su Zimo frowned. It was not that he was afraid of Chaos Essence sect's mighty figure. If he released his heaven and earth dharma characteristic, he could suppress ordinary conjoint body mighty figures and could even fight against Chaos Essence sect's mighty figure. However, the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was about to open up and the situation inside was unknown. Condensing a heaven and earth dharma characteristic to fight against a mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect would definitely require a lot of energy. If anything were to happen in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, things would be troublesome. Furthermore, he had yet to see the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir and Buddha Beads. Once the Buddha Beads appeared, they would cause a huge battle as well. That was the true test. It was not worth it to fight to the death with a mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect now. At that thought, Su Zimo was prepared to leave and avoid the attack temporarily. "What are you doing?" When the Tao Lords of Chaos Essence sect saw that Su Zimo was about to leave, they shouted one after another in a fierce manner. "A mighty figure of our sect is about to arrive. Are you trying to escape? Who dares to stop me if I want to leave?" Su Zimo swept his gaze and said coldly. Although more than 10 Tao Lords of Chaos Essence sect surrounded Su Zimo, none of them dared to step forward, let alone stop him. Over the years, Desolate Marshal's reputation had been way too great. It was said that Desolate Marshal had already condensed a heaven and earth dharma characteristic that was 80 feet tall at the Void Reversion Realm. Up till this point of their cultivation, the dharma characteristic Tao Lords had yet to condense heaven and earth dharma characteristics that were 80 feet tall. Tao Lord Sunset Cloud, the only one who had cultivated a heaven and earth dharma characteristic that was 84 feet tall, was killed by Desolate Marshal before he could even release his dharma characteristic. Later on, it was said that when Desolate Marshal entered the dharma characteristic realm, he cultivated 285 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristics. None of them dared to fight against such terrifying combat strength. "Where is Desolate Marshal?" Right then, a holler sounded from afar with endless rage and killing intent. "It's Elder Lei Lai." The Tao Lords of Chaos Essence sect were delighted. Su Zimo no longer hesitated and sped into the distance. Elder Lei Lai has arrived. Let's see where else you can escape to. When the Tao Lords of Chaos Essence sect heard that a conjoint body mighty figure of their sect had arrived, they became even bolder and shifted horizontally, blocking Su Zimo's path. To them, Elder Lei Lai had already rushed over, and Su Zimo would definitely not dare to be entangled with them out of cowardice. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo's expression turned cold when he saw that the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords did not know what was good for them and even dared to attack him. He closed his fingers and gathered the heaven-slaying sword art, releasing more than 10 sword chi in succession. After cultivating for close to 5,000 years in the Tao inheritance ground, Su Zimo's comprehension of the heaven-slaying sword art was no longer comparable to before. The fact that Tao Lord Hatred could receive the heaven-slaying sword chi with his terrifying combat strength did not mean that other Dharma characteristic Tao Lords could as well. Bang! 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 Sensing danger, those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords released their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics right away. Dharma characteristics that were more than 70 feet tall rose one after another, emitting powerful auras with immense might. However, the heaven-slaying sword chi descended the moment those heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were formed. Chi! 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 Sword chi struck the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics one after another. In front of everyone, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were sliced into two by the white sword chi and dissipated instantly. Even heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that were more than 70 feet tall could not stop the heaven-slaying sword chi. What was even more terrifying was that after destroying the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, the heaven-slaying sword chi still had remnant might and slashed at some of Chaos Essence Sect's Tao Lords. Some Dharma characteristic Tao Lords could not dodge in time and were cut into two on the spot by the heaven-slaying sword chi. The sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi surged into their bodies and destroyed the life force within instantly. Even their consciousnesses were sliced into pieces and their essence spirits were destroyed. Some of the Chaos Essence Sect Tao Lords were decisive and abandoned their physical bodies right away, escaping into the distance with their essence spirits. That was the only way they survived. All the cultivators gasped when they saw that. It was too tragic. None of those Tao Lords of Chaos Essence Sect were nobodies in the cultivation world. Otherwise, they would not have dared to come to the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Unfortunately, those Tao Lords of Chaos Essence Sect were killed on the spot by the sword chi released by Su Zimo's fingertip. There were always various rumors about Desolate Marshal in the cultivation world. They spoke of his strong physique and how he was invincible within the same cultivation realm. Many cultivators were skeptical about those rumors. It was only now that the cultivators witnessed this scene that they truly understood how terrifying Su Zimo was. On the other side, a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Swords Sect with a long sword on his back had a grim expression. He crushed a messenger talisman right away and summoned a mighty figure of the sect as well. It was Tao Lord Purple Sword, 9th on the previous Dharma characteristic ranking. That is one of the 3 ancient sword arts, the heaven-slaying sword art. You guys won't be able to defend against it, Tao Lord Purple Sword declared. During the battle at the Tao inheritance ground, many cultivators knew that Su Zimo had cultivated an extremely powerful sword technique. However, not many people knew the origin of that sword technique. Naturally, the sword sect cultivators knew about it. The reason why sword sect could be established was naturally thanks to the Sword Emperor. However, the reason why the Sword Emperor was so famous in the past was because he cultivated one of the 3 ancient sword arts. The lifeless sword art of sword sect was also deduced from that sword art. Desolate Marshal. How dare you injure Chaos Essence Sect cultivators? Right then, Elder Lei Lai of Chaos Essence Sect arrived with an enraged beard and endless killing intent in his eyes. He attacked all of a sudden. A tremendous pressure descended. This was the might of the conjoint body realm. Instantly, heaven and earth shook. Glancing at Elder Lei Lai, Su Zimo smirked and sneered internally. Electric arcs burst forth from his body and a pair of dermic power wings grew from his back. Thereafter, Su Zimo vanished from the spot and turned into a golden streak of light, crossing thousands of kilometers in an instant at an extremely fast speed. Although Elder Lei Lai was strong, He missed and Su Zimo had already escaped far away. In that instant, Su Zimo released 3 movement technique secret skills in succession. Apart from lightning escape and ethereal wings, there was also an escape technique he had comprehended in the Tao inheritance ground known as boundless golden light. The speed of the 3 secret skills was not inferior to blood escape when they were released at the same time. Even conjoint body mighty figures could not catch up to him. Elder Lei Lai missed his attack and chased after Su Zimo without hesitation, wanting to kill the latter. However, no matter how he channeled his blood qi, released his secret skills and escape techniques, he could not shorten the distance between him and Su Zimo. Ha 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 ha. So, the renowned Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is actually a cowardly rat. When Elder Lei Lai saw that he could not catch up to Su Zimo, he deliberately roared in laughter to anger the latter. Su Zimo's expression did not change, and he merely glanced at Elder Lei Lai indifferently without any interest in retorting. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was about to open up, and he had no intention of fighting against conjoint body mighty figures outside for the time being. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that more than one conjoint body mighty figure was gathering towards him. Chaos Essence Sect was not the only one targeting him. Sects like Zephyr Thunder Palace and Sword Sect wanted to kill him as well and steal his cultivation techniques and secret skills. The Middle Continent was unlike the North region. In the North region, the factions were still afraid of the Patriarch in his twilight years beneath the Dragon Burial Valley. However, this was the Middle Continent. Mahayana Patriarchs were not omniscient and omnipotent. The person from Dragon Burial Valley was already in his twilight years and had limited energy. It was impossible for him to know beforehand what danger Su Zimo would face. Even if he knew, it would be too late. That was the reason why Elder Lei Lai dared to attack Su Zimo. Desolate Marshal, how heroic are you to establish the martial Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings? Aren't you ashamed now that you're fleeing like a rat? Elder Lei Lai was still unwilling to give up and shouted from behind. Many cultivators rolled their eyes. As a conjoint body mighty figure, he disregarded his status to chase after a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord and wanted the latter to stop. Yet he was talking to the latter about shame. In their eyes, Elder Lei Lai was like an exasperated idiot who had lost his mind. There was no hint of the demeanor of a mighty figure at all. Boom! Right then, a rumble sounded from the direction of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. The dermic power barrier that was initially surrounding the ancient temple gradually disappeared, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. Even Elder Lei Lai paused in his tracks and turned back. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple had opened. Nobody wanted to be left behind when the ancient temple opened. If they could enter the ancient temple first, they might gain the advantage. Elder Lei Lai was indignant, but he could only give up on his pursuit of Su Zimo for the time being. Right now, the most important thing was to enter the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple first. Frustrated, he turned around to look only to discover that Su Zimo had already made a move before him, transforming into a golden beam of light that sped towards the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Fellow Taoist Lei Lai, let's go too. Right then, the mighty figure of Sword Sect arrived beside Lei Lai. He had sneaked over earlier on to kill Desolate Marshal. Unfortunately, Desolate Marshal seemed to have sensed danger beforehand and managed to avoid his ambush each time. The mighty figure of Sword Sect said, "There's a higher chance of killing that lad inside the ancient temple." "That's right." Elder Lei Lai nodded. The two of them exchanged glances and moved at the same time, heading towards the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. At that moment, in Jade Toad Ridge, the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was like a gigantic creature with a gaping mouth as cultivators from all directions swarmed in. Initially, there were only slightly more than 2,000 cultivators that appeared near the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. However, after the opening of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, many cultivators hiding in the surroundings appeared one after another and charged into the ancient temple, wanting to fight for their own opportunities. A single Grand Primordium Ancient Temple had attracted more than 5,000 Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords. It was clear how flourishing the cultivation civilization of the Middle Continent was. There were 4 entrances to the ancient temple that corresponded to the 4 directions. Su Zimo entered through the north gate. When he arrived before the grand primordium ancient temple, he could sense its grandeur even clearer. The walls of the ancient temple were made from a gigantic rock without any connecting gaps. It was a work of the gods. Su Zimo entered the grand primordium ancient temple with the crowd warily. Upon entering the ancient temple, his vision cleared up. The ancient temple was like a small world of its own within that was extremely spacious. A row of green lanterns were placed beneath the four walls of the ancient temple. There was no oil inside and they were all extinguished. There were many portraits drawn on the four walls, as though they were legends of the Buddhist monasteries. Of course, the most striking things on the four walls were the four enraged Vajras in the middle. Their bodies were massive and they were 90 feet tall. Standing upright, their eyes were widened and their eyeballs protruded with a terrifying might. Legend has it that the Buddhist monasteries had four great guardian Vajras, known as the four heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries. They were the country pillar heavenly king, growth heavenly king, boundless vision heavenly king, and infinite hearing heavenly king. The portraits on the four walls were clearly from that legend of the Buddhist monasteries. The four Vajras widened their eyes in rage. Although they were only paintings, they exuded endless might. All the cultivators exchanged glances and were shocked, lowering their heads instinctively. Not to mention Dharma-characteristic Tao lords, even many conjoint body mighty figures had weaker auras against the furious gazes of the four Vajras. Su Zimo felt even stranger. His spirit perception had been warning him the moment he stepped foot into the grand primordium ancient temple. However, in the ancient temple that warning no longer had much meaning. That was because Su Zimo could not tell where the danger came from. It might have originated from the grand primordium ancient temple. Could also be from other cultivators. The strangest thing was that Su Zimo felt like he was being spied on the moment he entered the ancient temple. However, he could not tell where the spying sensation came from within the chaotic crowd. Or rather, it seemed like it came from all directions. There's indeed something evil about this ancient temple. Su Zimo frowned and murmured. Many cultivators had already dispersed. Some of them sped towards the ancient temple in search of other hidden routes in space. Some of them came beneath the walls and looked at the many Buddha statues on the walls, wanting to discover some secret from them. Some of them came before a stone pillar that could fit 10 people and started circling it. Some cultivators even ran to the green lanterns and examined them carefully, wanting to determine if they were powerful treasures. Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly. All of a sudden, boom! Suddenly, a gigantic stone door descended from above the four entrances of the grand primordium ancient temple and sealed them tightly. Instantly, the entire hall fell into darkness. Everyone present were Dharma-characteristic Tao lords. Although they could still see their surroundings clearly in the darkness, the sudden change caused quite a stir. What's going on? What happened? Which one of them triggered a trap by accident? The hall was in a mess. Swoosh! Right then, the green lanterns beneath the walls suddenly lit up. They burned with flames that flickered. Under the dim lights, the four Vajras looked extremely menacing, as though they were suddenly alive. Many cultivators were shocked. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. Even with Su Zimo's temperament, his expression changed drastically as he gasped and felt chills run down his spine. However, before long, many cultivators realized that it was only because of the dim lights that caused the shadows of the four Buddhist Vajras to stretch and form the effect. The initially restless crowd gradually calmed down. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had been silent with a grim expression. After that shock, many cultivators even forgot that the four entrances to the grand primordium ancient temple had been completely sealed. The group of them, be it Dharma-characteristic Tao lords or conjoint body mighty figures, were trapped in the ancient temple. Right then, a cultivator realized this and observed the entrances of the grand primordium ancient temple, shouting, "Everyone, take a look! The entrances are completely sealed. What are you afraid of?" Another person did not mind at all. There are so many Tao lords and mighty figures among us. At most, We'll join forces to break through this stone door. Could this ancient temple still trap us here? Boom! On the other side, a loud bang sounded. It was an attack from a conjoint body mighty figure that was attempting to break through the gate. Bang! 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 The conjoint body mighty figure attacked the stone door consecutively and released a powerful and ferocious power. However, the stone door did not budge at all. Against the stone door, the power of the conjoint body mighty figure was like a rock that was cast into the sea, vanishing without a trace. There's no way out of this ancient temple. The conjoint body mighty figure had a terrible expression. Even if all the conjoint body mighty figures here join forces, we won't be able to shatter this stone door. Suddenly, another situation occurred. Bang! Boom! Boom! A series of violent explosions sounded from the depths of the ancient temple. Many cultivators felt that they could not steady themselves and leaped into the air hurriedly. Even so, the void where the cultivators could see was still distorted. Even if they released their spirit consciousnesses, they would not be able to see far beyond the shattered distortion. Immediately after, all the cultivators felt as though they were drawn in by a strange power. The world spun as they passed through the voids and arrived in another space. Su Zimo had the same experience and feelings. It was an indescribable feeling that was both familiar and strange. He could not resist the attraction. In a daze, many cultivators focused their gazes and were shocked to discover that they had already left the main hall of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple and arrived in another secret chamber. The secret chamber was completely sealed without any gaps and tough walls were everywhere. Of course, although it was a secret chamber, its size was unimaginable and resembled a gigantic palace. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings. Initially, there were more than 5,000 of them in the main hall of the ancient temple. At that moment, there were only slightly more than 500 people in this secret chamber with him. It was as though the group of cultivators had been forcefully separated. It must be the same for the other cultivators apart from the 500-odd people in this secret chamber. They must have been separated into their own individual secret chambers. How could this be? Could we have triggered some trap or formation? Su Zimo frowned in thought. Normally speaking, the most likely reason for such a phenomenon to happen in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was because of a trap formation. However, he surveyed his surroundings for a long time and could not find any signs of any formation patterns or traps. A connate dermic weapon. Right then, a cultivator picked up an ancient mirror on a table in the secret chamber and examined it carefully before exclaiming. Although the ancient mirror looked unassuming, after wiping away the dust on it, one could clearly see that there were 6 dermic patterns etched on the surface of the ancient mirror. That voice attracted the attention of many cultivators. Initially, the 500-odd cultivators trapped in the secret chamber were still worried about how they were going to get out. However, at that moment, many cultivators dispersed and searched the secret chamber, wanting to discover more treasures. Perfect bone corrosion sword. A sword sect cultivator picked up a secret manual and was delighted when he opened it. The reason why he came this time round was because he wanted to find an ancient sword art. This perfect bone corrosion sword was lost in the ancient era and was extremely powerful. To think that it would be found in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Before long, cultivators found what they wanted. The number of treasures in this secret chamber was unimaginable. Su Zimo could only suppress his curiosity for the time being. He sniffed gently and headed in a direction. His 5 senses were sharp, and if there were any elixirs, he could smell them right away. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived beside an elixir furnace. There were many spirit medicine shelves beside the cauldron with rows of spirit herbs that emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Some cultivators who had arrived earlier were grabbing wildly. In fact, some of the cultivators were already fighting. Su Zimo did not move and merely lingered around the elixir furnace. Thereafter, his gaze gradually froze. Squatting down, he peeled away the ashes beneath the elixir furnace and revealed half a jade bottle. Su Zimo took the jade bottle over and opened the bottle stopper as his eyes lit up with a glint. There were 2 9 revolutions soul return elixirs within. The 9 Revolutions soul return elixirs were not placed on the shelves but buried in the ashes. With the 9 Revolutions soul return elixirs, his purpose for this trip was halved. What Su Zimo had to do next was to search for the Buddha beads and return alive. All of a sudden, his expression changed, as though he sensed something. Without even turning back, he swung his arm and flung it behind him. At the same time, a figure appeared behind him and stabbed towards him with a sword. Piak! Su Zimo's palm collided with the sword and did a coil, tremble and yank. He snatched the sword over. Without even looking at it, Su Zimo threw the sword in reverse. Poof! A flash of blood appeared. The sword pierced the cultivator's chest. However, that person's body shifted slightly and avoided fatal damage. Su Zimo closed 2 fingers and slashed gently at the person. He seized the sword and counterattacked, releasing sword chi. The series of counterattacks were fluid as water without any pauses at all. Chi. No matter how the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord struggled, he could not dodge the heaven-slaying sword chi. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was sliced into 2 by his own flying sword, and his essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. Without even looking, Su Zimo already knew that this was a Dharma characteristic of the Fiend sect's Hidden Death sect. Apart from Hidden Death sect, no other sect would be able to sneak behind him stealthily and at such a close distance. He had just obtained the 9 Revolutions soul return elixirs and did not expect to attract killing intent so quickly. Desolate Marshal. Hand over the 9 Revolutions soul return elixirs. A conjoint body mighty figure strode towards Su Zimo with a burning gaze and immense might. How dare you covet something of mine? You must have a death wish. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. This conjoint body mighty figure had no sect or faction. Unless he had any powerful trump cards, it would be extremely easy for Su Zimo to kill him without even using his heaven and earth dharma characteristic. When this conjoint body mighty figure saw Su Zimo being chased by Lei Lai outside the ancient temple, he thought that Desolate Marshal was nothing much and thus wanted to fight for the 9 Revolutions soul return elixirs. However, what he did not know was that that was outside the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Everything was unknown. The 9 Revolutions soul return elixirs and Buddha bead had not appeared yet. There was naturally no way Su Zimo was going to fight Lei Lai. But now, even if he was up against Lei Lai, he would not retreat. Boom! Without a second word, the conjoint body mighty figure arrived before Su Zimo and threw out a punch, releasing a terrifying heaven and earth power. The air in the secret chamber turned scorching and suffocating. At the conjoint body realm, one would fuse their heaven and earth dharma characteristics into their bodies. With every single move, he could release the might of heaven and earth. Humans could only truly break free from the foundation of their weak bodies at the conjoint body realm and could fight against many ferocious beasts in melee combat. If a severed arm could be regrown, one could imagine how immense the life force possessed by a conjoint body mighty figure was. The entire void trembled with that punch. Great Sanskrit light fist. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and he did not dodge or avoid. Channeling his essence spirit, he conjured hand seals and struck the incoming conjoint body mighty figure. That single punch was like a blazing sun that shone with endless light, illuminating the entire secret chamber like daylight. The light possessed a divine and flawless power that seemed like it could cleanse everything. Boom! The fists collided with a deafening bang. The cultivators were shocked when they saw that. They had witnessed Su Zimo attack outside the Grand Primordium ancient temple before. It was decisive, sharp, and powerful. However, none of them expected that the power that Su Zimo displayed right now was even more terrifying than they had imagined. He could fight against conjoint body mighty figures without using his heaven and earth dharma characteristic. Even conjoint body mighty figures had differences in strength. If he was up against mighty figures of supersects such as Elder Lei Lai, Su Zimo could only fight them by summoning his heaven and earth dharma characteristic. However, the conjoint body mighty figure before him was far from that. You! The conjoint body mighty figure was stunned by Su Zimo's punch. He had not expected that the power of his punch would not be able to repel a dharma characteristic Tao Lord, let alone kill him. Slapping his storage bag with his left hand, Su Zimo conjured a sword art with his right hand and slashed gently at the mighty figure. Chi! The heaven-slaying sword Chi burst forth. The heaven-slaying sword Chi was way too terrifying, and its killing power could even cause the stars in the skies to turn chaotic and alter their trajectories. If it was any ordinary dermic art, a conjoint body mighty figure could shatter it with his bare hands. He could break all dermic arts with brute force. However, in the face of the heaven-slaying sword Chi, the mighty figure felt his scalp tingle and his hairs stood on end. He could not take it head-on with his body. Go! Without hesitation, the mighty figure made a prompt decision and summoned his destiny flying sword right away. He wanted to use his destiny flying sword to defend against the heaven-slaying sword Chi. However, Su Zimo had predicted it and was faster than him. He had already thrown the mystic magnet mountain out of his storage bag with his left hand. The mystic magnet mountain that was a few thousand feet tall descended with a large shadow. It had a terrifying aura and arrived almost at the same time as the heaven-slaying sword Chi. The moment the destiny-flying sword of this mighty figure was summoned, its trajectory was drawn away by the powerful magnetic force released by the mystic magnet mountain. The conjoint body mighty figure's expression changed starkly. His destiny-flying sword was sucked over by the mystic magnet mountain. At the same time, the heaven-slaying sword Chi slashed down. It was too late for the mighty figure to change tactics or conjure a dermic art. He had completely lost the initiative. In that moment of life and death, the mighty figure struggled to turn his body and raise his arms to defend against the heaven-slaying sword Chi. Blood gushed out, almost without any resistance. The arm of the mighty figure was severed by the heaven-slaying sword Chi and fell with fresh blood flowing. This mighty figure was a ruthless character as well. Even after losing an arm, he did not make a sound. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Su Zimo fiercely and retreated, wanting to distance himself from the latter. However, before he could take 2 steps, he grunted and blood drained from his face as his body swayed. Under normal circumstances, a conjoint body mighty figure could regrow their severed arm in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, the mighty figure discovered to his shock that blood did not even stop flowing from his broken arm, let alone grow a new one. Furthermore, the remnant sword Chi around the wound was still tearing his wounds apart and destroying his life force. That was the terror of the heaven-slaying sword Chi. The 3 ancient sword arts destroyed life and one could not even regrow their limbs. Ah! Finally, the mighty figure could not help but let out a tragic cry. His blood Chi was severely depleted and he staggered, almost falling. Right then, his vision darkened as though a huge shadow had enveloped him. Boom! The mystic magnet mountain descended and suppressed the mighty figure beneath it. The blood Chi of this mighty figure was almost destroyed by the heaven-slaying sword Chi and could not withstand the pressure of the mystic magnet mountain at all. A mighty figure that was almost at the peak of the cultivation world was crushed into a meat sludge without a corpse or spirit before he could even say anything. The cultivators were moved. It was too tragic. To cultivate to the conjoint body realm and become a mighty figure, one had to experience countless dangers, opportunities, and encounters. Unfortunately, the tragic outcome of dying in a single battle was truly sorrowful. The path of cultivation was one that defied the heavens and was filled with danger. That was no exaggeration. After this battle, no one else in the secret chamber dared to challenge Su Zimo. Although there were still a few other conjoint body mighty figures, none of them dared to act rashly. An angry argument sounded from the other side of the secret chamber. Great essence creation elixir. Hand it over. I'll definitely get my hands on that elixir. Let's see who dares to fight with me. Immediately, another Dharma characteristic Tao Lord from a supersect stood out. The Great Essence Creation Elixir was also an ancient elixir. It was said that a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord could achieve a minor realm breakthrough just by consuming it. That was definitely a creation that stole from heaven and earth. Although he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard the name of the Great Essence Creation Elixir. Bang! 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 In order to fight for the Great Essence Creation Elixir, the 100 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords had already begun fighting. Many dermic arts collided and a series of sounds could be heard. Right then, the few conjoint body mighty figures in the secret chamber faced off because of an ancient cultivation technique. The reason why I'm here is for this torn section. This is an incomplete copy of my Purple Sun sect that has been lost for many years. Fellow Taoists, please give me some face. My sect will definitely reward you immensely after we leave this place. Purple Sun sect was one of the upper sects of the Middle Continent. A mighty figure of Purple Sun sect cupped his fists with a hint of pleading in his tone. Heh! A mighty figure sneered. It's easy for you to say that. The treasures in this ancient temple have no owner, and you claim that it belongs to Purple Sun sect. That's right. Another mighty figure nodded. If you want a treasure, you've got to fight for it. None of the cultivators who had arrived at the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple wanted to return empty-handed. The mighty figures did not say much before they began fighting as well. Within the secret chamber, cultivators discovered treasures one after another and battles broke out continuously. It was a mess. Su Zimo was the only one who could truly stay out of things. Those cultivators were still rational and none of them dared to provoke him recklessly. As time passed by, more and more cultivators died in that secret chamber with corpses strewn everywhere and grisly blood staining the ground. Time flowed on. The massacre in the secret chamber did not show any signs of stopping. Alongside the birth of many treasures, more and more cultivators went into a frenzy and even lost their minds. Their eyes were completely bloodshot. Initially, there were more than 500 cultivators in this secret chamber. After half an hour, there was only half left. As time passed by, the number of cultivators in the secret chamber decreased rapidly. Even Su Zimo had an urge to kill all the cultivators in the secret chamber and collect all the treasures when he smelled the blood stench. However, he could still retain a trace of rationality. The current situation was unusual, or rather, the entire process had been extremely strange ever since they entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Su Zimo had a nagging feeling that he had neglected something and his essence spirit in his consciousness began to chant Buddhist sutras to try its best to maintain its clarity. Boom! Right then, a loud bang sounded from one of the walls of the secret chamber as cracks appeared and spread continuously. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall collapsed and dust billowed. On the other side of the wall, a group of cultivators were fighting for treasures as well. Upon hearing the sound of the wall collapsing, the cultivators on both sides paused for a moment and looked opposite. Desolate Marshal! Right then, a furious roar sounded from the other side of the wall. Enemies truly often crossed one another's paths. Who would have thought that the walls of the secret chamber would suddenly shatter, and on the other side was Elder Lei Lai of Chaos Essence Sect. Elder Lei Lai's clothes were stained with quite a bit of blood as well. Clearly, he had just gone through a huge battle and was filled with killing intent as he strode over. On Elder Lei Lai's left, another conjoint body mighty figure flew through the air. He was like an unsheathed sword and glared at Su Zimo with an unfriendly expression. A mighty figure of sword sect. On Elder Lei Lai's right, a mighty figure rode on lightning and tore through the air with an electric gaze and a murderous aura. A mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace. 3 mighty figures of super sects were here. Conjoint body mighty figures of super sects had terrifying combat strength that far surpassed ordinary mighty figures. Right now, Su Zimo was only at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. Apart from a minor realm, there was another major realm between him and these conjoint body mighty figures. He could suppress ordinary conjoint body mighty figures. However, he did not know if he could win against the mighty figures of the super sects. Desolate Marshal. Let's see where else you can escape to this time round. Elder Lei Lai sneered. Escape? Su Zimo sneered as well. You think you can kill me with just the 3 of you? If he was at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm, he would not have the confidence to fight against 3 conjoint body mighty figures of super sects head-on. But now, he was at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm and his combat strength had increased exponentially. The 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics had already grown to a height of 87 feet. Great Chaos Essence Palm. Elder Lei Lai hollered and arrived before Su Zimo instantly. He reached out with his palm and crushed down on Su Zimo like a gigantic millstone. That was Chaos Essence Sect's strongest secret skill. Back then, Dean could sweep through anyone of the same cultivation realm with his great Chaos Essence Palm. Elder Lei Lai's great Chaos Essence Palm was clearly much stronger than Yin's. The power of the universe was truly condensed in his palm. When the palm landed, Su Zimo felt that he was not fighting against humans, but against the entire world and could be destroyed at any moment. Startling sword. The mighty figure of Sword Sect slashed with his sword. A bedazzling sword beam descended like a bolt of lightning that could not be avoided. Although Sword Sect had many sword inheritances, the strongest were the lifeless Sword Dao and startling Sword Dao. Without using any secret skills or dermic arts, the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace released his blood chi right away. Wielding a gigantic hammer that shone with electric arcs, he smashed down towards Su Zimo's head. Three mighty figures attacked at the same time. A terrifying power surged like a tsunami, suffocating. Too strong. Those three mighty figures were more than a single level stronger than the conjoint body mighty figures who had just died in Su Zimo's hands. Under that pressure, Su Zimo roared into the skies and three figures appeared within his body instantly, climbing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were 80 feet tall. There was no pause after 80 feet and they grew to a height of 87 feet before long. A heaven and earth dharma characteristic. The crowd was shocked. Even some of the cultivators who were initially fighting stopped temporarily and looked over with dumbfounded expressions. Impossible! Desolate Marshal doesn't just have two heaven and earth dharma characteristics. He has three. It's way too terrifying for a mid-stage dharma characteristic to condense three heaven and earth dharma characteristics that are 87 feet tall. Who is a match for Desolate Marshal at the same cultivation realm? Normally speaking, anyone that could cultivate a heaven and earth dharma characteristic that was 87 feet tall could be considered as a heaven-defying monster incarnate. The way Su Zimo released three heaven and earth dharma characteristics right away was beyond the knowledge of many cultivators. Even Elder Lei Lai and the other two were shocked. The Thunder Dermic body wielded a whip and whipped the incoming Elder of Zephyr Thunder Palace. The whip shone with the power of thunder and crackled in midair. Carrying a destructive aura, it moved unusually and coiled towards the arm of the Zephyr Thunder Palace Elder. The Elder of Zephyr Thunder Palace wielded his gigantic hammer. Among dermic weapons, axes and hammers were the most ferocious. However, the whip of the Thunder Dermic body was extremely flexible and could counter the gigantic hammer of the Zephyr Thunder Palace Elder. Piak! The whip did not clash head-on with the gigantic hammer at all. Instead, it coiled a few times around Elder Zephyr Thunder's arm like a spirit snake and burst forth with immense power of thunder. Ugh! The mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace grunted dully and felt a sharp pain in his arm as though it was pricked by needles. A look of shock flashed through his eyes. This was the impact he had now that he was at the conjoint body realm. He truly could not imagine what would happen to the arm of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord if it was wrapped by that whip. That entire arm would most likely be destroyed right away. On the other side, against Elder Lei Lai's great Chaos Essence Palm, the Rulai Dermic body lowered its head with a dignified expression. It chanted mysterious sutras and extended its palm as well. The palm of the Rulai Dermic body shone with a blinding golden light as though it was covered by a layer of gold foil and collided against the great Chaos Essence Palm. The two palms collided. The Rulai Dermic body trembled slightly but did not move at all. Su Zimo was as steady as a rock as well as he conjured the foundation seal secretly to negate the impact and remnant power of the great Chaos Essence Palm. As for the heavenly fiend Dharma body, it was up against the mighty figure of Sword Sect. The startling sword was indeed extremely startling. However, the sword beam sank into the rumbling pitch-black fiend chi and slowed down. It was no longer startling and was shattered by the heavenly fiend scythe. The first attack of the conjoint body mighty figures of three supersects was negated by Su Zimo's three heaven and earth dharma characteristics. At that moment, Su Zimo was standing in the middle. 387 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristics protected him like ancient titans. They waved their arms and fought against three mighty figures. Right then, it seemed as though Su Zimo possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. Firmament, Imperial Sky Divine Sword, Zephyr Thunderstrike, the 3 conjoint body mighty figures of Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace attacked at the same time and released the top dermic arts of their sects. The dermic powers of conjoint body mighty figures were absolutely boundless. Even the most ordinary dermic arts released by conjoint body mighty figures would release terrifying lethality, let alone top-grade dermic arts like this. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and he had a fearless expression. Controlling the 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics with his spirit consciousness, he waved his 6 arms and fought against the 3 mighty figures. Bang! 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 A deafening sound could be heard with each collision. Elder Lei Lai and the other 2 were from super sects and cultivated top-tier cultivation techniques and secret skills. Every single move they made could shatter mountains and sever rivers. This was the true power of the conjoint body realm. Their bodies seemed to have fused with the world and were unshakable. Even though Su Zimo's heaven and earth dharma characteristics were like ancient titans, they could only barely match the 3 mighty figures. With each clash, the 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics shuddered. I'm still inferior compared to these conjoint body mighty figures of super sects, Su Zimo thought to himself. If his heaven and earth dharma characteristics could grow to a height of 89 feet or 90 feet, he would be able to suppress these conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo did not know that although Elder Lei Lai and the other 2 had the upper hand at the moment, the shock in their hearts had already reached an extreme. The 3 of them were mighty figures from super sects. Given their combat strength, it was nothing difficult for them to suppress 100 mighty figures of the same cultivation realm single-handedly. But now, a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord could fight against 3 of them single-handedly. Furthermore, although they had the upper hand, it was difficult for them to shatter the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics no matter how they channeled their dermic arts or released their trump cards. The 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were more corporeal than any other heaven and earth Dharma characteristic they had seen before. It's truly hard to imagine how Desolate Marshal managed to cultivate to this point. That thought flashed through Elder Lei Lai's mind. Prior to this, they had also heard some news regarding Su Zimo, the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking, the Tao inheritance ground where he killed many titular disciples and the establishment of the Tao by Desolate Marshal. However, in the depths of their hearts, they did not truly view Su Zimo as a great enemy. They were conjoint body mighty figures. Even if Su Zimo had entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he was a major cultivation realm away from them. This was an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, Elder Lei Lai and the other 2 truly realized how terrifying Su Zimo was. Although Tao Lord Desolate Marshal was only at the Dharma characteristic realm, he could already fight against experts like them. Once Desolate Marshal entered the conjoint body realm, wouldn't Tianhuang mainland be overwhelmed? Elder Lei Lai finally understood something. The sect's half-martial ancestor Defan disregarded his status and attempted to kill Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, who was still at the Void Reversion realm. It was not only because his clansman Dean was killed. Another important reason was that Defan could sense Desolate Marshal's terrifying potential. Kill. He had to seize this opportunity to kill Desolate Marshal here. Kill. Almost at the same time, 3 conjoint body mighty figures channeled their blood chi and dermic powers to their limits to suppress Su Zimo. As long as they could break through the defense of the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, they could close in and kill Desolate Marshal completely with their bodies and bloodlines as conjoint body mighty figures. Although the Green Lotus true body was tough, it could not defend against the body of a mighty figure. Avicii, Sandstorm, Purple Thunderstorm. Under the protection of 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, Su Zimo changed hand seals repeatedly and released more than 30 dermic arts in one go. Instantly, the dermic powers in the hall surged. Bang! 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 Elder Lei Lai and the other 2 were shocked. They had not expected Su Zimo's counterattack to be so ferocious. They could not even steady themselves against the impact of more than 30 dermic arts, let alone close in. They could not help but retreat continuously. So many dermic arts. Some cultivators were secretly shocked when they saw that. Any one of those dermic arts was enough for countless Tao lords to fight for it. To think that Su Zimo would release more than 30 in one go. What sort of strength was that? 3 conjoint body mighty figures were forced back by Su Zimo. However, that was not the end of his counterattack. Swoosh! Suddenly, 3 balls of flames appeared beside Su Zimo. Scarlet, Immortal Tao Fire. Golden, Buddhist Tao Fire. Black, Fiend Tao Fire. The 3 balls of flames appeared and the temperature in the hall rose. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and the 3 balls of flames converged rapidly. The Samadhi Tao Fire descended. Many cultivators retreated. Some cultivators were initially fighting on the other side. The moment their dermic arts were formed, they were burned by the heat released by the Samadhi Tao Fire. Go! Su Zimo hollered and directed the Samadhi Tao Fire towards Elder Lei Lai. How dare you embarrass yourself with such a puny flame? Elder Lei Lai sneered and reached out, wanting to crush the ball of flames. I'll take your life with that puny flame. Before his sentence was finished, an essence spirit flame burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella and entered the Samadhi Tao Fire instantly. The power of the Tao Fire exploded. The Kacharati Tao Fire. The increase in power was not 10% or 20%, but twice. The Samadhi Tao Fire was truly of no threat to Elder Lei Lai and the others. They could extinguish the Samadhi Tao Fire with a casual punch. However, the might of the Kacharati Tao Fire was something that even the body of a conjoint body mighty figure could not withstand. This is bad. We've been tricked. Elder Lei Lai's expression changed. Su Zimo's 4th essence spirit fire was only released when Elder Lei Lai was about to grab the Samadhi Tao Fire in his hands. At that moment, it was already too late for Elder Lei Lai to stop. Swoosh! The ball of flames exploded in Elder Lei Lai's palm instantly, releasing a terrifying, fiery power. The flesh on Elder Lei Lai's palm sizzled from the heat and white bones were even revealed. It was a shocking sight. Ah! Elder Lei Lai's face was pale as he let out a tragic cry. The Kacharati Tao Fire burned at an extremely fast speed and extended down his palm towards his entire arm. His sleeves turned into ashes instantly. His entire arm was shrouded by the Kacharati Tao Fire. Swoosh! Elder Lei Lai channeled his blood chi fanatically, wanting to suppress the Kacharati Tao Fire on his arm. However, his bloodline had yet to reach the tsunami blood realm. When it collided with the Kacharati Tao Fire, it sizzled and was in a stalemate. This stalemate was an even greater torture for Elder Lei Lai. Half of his arm was still burned by the Kacharati Tao Fire and the flesh on it had already been burned into ashes, leaving only white bones behind. The physique of a mighty figure was indeed terrifying. Even with the might of the Kacharati Tao Fire, it could only incinerate Elder Lei Lai's flesh, but it could not burn his bones to ashes. A vicious glint flashed through Elder Lei Lai's eyes. He flipped his hand and withdrew a cold saber, prepared to sever his arm to resolve the pain. A conjoint body mighty figure could regrow a severed arm as well. Although he would lose a lot of blood chi, it was much better than being burned by the Kacharati Tao Fire and enduring the torture continuously. Watch out! Unexpectedly, 2 hurried yells sounded in his ears. It was a reminder from the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace not far away. Immediately after, a strong sense of danger surged into his heart. A white sword chi slashed down with endless killing intent, as though it wanted to slice the void into 2. Boom! The Rulai dermic body strode forward and extended a gigantic golden palm that carried the might of the world, crushing down on Elder Lei Lai. Such guts! Elder Lei Lai was enraged. Desolate marshal, you wish to kill me? After he was injured by the Kacharati Tao Fire, most of his attention was on how he should destroy it. That gave Su Zimo the advantage to initiate. As for the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace, they were blocked by the Heavenly Fiend Dharma body and Thunder Dermic body and could not render assistance. The situation of the 3 of them surrounding Su Zimo had suddenly turned into a one-on-one fight between Elder Lei Lai and Su Zimo. This was a form of control over the situation. There were not many people who could compare to Su Zimo in this aspect. Great Chaos Essence Palm. Elder Lei Lai raised his intact left arm and released his sect's secret skill, colliding heavily against the golden palm above his head. At the same time, he raised his right arm that was burned by the Kacharati Dao fire and blocked in front of the heaven-slaying sword chi. The heaven-slaying sword chi severed Elder Lei Lai's right arm. The severed arm fell to the ground. Without the dermic powers of the conjoint body realm to defend, the Kacharati Dao fire intensified and burned the severed arm into ashes instantly. Thank you, desolate marshal, Elder Lei Lai sneered. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had lived for more than 10,000 years and had been through countless battles with rich combat experience. Earlier on, his intention was to rely on the heaven-slaying sword chi to sever his arm. Not only did he neutralize the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi, he even managed to remove the Kacharati Dao fire that was burning on his arm. No one who could cultivate to the conjoint body realm was someone easy to deal with. Thank me. Su Zimo's voice sounded behind him in an extremely cold manner. The gift I'm giving you is still on the way. Elder Lei Lai sensed that something was amiss the moment he expressed his thanks. He wanted to channel his blood chi to regrow his arm. However, the wound on his arm still had countless sword chi remaining and was tearing his wounds apart with blood flowing endlessly. Of course, with his dermic powers, he could purge the sword chi from his broken arm after resting for a few days. However, at that moment, he was on the battlefield and Su Zimo had already arrived behind him silently. He did not have the chance at all. This change completely exceeded Elder Lei Lai's expectations and had a huge impact on him. Fellow Taoists, help me! A flustered look flashed through Elder Lei Lai's eyes as he shouted. Help me delay this lad for a moment. Too late. Su Zimo sneered and suddenly opened his mouth, roaring. Kill! Thunderclap Kill had descended. This sound domain secret skill was instantaneous and difficult to defend against. Under normal circumstances, given Elder Lei Lai's physique and bloodline, Su Zimo's Thunderclap Kill would not affect him at all. But now that Elder Lei Lai's arm was severed and his blood chi was draining without stopping, he was in a state of panic. That roar nearly tore his guts. Elder Lei Lai's body shuddered and he paused for a moment. Su Zimo seized the opportunity and a green beam of light flew out from his glabella. It was the Creation Lotus platform. Reaching out, Su Zimo gripped the Creation Lotus platform in his palm and smashed it towards Elder Lei Lai's head. Bang! That smash was solid. Even with the Green Lotus true body, it was difficult to break through Elder Lei Lai's body. However, the Creation Lotus platform was different. Even if the Creation Green Lotus was not in its complete form and was merely a lotus platform, its toughness was not something that a body of flesh and blood could defend against. That single attack split Elder Lei Lai's head open and flesh splattered everywhere. A huge chunk of Elder Lei Lai's head caved in, and his skull was mostly shattered. Pest! The crowd gasped. It was too tragic. A revered conjoint body mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect was beaten to such a state. Shoo! An essence spirit left the orifice and escaped into the distance with a flustered expression. It was Elder Lei Lai. However, his essence spirit did not manage to escape far before his vision darkened, as though 5 gigantic mountains were approaching him rapidly. Elder Lei Lai's pupils constricted violently, and he did not know what happened. However, it was clear for the bystanders. Many cultivators had long noticed that the 80-odd feet tall Rulai dermic body had already stood guard before Elder Lei Lai's essence spirit left his body and opened its gigantic palm. Although Elder Lei Lai's essence spirit escaped, it could not escape from the Rulai dermic body. The 5 mountains he saw were merely the fingers of the Rulai dermic body. Boom! The Rulai dermic body closed its fingers and gripped its palm tightly. Instantly, Elder Lei Lai's essence spirit was crushed by the palm of the Rulai dermic body and perished on the spot. The entire hall froze momentarily. Dead. A conjoint body mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect was killed by a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Even his essence spirit could not escape. Furthermore, this was a 1 versus 3 situation. Initially, the 3 mighty figures surrounded Su Zimo but could not take him down forcefully. Now that Elder Lei Lai was dead, there were only two mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace left. Su Zimo turned around with a cold gaze. With a single thought, the Rulai-dermic body charged over and joined the battle as well. Three heaven and earth dharma characteristics fought against two mighty figures. This time round, the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace were already disadvantaged. From time to time, Su Zimo would release the heaven-slaying sword chi at the side, and it was impossible to defend against. As time passed by, the two mighty figures were pushed back in defeat in a wretched manner. Boom! Before long, the Rulai-dermic body obtained an opportunity and punched the mighty figure of Sword Sect on the chest, causing his body to fly. The mighty figure of Sword Sect flew a few thousand feet away and smashed against the wall behind him, sliding down slowly. His tendons and bones felt like they were about to split, and he had a pained expression. Of course, that single punch was not enough to threaten his life. The mighty figure of Sword Sect was defeated, and the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace was the only one left. He could not defend against the ferocious attacks of the three heaven and earth dharma characteristics. A flash of blood appeared. A bloodied wound appeared on the abdomen of the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace, and his organs nearly slid out. Piak! Immediately after, the whip of the thunder-dermic body struck the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace and sent him flying as well into the wall. Both mighty figures were defeated. Su Zimo won against three opponents single-handedly. Boom! When the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace collided against the wall, it caused the wall to collapse and countless stone slabs fell with dust billowing. The mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace took advantage of the chaos to escape to the other side of the wall. Su Zimo sped forward. He stopped instinctively at the edge of the wall. On the other side of the wall was another group of cultivators that were trapped in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Right now, they were in a fierce battle with only slightly more than 100 people left. Dao Lord Purple Sword of Sword Sect and Monk Black Gold of Diamond Monastery were among them. Su Zimo frowned. Something was amiss. The strange feeling spiraling in his heart intensified. Every cultivator had expended a lot of energy in the consecutive battles. Su Zimo's situation was similar. After all, he was only at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. In order to suppress three mighty figures of Super Sects domineeringly, he expended immense dharmic powers. His three heaven and earth dharma characteristics were already at the end of their flight and dim without light. The cultivators who survived till now in those secret chambers were all experts with countless trump cards, and none of them were easy to deal with. Su Zimo was still pondering about the strange feeling he had when he entered the ancient temple. He stood on the spot motionlessly and did not continue to chase after the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace. Right then, something happened. Not far away from Su Zimo, an unassuming wooden fish in the dust suddenly exploded and two golden beams of light burst forth from it, speeding towards him. Sensing it long ago, Su Zimo swept his gaze and could not help but shudder. He could clearly see that the two golden beams were Buddha beads. More importantly, the materials, size, and even aura of the two Buddha beads were identical to the Mingwang prayer beads on his left wrist. There were two different dermic seals etched on the two Buddha beads as well. The final two Buddha beads of the Mingwang prayer beads that were lost. Even with Su Zimo's temperament, he was slightly emotional at the sudden sight of the two Buddha beads. After all, the dermic seals on the two Buddha beads were the strongest and most ferocious of the Daming dermic seals. Furthermore, if the two Buddha beads were connected to the four Buddha beads on his left wrist, the Mingwang prayer beads would be complete and whole. This dermic weapon that was once the foundation of Daming Monastery would unleash its true might. The Mingwang prayer beads had been passed down for a long time, and only the titular disciple of Daming Monastery had a chance to wear them. Unfortunately, the Mingwang prayer beads were destroyed and lost in a massive battle tens of thousands of years ago and had never been assembled again. But now that Su Zimo had the chance to recover the Mingwang prayer beads, how could he not be tempted? Monk Yuan Bei was already in his twilight years. Daming Monastery had long vanished as well. If the Mingwang prayer beads could be restored, it would hold an extraordinary meaning for Monk Yuan Bei, Daming Monastery, and even Su Zimo himself. Without any hesitation, Su Zimo reached out and grabbed the 2 Buddha beads. Desolate Marshal, this belongs to the Buddhist monasteries. You can't taint it. Monk Black Gold hollered and charged forward with widened eyes. His body shone with a golden glow as though he was covered in a layer of gold foil that shone with divinity. Radiant and golden. He was unstoppable. Humph! Su Zimo sneered. This is indeed something from the Buddhist monasteries. But what has it got to do with Diamond Monastery? How dare you come and snatch the Mingwang prayer beads? The entire cultivation world knew that Su Zimo had inherited the legacy of Daming Monastery. In Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo was probably the only one qualified to wear the Mingwang prayer beads. I don't care who you are. I'm bent on getting my hands on the Mingwang prayer beads. Anyone that fights with me can't blame me for going on a massacre. The reason why Monk Black Gold came this time round was because of the Mingwang prayer beads. He was fearless even against Su Zimo. He was the second on the previous Dharma characteristic ranking. Bang! Reaching out. His blood chi surged and the bloodline on his palm expanded. It shone with a golden light and crushed down on Su Zimo's head with an endless might. Diamond Monastery specialized in body tempering and was the strongest in melee combat in the Buddhist monasteries. Although Monk Black Gold's bloodline had not cultivated to the tsunami blood realm, the faint sound of tides could already be heard when he channeled his blood chi. The moment Su Zimo grabbed the 2 Buddha beads, Monk Black Gold's attack descended. He willed. The 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics of the Thunderdermic body, Rulai Dermic body and Heavenly Fiend Dharma body attacked at the same time and suppressed Monk Black Gold. Even if the 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics were at the end of the road, they were not something that a physical body could defend against. Boom! A loud bang sounded from within Monk Black Gold's body as a gigantic figure appeared above his head that shone with endless golden light. This was the first time he had used his heaven and earth dharma characteristic after entering the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. 18 meters metal body. The legacy dharma characteristic of Diamond Monastery. Cultivators who cultivated that dharma characteristic would be able to condense 60 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristics at the early stage dharma characteristic realm. As their cultivation increased, their dharma characteristics would increase continuously. Back then, Monk Black Gold only lost to Tao Lord Immortal Sword by a single move. His 18 meters metal body was also 85 feet tall. However, that was the battlefield of the previous Dharma characteristic ranking and it was close to 1,000 years ago. Right now, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that Monk Black Gold cultivated had already reached a height of 89 feet and was the same as Tao Lord Immortal Sword. Boom! The 18 meters metal body collided heavily against Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. It shuddered. Although the 18 meters metal body was a level higher than Su Zimo's 3 Dharma characteristics in terms of height, it was still slightly inferior to fight against 3 of them single-handedly. Furthermore, the grade of the 18 meters metal body was much weaker than the Rulai-dermic body to begin with. Even the 3 battered heaven and earth Dharma characteristics released terrifying power and shattered Monk Black Gold's 18 meters metal body completely. After that battle, Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were riddled with holes as well. Formless heaven and earth. Right then, a clear voice sounded. It was calm and indifferent but contained immense power as it descended on Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. The 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. He swept his gaze across. The one who attacked was a monk of Formless Monastery, a conjoint body mighty figure. In Formless Monastery, there was a secret skill known as the Formless Heaven and Earth. When released, that secret skill could cause an opponent's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The name of Formless Monastery was related to that secret skill as well. In the previous Dharma characteristic rankings, many cultivators were most unwilling to face monks of Formless Monastery. Imagine that the battle had just begun and one's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic had just been formed when it was destroyed by a secret skill. How was he going to fight? Of course, that secret skill was not invincible as well. If he wanted to shatter the other party's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, The monk of Formless Monastery had to have a high enough cultivation realm and a deep understanding of that secret skill. Furthermore, that secret skill was useless against a supreme Dharma characteristic. At that moment, it was not only Diamond Monastery and Formless Monastery. Even the monks of Hollow Monastery and Wisdom Monastery and the nun of Clear Heart Nunnery were targeting Su Zimo. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was surrounded once more. Desolate Marshal. Let's see how long more you can last without your heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Monk Black Gold hollered. The moment he said that, a dull thud sounded from his chest. It was dull and powerful, like an ancient divine being beating a drum. Develop a mind that abides nowhere. Monk Black Gold uttered the words with a robust, metallic sound. Dong. Another dull thud sounded. Others might not know about it, but Su Zimo cultivated many Buddhist sutras and knew that this was from the Diamond Sutra, a secret classic of Diamond Monastery. By comprehending its obscurities and cultivating to the perfected realm, one could condense an incomparably strong diamond heart. The diamond heart could boost one's blood chi exponentially, increasing their strength by a few folds. The dull thuds were none other than the beating of Monk Black Gold's diamond heart. There was naturally a reason why Monk Black Gold was able to reach second on the Dharma characteristic ranking 1,000 years ago. Swoosh! His blood chi surged and the sound of a tsunami echoed from his body. With the help of the diamond heart, Monk Black Gold's bloodline reached the realm of tsunami blood. Desolate Marshal. Hand over the Buddha beads and I'll spare your life. He strode towards Su Zimo with huge strides and his eyes bulged slightly. They were menacing and shone with a resplendent golden light. He even used the visual technique of Diamond Monastery. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he looked at Monk Black Gold. Suddenly, his hand that was holding the Buddha beads trembled. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo suddenly threw the 2 Buddha beads in his hands over. This sudden change stunned many cultivators. Desolate Marshal had always been domineering. How could he have been scared into submission by a single sentence from Monk Black Gold? Or could it be that Desolate Marshal was truly exhausted and could no longer fight? Many cultivators were puzzled. However, everyone quickly cast those doubts aside and attacked one after another to fight for the Buddha beads. The battle was completely ignited. On the other hand, Su Zimo became an outsider and stood outside the battlefield. A look of shock flashed through his eyes as he murmured softly, "Fake! It's all fake." He had long sensed that something was amiss. Everything seemed to have gone too smoothly. From the moment they entered the secret chamber, every cultivator could find what they wanted without spending much effort. Initially, Su Zimo merely thought that the treasures in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple were truly endless. However, he only came to a gradual realization after he fought Monk Black Gold and thought about the Diamond Sutra thereafter. The Diamond Sutra was a secret manual of Diamond Monastery that Su Zimo had never cultivated before. However, in the Tao Inheritance Ground, he obtained some legacies of the Buddhist monasteries. Among them, there was a mighty figure of the Buddhist monasteries who mentioned something about the Diamond Sutra. Su Zimo opened his mouth gently and said a verse of the sutra. Everything is dharmic and illusory like a dream. Like dew and lightning, everything is merely fleeting. Although the verse was ordinary, every single word seemed to possess a mysterious power. As the verse was chanted, the scene before Su Zimo changed continuously before coming to a stop. There was no secret chamber or treasure before him. He was still in the grand hall he arrived in when he just entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. On the walls were the 4 humongous and menacing Vajras. The green lights flickered sinisterly beneath the walls. Nothing changed, and none of them had left the hall. Everywhere Su Zimo looked, he could see countless corpses and fresh blood. The entire hall was dyed red with blood, and the stench of blood filled the air. He saw Monk Black Gold, Tao Lord Purple Sword, the mighty figure of Sword Sect and the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace. Those people were still fighting. Ha 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 ha. Monk Black Gold reared his head in wild laughter. I've got it. The Mingwang prayer beads are mine. Su Zimo looked at everything in shock and felt chills run down his spine. In Monk Black Gold's hands, there were no Mingwang prayer beads. There were 2 bloodied eyeballs. However, Monk Black Gold and all the cultivators present, including Su Zimo earlier on, fell into a hallucination and thought that the 2 eyeballs were the Mingwang prayer beads. This is the ancient Overlord Spear of Overlord Palace. Anyone who dares to fight for it is going against Overlord Palace. A Tao Lord of the Fiend sex possessed torrential fiend flames and killed in all directions. However, what he was wielding was not the ancient Overlord Spear, but a bone that had appeared out of nowhere. A cultivator hid in a corner, drinking blood from the ground in huge mouthfuls. However, he mumbled, "The heavens are truly on my side. To think that I would find a primordial divine spring in this ancient temple. Crazy." Everyone had gone crazy. Within that illusion, nothing could be seen clearly. The only way one could make out everything that was happening in the hall clearly was if they got out. All the treasures were fake. However, the fights between the cultivators were real. There were at least 5,000 cultivators who entered the hall, but now, there were less than 1,000 left. Furthermore, that number was still decreasing rapidly. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled something and hurriedly took out the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir he had obtained from his storage bag. It was the same as what he had seen. In other words, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir was real. The entire place was a mix of truth and fiction. True and fake. Everything was a dreamlike fantasy. At that moment, Su Zimo was in a daze and could not figure it out. What was even more frightening was who set this trap and dragged the 5,000-odd cultivators who entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple inside it. Even conjoint body mighty figures could not break free from that illusion. Even with Su Zimo's Tao heart, he was deceived for a long time before waking up. Who was it? What was his cultivation realm? Dharma characteristic realm? Conjoint body realm? Why did he set up such a trap? Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled the many legends about the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. He vaguely realized that there was something wrong with the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple to begin with. All these years, cultivators who died in the Ancient Temple most likely died in their own hallucinations without waking up. The battle continued. Even Monk Black Gold, who was ranked 2nd on the Dharma characteristic ranking, was killed by a mighty figure after killing many cultivators consecutively and died on the spot. Even at death's door, Monk Black Gold did not break free from his hallucinations and was still indignant with widened eyes. It was impossible for Su Zimo to wake the cultivators from their hallucinations. The moment he approached them, the cultivators seemed to be agitated and attacked him wildly, thinking that he was here to fight for their treasures. In reality, the so-called treasures were merely bones and broken limbs. Some of the cultivators even held a severed head like a treasure with intoxicated expressions. His spirit perception warned him repeatedly. His spirit perception had been warning him ever since he stepped foot into the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. However, Su Zimo could not sense where the danger was at all. He had already obtained the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, and right now, the only thing on his mind was to leave this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple that was even more terrifying than hell. Bang! 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 Su Zimo avoided some cultivators and struck continuously against the 4 stone doors of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. However, he could not shake the stone doors with his strength. He could not get out. A sinister wind suddenly blew in the sealed hall. Su Zimo felt a chill run down his spine as though someone was approaching him. Hurriedly, he summoned his creation Lotus Platform, and it hovered above his head as he turned around. There was nothing. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo stabilized his Tao heart and chanted internally. Everything is dermic and illusory like a dream. Like dew and lightning, everything is merely fleeting. Immediately after, he felt his hairs stand on end. He merely chanted that sentence internally. However, he truly heard that sentence as every single word reverberated through the hall. It was a completely foreign voice. It was round, calm and pure with a unique magnetism. However, to Su Zimo, it sounded like the voice of a demon from hell that sent chills down his spine. Apart from him who was awake and could say those words, there was another person awake in the hall. It was most likely the person who set the trap. Su Zimo did not move at all and tried his best to remain calm as his eyes shone with a cold glint. The voice was erratic and he could not determine where the person who set up the trap was. Furthermore, only he could hear that voice. The other cultivators in the ancient temple were still immersed in their hallucinations as they fought and massacred one another. None of them heard the voice. Fellow Taoist, you sure are capable to be able to comprehend an illusion's secret skill, as such from the Diamond Sutra. Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke. Although he had not cultivated the Diamond Sutra before, he knew that it was a body-tempering technique of Diamond Monastery. Throughout history, there had never been a monk of Diamond Monastery that comprehended such a secret skill from the Diamond Sutra. One could imagine the level of comprehension and talent the person who set this trap had. There were many different types of illusion techniques in the cultivation world. The sect that was best at illusion techniques was the Fiend sect, Illusion Fiend cult. However, Su Zimo had fought against the paragons of Illusion Fiend cult before, and even their secret skills could not bewitch him. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had never encountered such a terrifying illusion technique. In truth, he had been extremely cautious the moment he entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Even so, he was still tricked. In fact, even now, he could not figure out when the illusion technique descended. Was it after he entered the ancient temple or after he snatched the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir? The person who set this trap gave Su Zimo a feeling that he was more terrifying than all the enemies he had encountered in the past. Diin and Tao Lord Hatred did not give him the same pressure as this person either. This was an extremely dangerous existence. In fact, Su Zimo knew nothing about him. He was only making a preliminary guess that the person who set this trap was most likely an expert of the Buddhist monasteries. Su Zimo's sudden statement was partly due to his shock at the methods of the person who laid the trap. At the same time, he was testing the waters to try and locate the person who laid the trap. Fufu. The voice laughed and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Although Su Zimo was expressionless, his heart stirred. He still could not find the ladder. There was no way for him to fight. Right from the beginning, the person who set the trap had been taking the initiative to lead him and everyone else by the nose. Right then, Su Zimo felt like he was being spied on. Suddenly, he turned around and focused his gaze. That single look caused his pupils to constrict. On the wall on the east side of the ancient temple, the 90 feet tall country pillar Vajra actually walked down from the wall. He was dressed in white armor and held a pipa as he glared at Su Zimo angrily. "Pest!" Su Zimo gasped. One of the 4 Vajras came alive. This was definitely not a hallucination. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled something. Ever since he entered the ancient temple, he had a feeling that he was being spied on, but he could not find the source. Now that he thought about it, the feeling of being spied on came from this guardian Vajra. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the country pillar Vajra hugged his pipa and strummed his fingertips against the strings, letting out an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing that contained a steely killing intent. Frowning, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his ears and could not help but grunt. Dozens of cultivators that were fighting around the vicinity of the country pillar Vajra suddenly stopped with stiff expressions. Poof! 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 Immediately after, streaks of blood appeared on the faces and bodies of the dozens of cultivators and exploded into blood mists. If Su Zimo could not withstand the sound of the pipa even with his physique, the outcome of the other cultivators was imaginable. All of a sudden, sensing something, Su Zimo looked to the other side. On the southern wall, a 90 feet tall figure walked down with a terrifying aura. The Growth Vajra. This figure was green and wore armor. Wielding a sword, he was filled with killing intent. The sword slashed forward. More than 100 cultivators in front of him were severed at the waist. In fact, there were even conjoint body mighty figures among them as endless blood splattered in a shocking manner. What was even more frightening was that the cultivators were still hallucinating and could not break free even till their deaths. Roar! Right then, a loud dragon roar sounded from the west. He turned towards the voice. The boundless vision Vajra on the west wall had come to life as well. Dressed in red armor, there was a scarlet divine dragon coiling around his muscular arm. It opened its gigantic mouth and let out a deafening roar. The moment the scarlet dragon flew out, it opened its mouth and swallowed the dozens of cultivators that stood in its way instantly. There was no blood even. Dozens of Dharma-characteristic Tao lords were devoured. The number of cultivators in the grand primordium ancient temple decreased. Su Zimo turned around once more and looked at the north wall. True enough, the infinite hearing Vajra on the north wall had already arrived as well. He was 90 feet tall and was green, wearing armor as well. He wielded a treasure umbrella that seemed like it could cover the skies. When the infinite hearing Vajra released his arm, the umbrella spun out. The 100-odd cultivators enveloped by the umbrella were suddenly sucked towards it by a powerful suction force. It was as though there was an endless abyss beneath the umbrella that devoured all the cultivators present without any corpse left. The 4 guardian Vajras were all alive. To be precise, right from the beginning, the 4 guardian Vajras were not dead objects or merely drawings on the walls. Hundreds of cultivators were killed instantly the moment the 4 of them made a move. There were less than 500 cultivators alive in the hall. The 4 guardian Vajras were way too terrifying. Even with Su Zimo's cultivation, he felt suffocated against the might of the 4 guardian Vajras. Were the 4 guardian Vajras the ones who set the trap? Something was amiss. There must be something wrong. The 4 guardian Vajras were legends of the Buddhist monasteries. Even if they were real, they should have been in the upper world and definitely not Tianhuang mainland. Otherwise, they would no longer be mere legends. There would definitely be clear records of them in the ancient books of the Buddhist monasteries in Tianhuang mainland. In other words, the 4 guardian Vajras before him were definitely not the legendary 4 Vajras of the Buddhist monasteries. However, Su Zimo was convinced that everything he saw was not a hallucination. The massacre of the 4 guardian Vajras earlier on was real as well. Without taking a step forward, the 4 guardian Vajras glared at Su Zimo. A mocking look flashed through their eyes as they wanted to see if Su Zimo could guess the final answer. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. That single thought was extremely terrifying and he felt chills run down his spine because of it. However, the more he thought about it, the more likely it was the truth. Indeed, the 4 guardian Vajras before him were not the legendary 4 Vajras of the Buddhist monasteries. That was because the 4 guardian Vajras before him were all 90 feet tall supreme Dharma characteristics. Supreme Dharma characteristics, Su Zimo said slowly. Fellow Taoists, the 4 of you sure are capable. 4? Fufu. Suddenly, the voice sounded and laughed, seemingly mocking. A figure walked out slowly from the darkness before Su Zimo. There was only a single figure. There was no one else. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of a possibility. You're wrong about one thing. There's no 4 of us. I'm alone, the figure said slowly. Pest! Su Zimo was stunned and his eyes flashed with shock. When he saw the 4 supreme Dharma characteristics, his first reaction was that 4 monster incarnates of the Dharma characteristic realm had joined forces to set up a trap in the Grand Primordium ancient temple. However, he had not expected that all 4 supreme Dharma characteristics were cultivated by a single person. One person, for Dharma characteristics. Up till this point of his cultivation, how many opportunities and encounters had Su Zimo come across? There were probably not many people who could compare with the opportunity he had in the Tao inheritance ground. Even then, he only cultivated 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. However, the figure before him had 4 Dharma characteristics. Furthermore, all of them were supreme Dharma characteristics. That was way too terrifying. Notwithstanding the 4 supreme Dharma characteristics, the fact that a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was able to lure more than 5,000 cultivators, conjoint body mighty figures included, into a trap in the Grand Primordium ancient temple using a single illusion technique. What sort of methods were those? The likes of Diin and Tao Lord Hatred were far inferior compared to this person before Su Zimo. Even his green lotus true body could not compare to the person before him. Su Zimo believed that with his talent and comprehension of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taos, His green lotus true body would eventually be able to cultivate all three heaven and earth dharma characteristics to the level of the 90 feet supreme. Even so, he only had 3, it was still 1 less than the 4 of the person who set this trap. Of course, that did not mean that Su Zimo was inferior to that person. If he included his dragon true body, Su Zimo would definitely be able to fight this person with both true bodies. If he could attain greater mastery of his martial Dao true body, this person would be even less of a match for him. Even so, it was shocking enough to know that 4 heaven and earth dharma characteristics were formed by a single person. This generation was truly filled with paragons and monster incarnates. Even a Tao Lord who had formed 4 supreme dharma characteristics had appeared. A monster incarnate as such was definitely not a nobody. Why hadn't anyone heard of this person before? As Su Zimo pondered, the figure had already arrived before him and revealed his true appearance. Unexpectedly, this was not a monk. The intruder was dressed in grayish-white robes and had shoulder-length hair that covered most of his face, revealing only one eye. That eye was clear, bright and gentle, as though it possessed boundless wisdom. With the eye, it was as though all the panic, fear, uneasiness and nervousness had vanished and one would calm down. Unless they witnessed it personally, it was hard for anyone to imagine that a cultivator with such a pure eye would be so ruthless and cold-blooded. There seemed to be a thin, blood scar on the person's glabella. However, the scar was covered by his long hair and could not be seen clearly. While Su Zimo was sizing up the white-robed man, the latter was doing the same. The white-robed man seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly, revealing a reminiscent expression. A moment later, his expression changed as he looked at Su Zimo in disbelief and shock. "It's you." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. Although it was only 2 words, the information revealed by those words was way too great. From the tone of the white-robed man, it was clear that the latter had seen him before. However, no matter how Su Zimo tried, he could not recall where he had seen this person before. Although this person's appearance was not outstanding, Su Zimo believed that he would definitely not forget anyone who had such clear and pure eyes. What a surprise! The white-robed man shook his head gently and lamented. "You've seen me before?" Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. The white-robed man smiled meaningfully and did not deny. "We met once." Once. Countless clues surfaced in Su Zimo's mind. The answer was about to surface. As long as he connected the fragments and clues together, that would be the final answer. They had only met once. Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, more than 100 years ago. Fresh blood. Suddenly, Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he glared at the white-robed man before him and said word by word, "So, it's you, Tao Lord Blood Fiend." The white-robed man was stunned. Su Zimo said slowly, "More than 100 years ago, in the underground fiend palace of the North region, the resurrected white bone in the coffin was you." At that moment, although Su Zimo still had many questions in his mind, there was an explanation for many of them. Back then, Su Zimo was still at the Foundation establishment realm. Under Demoness Ji's invitation, he ventured deep underground to explore the inheritance of the fiend sections. To think that he would meet with immense danger and almost died. At that time, the white bones in the ancient coffin were resurrected and sucked the flesh of cultivators. Su Zimo had to make use of the divine phoenix bone to severely injure them. Finally, the ground collapsed and buried everything. As for Su Zimo and Demoness Ji, they hid in the stone coffin as well and avoided the calamity. It was in that stone coffin that Su Zimo obtained the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and a Mingwang prayer bead. Later on, when he heard the legend of Tao Lord Blood Fiend from monk Yuan Bei, he realized that the person suppressed in the stone coffin was most likely Tao Lord Blood Fiend. Of course, there were many details that could not be explained. For example, who was the one that suppressed Tao Lord Blood Fiend in the stone coffin? Why was there a single Mingwang prayer bead left in the stone coffin? If Tao Lord Blood Fiend knew the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, why did he carve the cultivation technique on the coffin lid? Was it because he wanted to pass down the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra? The white-robed man did not refute and merely looked at Su Zimo indifferently. Su Zimo was even more certain now as he said coldly. That single encounter between us you mentioned was in the Fiend Palace underground. However, you were just a skeleton back then. The difference compared to now is truly great. You've changed quite a bit as well, the white-robed man said. Back then, you were merely a little Foundation establishment cultivator. I didn't recognize you at the first instance when you grew to such an extent after more than 100 years. By saying that, the white-robed man indirectly acknowledged Su Zimo's speculation. Su Zimo looked at the corpses strewn all over the hall and sighed internally. The reason why you spent so much effort to set this trap was because you wanted to make use of the fresh blood of these cultivators to cultivate the blood refinement Fiend Sutra and recover your cultivation. Back when he heard that the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple had descended on Tianhuang mainland for the first time more than 100 years ago, he had already sensed that something was amiss. The timing was rather coincidental. However, he did not think too much about it. Now, it seemed like Dao Lord Bloodfiend had set up this trap in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple after his rebirth in order to recover his cultivation swiftly. Over the years, countless cultivators have been buried here each time the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple descended. Their blood became a source of cultivation for Dao Lord Bloodfiend. The sounds of fighting and killing in the surroundings gradually faded. Right now, there were less than 200 cultivators remaining in the hall. Even though the remaining people had expended all their dermic powers, they were still fighting for the treasures with bloodshot eyes as though they had gone mad. Right from the beginning, the white-robed man did not make any moves at all. What he wanted to do was to release some specious news and lure the cultivators into the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Thereafter, he would release an illusion technique and bury the 5,000-odd cultivators there. The white-robed man was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Su Zimo had once heard Monk Yuan Bei mention some legends about Dao Lord Bloodfiend. However, he only felt that fear when he truly faced this expert of the past. It was not only in terms of strength but also his mental state, wisdom, planning, and aura. There was also an indescribable pressure. When Su Zimo realized that the white-robed man before him was Dao Lord Bloodfiend, there was an explanation for everything. Of course, there were still some things that he could not figure out. What's up with this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple? Although there are no treasures inside, this ancient temple is real. How can you shift such a massive ancient temple continuously? Su Zimo asked. According to the rumors outside, the first time the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple descended was in the south region of Tianhuang mainland. Thereafter, every once in a while, this ancient temple would descend in a place and attract many cultivators in to hunt for treasures. It was antiquated and grand, dozens of times larger than the capital of Great Zhou. Su Zimo could not imagine how the white-robed man could shift such a massive object and carry it around him continuously. Since you're so smart, why don't you make a guess? The white-robed man seemed to admire Su Zimo as well and did not reply immediately, merely asking calmly. After pondering for a moment, a glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he blurted, "This Grand Primordium Ancient Temple is your dermic weapon." That was the only possibility that could explain his previous doubts. It was also the only possibility that could explain why the white-robed man could control the 4 stone doors at the entrance of the ancient temple and trap everyone here. That's right. The white-robed man nodded and laughed mockingly. This is my destiny dermic weapon. How can these people be a match for me if they enter my destiny dermic weapon? A moving ancient ruin was strange to begin with. However, no one expected that this so-called ancient ruin was a destiny dermic weapon of a cultivator. Su Zimo asked again, "When did you release your illusion technique?" Pausing for a moment, he reminisced. The moment after the stone doors fell and the row of green lights beneath the wall lit up, right? Su Zimo had a deep impression of that scene. The sudden descent of the stone doors caused everyone in the hall to panic. At that moment, the green lanterns were lit and flickered. The 4 guardian Vajras on the wall seemed to have come alive as well. Many cultivators were shocked. At that moment, all the cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat and revealed openings. That's right. The white-robed man did not hide anything and nodded. Thereafter, he smiled gently. These cultivators are trapped and unable to extricate themselves. But my illusion technique was merely a bait. The true source lies within your hearts. Extending his slender and fair finger, the white-robed man pointed at Su Zimo's chest. Su Zimo frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. As though he understood something, he said, "The exterior is a reflection of the interior." "That's right." The white-robed man nodded. "The treasures you see are all because of your own desires." That also explained why all the cultivators could find the treasures they wanted in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. After all, those so-called treasures were merely the imaginations of every cultivator. That was also the reason why the illusion technique was so terrifying. There was only a single way to break out of the illusion. It was to suppress the obsession in one's heart temporarily. If one had no desires and was naturally formless, they could break free from the illusion. It was the same for Su Zimo. He had to endure the reluctance in his heart to cast out the 2 Buddha beads before he obtained actual freedom. Although the process seemed simple, it was shuddering. If he could not break free from the obsession in his heart, Su Zimo would be like the cultivators in the main hall right now, still immersed in the fight in his hallucinations. Even if his combat strength was heaven-defying and he killed everyone, so what? His inevitable outcome would be to be killed mercilessly by the white-robed man without knowing how he died. Su Zimo said, "Legend has it that you are extremely bloodthirsty and cold-blooded. I finally witnessed it today." "Fu!" The white-robed man laughed, and a hint of emotions that no one else could understand flashed through his eyes. "That's bloodthirsty? You must have lost count of the lives you've taken before you were able to cultivate to this realm." Su Zimo was silent. The cultivation world was incomparably cruel. All of them so-called paragons and monster incarnates had to step on countless corpses to get to where they were today. The white-robed man said, "These people are blinded by greed and are beyond hope. The greater their greed, the deeper they fall. It's fine if someone like that dies. What's there to pity? Furthermore, I didn't kill anyone much. They were the ones who killed one another." The white-robed man laughed indifferently with a mocking expression. The fact that he was able to be known as Tao Lord Bloodfiend and create a cultivation technique such as the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra meant that he naturally had his own way of thinking. It was difficult for others to change that. Additionally, this is not a doomed situation. The white-robed man continued, "I left 2 methods of survival for this trap. If those cultivators were not greedy, they would naturally not have come to this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple and undergo this calamity. That is the first method of survival. Even if they enter the Ancient Temple, as long as any of those cultivators can let go of their obsessions and break free from the illusion, I'll spare their lives and send them out of the Ancient Temple. That is the second method of survival. If they are able to let go of their obsessions, I'll even grant them opportunities, cultivation techniques and secret skills, elixirs or universal treasures. For more than 100 years, some of the cultivators who entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple survived as well. That was the reason why those cultivators who survived managed to obtain quite a bit of opportunities after leaving the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple." Su Zimo said indifferently, "More importantly, the reason why you let those cultivators off and even gave them opportunities was because they could attract even more people. If every cultivator that entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple were to die inside, who would dare to explore? The only way the white-robed man could attract more cultivators was if he intentionally let some cultivators off and allowed them to obtain some opportunities." "You are indeed smart." The white-robed man smiled. Su Zimo raised his brow and suddenly said, "According to your words, I've already broken free from the illusion technique. Are you going to let me live as well?" The smile in the eyes of the white-robed man intensified as he shook his head slowly. "Not for you." The white-robed man said those words with a smile. In fact, Su Zimo could not sense any killing intent from the tone of the white-robed man. Instead, he sounded like an accomplished monk who was speaking to him warmly. However, Su Zimo knew very well that the white-robed man would definitely not let him off. It was not only because he had severely injured the white-robed man more than 100 years ago, and the two of them had already established a feud. More than that, It was because he knew the identity of the white-robed man and the secret of the Grand Primordium ancient temple. There was no way the white-robed man could let him leave alive. There was no doubt to the outcome if the two of them were to fight. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo had just fought a huge battle, his 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics had already dissipated, and it was difficult for him to condense them in a short period of time. To be fair, even if he was in his peak condition, there was no way he could be a match for the white-robed man. That was an entire 4 supreme dharma characteristics. Back then, Tao Lord Hatred had already forced the Green Lotus true body to its limits with a single supreme dharma characteristic. If the 4 supreme dharma characteristics attacked at the same time, the Green Lotus true body might not even be able to withstand a single move. Of course, Su Zimo would not surrender. On the one hand, he was truly curious by constantly asking questions. On the other hand, he was stalling for time and recovering his stamina in secret to nourish his essence spirit so that he could prepare for his final counterattack. He only had a single chance to attack. If the white-robed man realized what was happening and the 4 guardian Vajras moved at the same time, it would be difficult for the Green Lotus true body to escape death. The eyes of the white-robed man were clear as he looked at Su Zimo with a faint smile. Those eyes were filled with endless wisdom, as though they could peer through all the secrets on Su Zimo, as though they had already seen through his plans. Perhaps the reason why the white-robed man did not interfere was because he did not care at all. It was the way a cat looked at a rat. It was somewhat mocking and teasing. In the eyes of the white-robed man, Su Zimo might be a smart rat, but there was no way the latter could break free from his control. Su Zimo looked at the 4 guardian Vajras and sighed. To think that the dignified Tao Lord Bloodfiend would have such attainments in the Tao of Buddhism. Even in the ancient era, there was probably no Buddhist disciple who could condense 4 heaven and earth dharma characteristics and cultivate them to the level of a supreme dharma characteristic, let alone cultivators of the current era. However, the more that was the case, the more it proved how terrifying the white-robed man was. He created the unprecedented Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. When reviewed, it was said that even the ancient emperors could not compare to him in terms of bloodline attainment. To think that such a ruthless fiend who could kill without batting an eyelid would possess such frightening attainments in the Buddhist Tao as well. The combination of the Buddhist and fiend Taos formed a unique aura around the white-robed man. What are fiends and Buddhas? Seemingly moved by Su Zimo's words, the white-robed man said indifferently, "Fiends can become Buddhas and Buddhas can turn into fiends. What's the difference between the two?" Su Zimo was tense and focused the entire time. The moment a ripple appeared in the white-robed man's mind, he sensed it. An opportunity. Kill. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth and released a sound domain's secret skill. This was only the first move, and his killing move was behind. The two of them were only 10 feet apart from one another. At this distance, Dharma characteristic Tao lords with weak physiques could be killed by Thunderclap Kill if they were unprepared. However, the release of Thunderclap Kill did not affect the white-robed man at all. The white-robed man still looked at Su Zimo calmly with a hint of mockery in his eyes and a fake smile. Not good. Su Zimo's heart sank. Could this opening have been revealed by the white-robed man intentionally? Even so, Su Zimo couldn't care less. The arrow was on the bow and had to be released. Shoo! 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 A green glow burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella. His creation lotus platform hovered above his head. However, in reality, the 54 green lotus seeds were hidden in his consciousness the entire time and were prepared to deal a fatal blow. The 54 green lotus seeds left his consciousness and formed a long sword that shone with a green glow instantly. Instantly, the green lotus sword arrived and slashed down at the white-robed man's head. This was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit. Even some conjoint body mighty figures could not withstand a single slash of the green lotus sword. Su Zimo knew very well that the green lotus true body was definitely not a match for the white-robed man in a head-on battle. Furthermore, he could not even conjure a heaven and earth dharma characteristic right now. The only way he could survive was if he fought against the white-robed man with his essence spirit and life on the line. Moreover, the white-robed man could not afford to be distracted in an essence spirit fight. That would render the 4 guardian Vajras as useless decorations. If he could kill the white-robed man's essence spirit, the 4 supreme Dharma characteristics would naturally collapse without a fight. Of course, if he failed, everything would come to an end. The pupils of the white-robed man constricted slightly when he sensed the sharpness of the green lotus sword. Even so, there was no hint of panic on his face. It was as though no one in this world could make him panic. The white-robed man did not move at all and merely watched calmly as the green lotus sword slashed over and entered his glabella. Su Zimo's eyes widened in disbelief. It worked. Even the essence spirit of a conjoint body mighty figure could not defend against the sharpness of the green lotus sword once it entered his consciousness. After a momentary pause, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Something was amiss. The life force of the white-robed man was not affected at all, and his eyes were still clear and bright. He did not look like his essence spirit was destroyed at all. On the contrary, Su Zimo could no longer sense the green lotus sword after it pierced the white-robed man's glabella. What sort of powers were these? Su Zimo was shocked. He was extremely convinced that the white-robed man had not used any essence spirit secret skills or essence spirit dermic weapons the entire time. However, when the green lotus sword slashed into his consciousness, it was like a rock that fell into the ocean and was devoured without a trace. All of a sudden, suddenly, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the white-robed man's glabella. In his glabella, the thin blood scar between the gaps of his black hair seemed to have turned brighter, as though a blood-colored eye was about to open. Immediately after, 54 green lotus seeds fell from the glabella of the white-robed man without any luster. The entire process was extremely short. In fact, Su Zimo did not even know what methods the white-robed man used to neutralize his green lotus sword. However, at that moment he couldn't care less. Spirit vanquishing whip. Su Zimo roared and channeled his essence spirit once more, releasing a second essence spirit secret skill. He could not give the white-robed man any chance. Otherwise, with a single thought from the latter, the 4 guardian Vajras would surround him and he would not have any chance at all. Reaching out, Su Zimo pulled out a whip that was coiled with lightning from his glabella. It was blinding and emitted a destructive aura. Crackle! Su Zimo swung the spirit-vanquishing whip and whipped the white-robed man viciously. He refused to believe that the white-robed man could withstand his second essence spirit secret skill without moving at all. The Thunder Emperor's secret skill. The eyes of the white-robed man lit up as he blurted out the origin of the spirit-vanquishing whip. This time round, he did not get careless and channeled his mental cultivation technique as well while chanting a few dermic arts to condense an essence spirit secret skill. Those dermic arts sounded familiar to Su Zimo. Before long, he realized that it was the essence spirit secret skill from the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra blood drop art. A drop of grisly blood floated out of the white-robed man's consciousness and collided with the spirit-vanquishing whip with a terrifying and evil power. Buzz! Buzz! Almost instantly, the thunder on the spirit-vanquishing whip was suppressed by that drop of blood. Normally, the power of thunder was the most effective against evil. However, the power of evil was so strong that even thunder could not suppress it. Just as the spirit-vanquishing whip was about to disperse, Su Zimo channeled his mental cultivation technique once more and channeled his essence spirit, releasing his third essence spirit secret skill, the Rulai Dermic Seal. A golden swastika symbol flashed and burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella. It was sacred and flawless, as though it possessed immense power and could suppress all living beings. The swastika symbol flew towards the white-robed man slowly. After releasing that essence spirit secret skill, Su Zimo's body swayed and his face turned incomparably pale. Initially, he had already fought against many cultivators in the hall and had expended a lot of dermic powers and essence spirit. Right now, forcefully channeling 3 essence spirit secret skills was already his limit. Su Zimo grit his teeth and endured the tearing pain from his essence spirit. He activated the creation lotus platform and struck the head of the white-robed man. The two of them were extremely close to one another and the creation lotus platform arrived almost instantly, even faster than the Rulai Dermic Seal. The white-robed man did not use any weapons. When he saw the incoming creation Lotus platform, he merely extended his fair palm and grabbed it without moving at all. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. He had just used the creation Lotus platform to shatter the head of Chaos Essence Sect's mighty figure, Elder Lei Lai. But now, this white-robed man was using his body to grab the creation Lotus platform. What sort of a body and power was that? The white-robed man had no openings from head to toe. Drip. A trickle of blood flowed down from the white-robed man's palm and fell to the ground. He was still injured after receiving the creation Lotus platform barehanded. Of course, it was only a flesh wound. In the blink of an eye, the wound on the white-robed man's palm healed. A sacred item of the Buddhist sections. A look of love flashed through the eyes of the white-robed man as he looked at the jade-green lotus platform in his palm. Given your cultivation and combat strength, I can imagine that you're also a peerless monster incarnate of the Buddhist monasteries. I truly can't bear to kill you. What a pity. You truly shouldn't have come to this grand primordium ancient temple and should not have been greedy. The white-robed man sighed gently and held the creation lotus platform in his palm. He looked at the rulidermic seal that was charging over and channeled a mental cultivation technique as well, releasing an essence spirit secret skill. Su Zimo could not help but stare with widened eyes. A bedazzling golden light burst forth from the glabella of the white-robed man as well. An even larger, divine and resplendent swastika symbol descended. The rulidermic seal. The white-robed man knew the rulidermic seal as well. Furthermore, since he could condense 4 supreme Dharma characteristics, his essence spirit was definitely stronger than Su Zimo's. When released by him, the power of the rulidermic seal was clearly even more terrifying. Boom! The 2 rulidermic seals collided violently. The entire hall seemed to have stopped. Some cultivators not far away from the 2 of them shuddered and their gazes dimmed. Their life forces drained rapidly as they fell. Their essence spirits were already shattered in their consciousnesses. Even though it was just the collision of the 2 rulidermic seals, the spirit consciousness fluctuation that spread out was something that many cultivators could not withstand. There was a momentary pause. The swastika symbol that Su Zimo condensed began to crack. As for the swastika symbol formed by the white-robed man, cracks appeared as well. However, it was clearly stronger than Su Zimo's. Before long, it suppressed and crushed Su Zimo's swastika symbol, sending it back towards him. A crushing defeat. Even though Su Zimo released 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession, they were all blocked by the white-robed man. Furthermore, the white-robed man's essence spirit secret skill formed a threatening counterattack. Su Zimo's essence spirit was already at its limits. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain and could no longer conjure any essence spirit secret skills. Even so, he did not give up. He condensed a wisp of spirit consciousness and constantly stimulated the Mingwang prayer beads on his left wrist, wanting to awaken the essence spirit dermic weapon. After all, he had worn this dermic weapon for many years and it was connected to his mind and bloodline. Sensing the danger Su Zimo was in, the Mingwang prayer beads emitted a blinding golden light that formed a golden barrier around Su Zimo. The light barrier was etched with mysterious words that possessed an enigmatic might. Boom! The cracked rulidermic seal collided against the golden barrier of the Mingwang prayer beads and shattered. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness was expended and the light barrier did not last long either. It dimmed rapidly and vanished without a trace. He had lost. Su Zimo did not have any dermic powers within his body and his essence spirit was dried up. He was thoroughly exhausted and could not even release the simplest dermic arts. The white-robed man merely had to use a single supreme Dharma characteristic to kill Su Zimo. Su Zimo arched his body slightly and panted heavily. Although he was indignant about the death of his green lotus true body here, it was nothing much. He still had his dragon true body and martial Dao true body. One day, he would definitely return and take revenge on Dao Lord Bloodfiend. Many thoughts flashed through Su Zimo's mind. In fact, he felt dizzy. However, the white-robed man did not attack the entire time. After a long time, Su Zimo finally realized that something was amiss and looked up instinctively. Unknowingly, the white-robed man had already arrived before him. Suddenly, the white-robed man reached out and grabbed his left arm. Su Zimo wanted to dodge and resist. However, he did not have any strength left and could only allow the white-robed man to grab his left arm. Xing. Exerting strength slightly, the sleeves on Su Zimo's left arm were instantly torn. The white-robed man's gaze landed on Su Zimo's left wrist and stared at the Mingwang prayer beads for a long time with a conflicted expression. However, Su Zimo was in a hazy state and did not notice it. This is the Mingwang prayer beads. A long time later, the white-robed man spoke slowly. Su Zimo did not have much strength left and merely sneered without replying. 40,000 years ago, the Mingwang prayer beads were worn by Monk Daming. Dao Lord Blood Fiend and Monk Daming were old enemies and fought fiercely. How could he not recognize this treasure of the Buddhist monasteries? How do you have this treasure? The white-robed man asked. You're this generation's titular disciple of Daming Monastery? Su Zimo lamented internally. Dao Lord Blood Fiend has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and doesn't know about the changes in Tianhuang mainland. He doesn't know that even Daming Monastery is now gone. Daming Monastery is gone, Su Zimo said indifferently. Gone. The eyes of the white-robed man shone with a blinding light and his tone was filled with disbelief. It was gone 10,000 years ago. Su Zimo knew that he was going to die and did not hide anything. Right now, I'm the only one left in Daming Monastery. You found the right person if you want to take revenge on the successor of Daming Monastery. Of course, there was also Monk Yuan Bei at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. However, Monk Yuan Bei was nearing the end of his lifespan, and Su Zimo did not want to cause him any more trouble. In Su Zimo's opinion, there was a high chance that Dao Lord Bloodfiend was suppressed by Monk Daming for tens of thousands of years and bore an endless hatred towards the latter. Due to the relationship between Daming Monastery and Monk Daming, it was only normal for Dao Lord Bloodfiend to harbor resentment towards Daming Monastery. Unfortunately, the world had changed after 40,000 years. Dao Lord Bloodfiend's old acquaintances were no longer around. Even Daming Monastery was gone by now. The white-robed man had a complicated expression and remained silent. You're the only one left in Daming Monastery? A long time later, the white-robed man spoke slowly with endless emotions and sadness in his tone. The arm that held Su Zimo gradually loosened as well. His eyes looked into the distance with the vicissitudes of time. After waiting for a long time, Su Zimo could not help but frown when he saw that the white-robed man did not attack him. During this short while, he had recovered some stamina as well and looked up. At that moment, the white-robed man stood opposite him and looked at the void in the distance, lost in thought. You! Just as Su Zimo was about to ask, the white-robed man's gaze shifted towards him once more. The eyes of the white-robed man were still clear and bright, possessing supreme wisdom. However, for some unknown reason, Su Zimo felt that the way the white-robed man looked at him was different from before. What do you want by coming to this grand primordium ancient temple? Suddenly, the white-robed man asked. The 9 revolutions soul return elixir and the 2 Buddha beads. Su Zimo did not hide anything. He had already obtained the 9 revolutions soul return elixir, but unfortunately, he could not escape from this place. Who would have thought that there would be a peerless fiend that caused chaos in the cultivation world 40,000 years ago, hidden in this ancient temple? Actually, not all the news released by me were fake. Suddenly, the white-robed man said, there are indeed 2 Buddha beads in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. The moment he said that, the white-robed man flipped his palm. 2 Buddha beads laid in his palm. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The 2 Buddha beads were made from soul-nourishing wood and were the size of a longan. There were dermic seals etched on them, and they possessed the same aura as the Mingwang prayer beads. Su Zimo had a bewildered expression. On the one hand, his essence spirit was already dried up, and it was difficult for him to tell if the 2 Buddha beads were real or fake, or if it was a trick of the white-robed man. On the other hand, even if the 2 Buddha beads were real, he did not know why the white-robed man did that. Without replying, the white-robed man removed the Mingwang prayer beads on Su Zimo's left wrist casually. He threaded the 2 Buddha beads in his palm within and injected dermic powers. The 6 Buddha beads shone brightly and emanated a flawless divine glow. This treasure of Daming Monastery that was destroyed and lost for 40,000 years was finally gathered. The white-robed man rubbed the 6 Buddha beads gently with his fingers and remained silent for a long time. Su Zimo revealed a hint of reluctance as well. The Mingwang prayer beads had finally recovered. Unfortunately, it was going to end up in the hands of others. Leave. Right then, the white-robed man suddenly spoke. Su Zimo could not hear clearly. Or rather, he could not believe what he had just heard. You've obtained the treasure you wanted from the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. It's time for you to leave, the white-robed man said indifferently. This time round, Su Zimo heard everything clearly. However, he was puzzled. Why would the white-robed man let him off? The famous Dao Lord Blood Fiend became compassionate just because of the Mingwang prayer beads? Or was there something else? At that moment, Su Zimo was exhausted and weak mentally. His mind was in a mess and he could not figure out the connection between everything. The next moment, the white-robed man did something that shocked Su Zimo even more. Take it. He handed the complete Mingwang prayer beads back to Su Zimo. Su Zimo was stunned. Not only was the white-robed man releasing him, he even gave him the complete Mingwang prayer beads. Aren't you afraid that I'll look for you again? Su Zimo said, given my potential, you might not be my match if I cultivate to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. If the 2 of them were at the same cultivation realm, although Su Zimo had 1 less heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the outcome of a fight between them would be unpredictable. Sure, I'll wait for you, the white-robed man said. I look forward to your victory over me as well. Although the white-robed man's words seemed to imply something, Su Zimo could not understand. Frowning, Su Zimo asked again, I already know about the secret behind the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. If I leave, no one will fall for your trap of setting up the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple again. There's no need for that anymore, the white-robed man said indifferently. After today, the blood in this hall is enough for me to advance to the conjoint body realm. The cultivators that are attracted by the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple are no longer enough to satisfy my appetite. I'll find another way. Although his tone was calm, there was a strong blood stench and killing intent. He did not hide his ambitions at all. At the conjoint body realm, his combat strength and methods would become even more terrifying. At that time, another bloodbath would definitely break out on Tianhuang mainland. The gaze of the white-robed man flickered as he channeled his spirit consciousness, causing the stone door on the east side of the ancient temple to rise slowly. At that moment, the sun had just risen. A warm ray of sunlight shone into the hall, purging away some of the sinister blood stench. Su Zimo also regained some warmth. Immediately after, Su Zimo felt a tremendous force pushing him out of the ancient temple. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the ancient temple. The white-robed man had truly let him off and even gave him the complete Mingwang prayer beads. Bang! Boom! Boom! The stone door descended slowly. Instinctively, Su Zimo turned around and saw that the figure had already faded into the depths of the ancient temple and disappeared with the descent of the stone door. Right in front of Su Zimo, the gigantic Grand Primordium Ancient Temple shrank into a fist-sized light spot in the blink of an eye and sped into the distance, disappearing at the end of the sky before long. It was over. Standing in midair, Su Zimo breathed in the fresh air around him and recalled everything that happened in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. He still felt that everything was surreal and was in a daze. It was as though everything was just a dream. He glanced at his palm. The complete Mingwang prayer beads laid there silently with 6 Buddha beads strung together, emitting a sacred glow. Su Zimo looked around. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple carried everyone else and had long left Jade Toad Ridge. He took out some elixirs to recover his essence spirit from his storage bag and took a rest. Thereafter, he caught a random mystic mist eagle in the surrounding forest and used it as his leg strength to walk towards the bamboo forest, where Yen Beichen was in seclusion. That way, he could recuperate and recover his strength while traveling. The mystic mist eagle traveled through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo sat on the back of the mystic mist eagle and recuperated while reminiscing about his bizarre experience. The trip to the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple this time round was a calamity for most cultivators. Of the 5,000-odd cultivators that entered, there would most likely be less than 10 that survived. However, for Su Zimo, the tides turned and he obtained an unimaginable opportunity. Even now, he could not understand why Tao Lord Bloodfiend would suddenly change his mind and let him off, even returning the complete Mingwang prayer beads to him. The Mingwang prayer beads meant a lot to Su Zimo. It was also an extremely significant boost to his combat strength. That was because the 2 lost Buddha beads contained the 2 strongest dermic seals of the Daming Dermic Seal, the Great Vajra Wheel Seal and Great Mount Meru Seal. According to Monk Yuan Bei, those 2 dermic seals were the toughest and strongest. Furthermore, an even stronger dermic art would be born if the 6 dermic seals were combined. Su Zimo rubbed the Mingwang prayer beads gently, and his heart skipped a beat as he recalled the way the white-robed man looked at it. The white-robed man's attitude towards him seemed to have shifted after he caught sight of the Mingwang prayer beads as well. What does Tao Lord Bloodfiend have to do with the Mingwang prayer beads? Su Zimo muttered. Monk Daming should be the one related to the Mingwang prayer beads. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's voice stopped abruptly. His eyes widened as he thought of an extremely terrifying and ridiculous possibility. Could it be that the white-robed man he saw was not Tao Lord Bloodfiend, but Monk Daming? That speculation was way too terrifying. However, now that Su Zimo had recovered his energy, his thoughts were gradually clear. As he recalled everything that happened in the hall, he could not help but think in that direction. The white-robed man could cultivate 4 supreme Dharma characteristics of the Buddhist monasteries, the 4 guardian Vajras. Furthermore, the reason why his attainments in Buddhism were so terrifying might be because the white-robed man was Monk Daming. Actually, there were many traces of the Buddhist monasteries on the body of the white-robed man. Su Zimo's immediate assumption of the white-robed man was that he was Tao Lord Bloodfiend because the latter knew the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. However, that did not mean that the white-robed man was Tao Lord Bloodfiend. After all, Su Zimo knew it as well. He had learned the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra not long after he was trapped in the stone coffin. It was normal for the white-robed man to learn the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra after being trapped in the stone coffin for 40,000 years. More importantly, Su Zimo recalled something. The white-robed man admitted that he had met Su Zimo once before. In fact, he had already admitted that he was the skeleton that revived in the underground fiend palace more than 100 years ago. However, right from the beginning, the white-robed man had never admitted that he was Tao Lord Bloodfiend. The white-robed man once said, "Fiends can become Buddhas and Buddhas can become fiends as well. There's no difference between the two." Now that he thought about it, that seemed like an inspired statement. That was the only explanation that made sense why the white-robed man's attitude changed all of a sudden upon hearing Su Zimo's identity as the successor of Daming Monastery. In fact, he even took out his 2 Buddha beads and returned the complete Mingwang prayer beads to Su Zimo. Even if Monk Daming turned into a fiend, he possessed an inseverable connection towards Daming Monastery. For the past 100 years, the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple had appeared many times on Tianhuang mainland. However, it had never been to the north region. That was most likely an attempt to avoid Daming Monastery. However, what the white-robed man did not know was that Daming Monastery had already become a thing of the past. Furthermore, given the seniority of Monk Daming, there was a high chance that he knew Monk Yuan Bei. That might be the only old friend he knew. Could that be true? Su Zimo murmured with a lost expression. Even if he thought of that possibility, he was unwilling to believe it in the depths of his heart. Monk Daming, the titular disciple of Daming Monastery 40,000 years ago with a benevolent heart, had been relegated to his current state in order to suppress Tao Lord Bloodfiend and save the masses? Actually, Su Zimo already had an answer in his heart. That was because he had cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra before as well. To be precise, he had only cultivated a few dermic arts of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Even so, He nearly fell into the fiend Dao and became a bloodthirsty fiend. Each time he activated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, he would develop a dependence on it. The feeling of being able to obtain endless power through bloodthirst was truly unbearable. Of course, deep in his heart, Su Zimo still believed that the white-robed man had not truly become a fiend like Dao Lord Blood Fiend. At the very least, there was a sense of nostalgia and longing for Daming Monastery in the heart of the white-robed man. Otherwise, the white-robed man would not have returned the complete Mingwang prayer beads to him or let him leave. Perhaps in the heart of the white-robed man, he felt that he was no longer worthy of carrying this dermic weapon of Daming Monastery, and that's why he gave it to Su Zimo. Of course, all of that was merely Su Zimo's speculation. There were still some questions that were difficult to explain. For example, if the white-robed man was Monk Daming, why was he locked in that stone coffin? Who was the one who inscribed the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra in the stone coffin? Was everything done by Dao Lord Blood Fiend? What was Dao Lord Blood Fiend's motive for doing this? The most important question was whether Dao Lord Blood Fiend was still alive. Su Zimo could not help but recall the blood-colored human face that appeared in the Thousand-Year Blood Sea back in Thousand Demon Valley. Of course, there were still unresolved questions about the entire affair. If the white-robed man was Monk Daming, it would mean that 40,000 years had passed for him. How could Monk Daming not die after being trapped in the stone coffin for 40,000 years? Even if there was a Mingwang prayer bead in the stone coffin that was made from soul-nourishing wood and could nurture one's essence spirit, it could not extend the lifespan of a cultivator. There must be something else that Su Zimo had not considered. Unknowingly, an entire day had passed after he sorted out his thoughts. Coupled with superior-grade elixirs, the Green Lotus True Body had mostly recovered. Go on. Rising, Su Zimo tapped the Mystic Mist Eagle beneath him with his feet and gave it a few bottles of elixirs as well as a dermic weapon. After receiving its reward, the Mystic Mist Eagle could not help but rear its head and cry, wiping away the indignance in its heart. Su Zimo smiled. No matter how fast the Mystic Mist Eagle was, it could not match him. His figure transformed into a blazing golden streak of light and fled into the distance. Su Zimo wanted to return to the bamboo forest as soon as possible and hand the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir to Yen Beichen. Middle Continent, Bamboo Forest, Wooden House. Pianran, you seem a little distracted these past few days. What's on your mind? Yen Beichen asked softly with a concerned expression. Qin Pianran frowned slightly with a hint of worry in her eyes. For some reason, I've been feeling uneasy recently. After pausing for a moment, she revealed a smile and pretended to be relaxed. Beichen, you don't have to worry. It's nothing much. It should be fine after a couple of days. Uneasy. However, Yen Beichen had a grim expression as he shook his head. That's an impulse. Given your cultivation, there won't be such a sign for no reason. That doesn't make sense. I've already faked my death to escape and even returned the Azura Saber. How can there be any danger? Furthermore, even if there's danger, it'll be difficult to find this place. Yen Beichen fell into deep thought and his gaze inadvertently landed on Qin Pianran. His heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Qin Pianran asked. Yen Beichen was once the titular disciple of Azura sect and had seen too many bloodshed and scheming people. At that moment, he already had a guess. There were only 2 possibilities if the 2 of them were exposed. Someone had either followed his tracks or leads about Qin Pianran. He did not leave any destiny symbols in Azura sect. However, it was different for Qin Pianran. Let's leave this place first. Yen Beichen was decisive and stood up, grabbing Qin Pianran's hand and heading outside. Qin Pianran did not ask further either. The 2 of them had long decided to be with one another for life. She believed in Yen Beichen and would follow him wherever he went. Yen Beichen had just brought Qin Pianran out of the wooden house when he paused with a terrible expression. Not far ahead, a figure in white robes with a long sword on his back stood like an unsheathed sword with sharp brows and eyes. However, that figure seemed to be one with the world. Senior brother. Qin Pianran also saw that person and exclaimed in shock. The white-robed sword cultivator was none other than the titular disciple of Sword Sect, Tao Lord Immortal Sword. Or rather, Immortal Sword was no longer a titular disciple of Sword Sect. That was because the aura he emanated had clearly surpassed the Dharma characteristic realm. He was at the conjoint body realm and had become a mighty figure. For some people, the immense setbacks they suffered could cause them to die and fade into the masses. However, there were some people who could temper themselves continuously through setbacks to make their swords sharper and stronger. Immortal Sword was clearly the latter. Back in Thousand Demon Valley, he had failed in the fight for the heaven-slaying sword art. Thereafter, in 100 Refinement Sect, he was defeated by the extreme fire and was suppressed domineeringly. Even his heaven and earth dharma characteristic was shattered. Later on, outside 100 Refinement Sect, he was hunted by Yen Beichin, who had just entered the dharma characteristic realm and almost died. Eventually, he managed to escape with the help of Qin Pianran. Even the consecutive setbacks could not crush him. Instead, he cultivated wholeheartedly all these years and had already entered the conjoint body realm. Yen Beichin's expression was terrible. Even if he was in his peak condition, there was no way he could be a match for Immortal Sword who was at the conjoint body realm, let alone the fact that his essence spirit was severely injured. Piak, piak, piak. A series of clapping sounds could be heard from the other side of the bamboo forest. Yen Beichin swept his gaze and his heart sank. Tisk, tsk, tsk. There's no wonder why he's the Azura. Even after his essence spirit is injured, he's able to sense danger beforehand. The intruder sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, it's too late. The intruder was the titular disciple of Cloud Rain Sect, Tao Lord Cloud Rain. Back when Yen Beichin attacked Tao Lord Immortal Sword and the other 8 Tao Lords, apart from Qin Pianran, only Tao Lord Immortal Sword and Tao Lord Cloud Rain managed to escape. How could the 2 titular disciples let things go after suffering such humiliation? Right now, the 4 of them in that battle were all here. However, Qin Pianran was now by Yen Beichin's side. Immortal Sword's gaze landed on Yen Beichin and Qin Pianran's clenched fists. With a dark expression, he said slowly, "Azura, aren't you dead? You seem to be living well." Immortal Sword, Cloud Rain. There's nothing much to say now that things have come to this. Against Tao Lord hatred, Yen Beichin even tried to beg the other party to let him off. However, against Immortal Sword, he knew that he would only humiliate himself. Back then, I was the one who tried to kill you guys. It has nothing to do with her. Yen Beichin released Qin Pianran's hand. All these years, she was also captured by me and can't leave. It's not her fault. Beichin. Qin Pianran's heart ached. She could tell that Yen Beichin only said that to protect her because he knew he was going to die. Pft, pft. Beichin. That sure is endearing. Tao Lord Cloud Rain waved his folding fan and said eccentrically. His gaze swept across Qin Pianran brazenly. Tao Brother Immortal Sword. Given my experience, this woman is no longer a virgin. Sigh. A layer of frost had already covered Immortal Sword's face. Although he had no feelings for Qin Pianran, there was no way he could tolerate this woman throwing herself into someone else's embrace. When he heard Tao Lord Cloud Rain say that, he felt even more humiliated. Senior brother, I've already left the cultivation world with Beichin. We won't have anything to do with it anymore. Qin Pianran begged bitterly. Senior brother, please show mercy and let us off. Shut up. Immortal Sword had a menacing expression as he hollered. How dare you speak to me like that, lowlife? How dare you call me senior brother? Qin Pianran's face turned pale at the mention of lowlife. No matter what, she and Immortal Sword were from the same sect and could be considered as childhood sweethearts. In fact, they were the envy of everyone in Sword Sect. In exchange for that friendship of thousands of years, she was given that vicious insult. A look of rage surged into Yen Beichin's eyes, as well as he shouted, Immortal Sword, are you worthy of being a titular disciple of Sword Sect? Back then, Pianran saved you in 100 Refinement Sect. Outside 100 Refinement Sect, if she had not attacked, you would have been killed by me. Anyone in this world can curse Pianran, but you're the only one who isn't qualified. Immortal sword sneered. Do you think you can kill me? Even without that lowlife, I could have left unscathed. This time round, Tao Lord Cloud Rain did not say anything. At that time, he was on the battlefield and naturally saw everything clearly. If not for Qin Pianran, Immortal Sword would have been a dead man. Tao Lord Cloud Rain curled his lips and sneered internally. Immortal sex and orthodox sex? Even those of the fiend sex can't match up to someone as ungrateful as him. Now that he was on the same side as Immortal Sword, there was naturally no way he would say something like that. To think that once upon a time, I was ranked alongside someone like you as the Azura. That sure disgusts me. Yen Beichen spat. You're no longer qualified of being ranked alongside me, Immortal Sword said coldly. Because dead people are not qualified. Pian ran. Try your best to escape. Yen Beichen sent a voice transmission secretly. I'm the one they want to kill. I'll hold them back. As long as you escape and find Zimo, he'll naturally take revenge for me. Trying to escape? Suddenly, the voice of Immortal Sword sounded with a hint of mockery. Since I've found this place, I won't give you any chances. He smiled indifferently and waved his hand. Elder Qin, come out. This lowlife has betrayed Sword Sect and is now with the greatest fiend of the fiend sections. I'll hand her over to you. Sigh. A sigh sounded from the bamboo forest. A middle-aged woman with a long sword on her back walked out and looked at Qin Pianran with a conflicted expression, shaking her head. Pianran, why were you so foolish? Why? Another conjoint body mighty figure. Yen Beichen's heart sank. He knew that the chances of them leaving this place alive were extremely slim. Master! Qin Pianran was shocked when she saw that person and could not help but exclaim. She could betray Sword Sect and even attack Immortal Sword, but she could not attack Elder Qin. She was an orphan child abandoned in the chaos of war. Elder Qin was the one who saved her and raised her, taking her in as a disciple. Her surname was the same as Elder Qin. Elder Qin was Qin Pianran's master. However, in her heart, Elder Qin was more like her mother. All these years, she and Yen Beichen lived in seclusion here without any news. The person she felt most guilty towards was Elder Qin. Qin Pianran had not expected that Immortal Sword would bring Elder Qin over. Pianran, I heard from Immortal Sword that you've already betrayed the sect and are with the Azura of the fiend sections. Initially, I did not believe it. But now. She did not continue and sighed again. Master! Qin Pianran sounded like she was about to cry as well. Elder Qin could not help but ask, Pianran, have you suffered all these years? If you've suffered, tell me. I'll definitely take revenge for you and kill this fiend Azura personally. No, I've been very happy all these years. Qin Pianran shook her head. Elder Qin wanted to speak but hesitated. There was no way Qin Pianran could not tell what Elder Qin was implying. Elder Qin was reminding Qin Pianran that if she were to berate the Azura, Yen Beichen, and leave him now, Elder Qin could conveniently use that as an excuse to protect her. However, how could Qin Pianran say those words? Immortal Sword frowned when he heard that and could not help but urge, Elder Qin, are you doing this for personal gain? Betraying the sect and being involved with a fiend is an unforgivable crime punishable by death. You had better hurry and execute the sect rules. Elder Qin's expression changed, and after a long silence, she drew the sword on her back slowly and said resolutely, Pianran, attack. Let me see how much you've grown over the years. Qin Pianran merely shook her head and wept. Master, I won't attack you no matter what. I won't spare you even if you won't attack. Elder Qin hollered and waved her sword, sending waves of sword chi towards Qin Pianran. Just as Yen Beichen was about to move, Immortal Sword and Tao Lord Cloud Rain moved and formed a triangular formation, trapping him in the middle. Azura, what goes around comes around. Immortal Sword smiled gently with a smug expression. More than 10 years ago, his reputation in the cultivation world plummeted after that crushing defeat. All these years, he had endured humiliation for this very moment. Power has landed in the hands of someone vile, Yen Beichen said coldly. It was truly my mistake not to kill you back then. Since that's the case, I'll give you another chance. Immortal Sword smiled. Let's have another life and death battle of only you and me. How about that? On the surface, this was an opportunity. However, Yen Beichen was at the Dharma characteristic realm and his essence spirit was severely injured. Even his Azura saber was returned to Azura sect. However, Immortal Sword was already a conjoint body mighty figure. There was no doubt about the outcome of that battle. Dao Lord Cloud Rain spread his hands. Since that's the case, I'll just sit by the sidelines and watch the show. Yen Beichen remained silent. His gaze swept across the battlefield at the side. Elder Qin attacked continuously. Qin Pianran was dodging the entire time and refused to attack. However, under Elder Qin's attacks, Qin Pianran's space to dodge decreased by the moment. Bang! All of a sudden, Yen Beichen experienced a severe injury to his chest. Before he could react, he was already sent flying and rolled dozens of feet away, smashing into a row of bamboo. Dao Lord Immortal Sword had suddenly struck Yen Beichen on the chest. How dare you get distracted in front of me? Are you looking down on me? Immortal Sword walked slowly towards Yen Beichen with a mocking expression and sneered. Given his current cultivation realm, it was way too simple if he wanted to kill Yen Beichen. A single punch from him could pierce Yen Beichen's chest. However, he did not do that. Killing Yen Beichen with a single punch was truly not enjoyable for Immortal Sword. He wanted to torture Yen Beichen bit by bit. That way, he could make up for the criticism he suffered over the years and vent the resentment in his heart. Ah! Qin Pianran was shocked when she saw Yen Beichen beaten down. While she was distracted, a wound appeared on her body and she could not help but exclaim. When Yen Beichen saw that Qin Pianran was injured, his eyes seemed to spew out two streams of rage. He struggled to stand up and wanted to help her. However, the moment he stood up, Dao Lord Immortal Sword had already arrived before him and raised his leg gently, striking him in the chest. That kick was neither heavy nor light. However, Yen Beichen could not withstand it. The pain in his heart was unbearable, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Does it feel terrible? Are you feeling flustered? Ha 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 ha. Immortal Sword laughed brazenly. The feeling of trampling on Yen Beichen ruthlessly and wantonly made him feel delighted. All his grievances over the years had been relieved. Right now, even the renowned Azura had to kneel before him. Immortal Sword wanted Yen Beichen to watch Qin Pianran die in front of him while he was helpless. Bang! Yen Beichen tried to stand up but was sent flying by Immortal Sword once more. Cough! He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and lowered his head, seemingly unable to resist. Dao Lord Immortal Sword arrived before Yen Beichen once more and looked down at him with a relaxed expression. All of a sudden, a saber appeared in Yen Beichen's hands. Kill! Yen Beichen leaped up and let out a deep growl from the depths of his throat. With a backhand slash, he slashed towards Immortal Sword's throat. That was a killing move from the Azura saber. The two of them were extremely close and Yen Beichen endured for a long time because he wanted to make use of the moment when Immortal Sword relaxed his mind to retaliate. This was his only chance. If the two of them were to fight head-on, he could not win at all. The saber was already at Immortal Sword's throat. However, Immortal Sword did not move at all, as though he could not react to it to dodge in time. Clang! When the saber slashed Dao Lord Immortal Sword's throat, there was a sound of metal clashing. Yen Beichen's eyes dimmed. Dao Lord Immortal Sword smirked and extended his finger gently, clamping the saber beneath his throat as he said indifferently, "You want to hurt me with this piece of scrap metal?" The moment he said that, the saber broke. At the conjoint body realm, Immortal Sword had already fused his 89 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic into his body and tempered his body with the lifeless sword chi. His flesh was indestructible. The saber in Yen Beichen's hands was only a Dao Lord dermic weapon. Compared to the sharpness of the Azura saber, it was way too inferior and could not injure Immortal Sword. Immortal Sword reached out with his palm and grabbed Yen Beichen by the throat, lifting him from the spot. Under the palm of Immortal Sword, Yen Beichen's throat made a jarring sound, as though it could be crushed at any moment. Yan Beichen's face flushed red and he could no longer resist. He was in complete despair. He struggled and turned his face with a trembling expression, trying his best to look in Qin Pianran's direction. Although his vision was blurry, his eyes were still filled with endless worry and reluctance. Feeling terrible and helpless, right? When Immortal Sword saw Yan Beichen like this, he could not help but laugh. However, his tone was extremely sinister. All these years, I've been waiting for this day. I'm going to make you pay double the humiliation and pain I've suffered. Yan Beichen's mouth twitched as though he was smiling. What are you laughing at? Immortal Sword truly could not imagine that Yan Beichen could still smile despite his current state. Even if I die, why you won't survive either. Yan Beichen's voice was as soft as a mosquito and intermittent. However, Immortal Sword heard it clearly. Oh! Immortal Sword sneered. You, Yan Beichen, are a dead man to begin with. Who would care if I killed a dead man? Your essence spirit is severely injured and you're no longer worthy of the title of the Azura. Would Azura sect take revenge for you? What a joke! On the other hand, I've already advanced to the conjoint body realm. Who would dare to be my enemy? Yan Beichen's lips twitched once more. His eyes were completely crimson as blood gushed into them, but they shone with mockery. Oh, got it. Immortal Sword came to a realization. You're counting on Desolate Marshal, right? Back then, for Desolate Marshal, you dared to come and hunt us the moment you entered the Dharma characteristic realm. The two of you truly have an extraordinary relationship. However, I can tell you that even if Desolate Marshal doesn't come looking for me, I'll look for him. I'm going to make him spit out the heaven-slaying sword art for snatching it away from me. That was indeed Immortal Sword's intention. The first people he wanted to get rid of after coming out of seclusion were Yan Beichen and Qin Pianran. Thereafter, he was going to deal with Su Zimo. Immortal Sword said proudly, I'm going to tell the entire cultivation world that my pride is not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares go against me will be killed without mercy. His words were filled with endless killing intent that spread through the entire bamboo forest. At that moment, countless birds and beasts in the bamboo forest died. A mighty figure could possess such might with just the killing intent in his words. What a bold claim! Right then, a loud roar sounded from the distant horizon. Everyone's expressions changed. Who would dare provoke Immortal Sword like that? Dao Lord Cloud Rain was once ranked alongside Immortal Sword and was a titular disciple as well. However, after Immortal Sword entered the conjoint body realm, he tactfully accepted a lesser status and gave Immortal Sword respect as well. Dao Lord Cloud Rain looked over. The intruder was extremely fast. When he said the first word, he was still far away in the horizon and could not be seen. However, by the time he said the last word, a figure had already appeared in Dao Lord Cloud Rain's line of sight. Green robes and black hair. He flew through the air and transformed into a golden streak of light. His body surged with the power of thunder and released an extremely terrifying aura. The intruder was none other than Su Zimo, who had rushed back from the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Desolate Marshal! Dao Lord Cloud Rain recognized Su Zimo right away and his eyes shone brightly. Ha 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 ha! Immortal Sword reared his head in laughter. Everyone's here. Desolate Marshal, you came at the right time. This will save me the trouble of looking for you personally. When Yan Beichen heard Su Zimo's voice, there was no joy in his heart. Instead, he was filled with worry. He believed that one day, Su Zimo would be able to surpass Immortal Sword and trample on the ladder to take revenge for him. However, now was not the time. Immortal Sword had already entered the conjoint body realm. However, Su Zimo was only at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. Even if he had 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, he might not be a match for Immortal Sword. Furthermore, Immortal Sword was not the only one here. There was also another conjoint body mighty figure of Sword Sect and Dao Lord Cloud Rain. It would be difficult for Su Zimo to secure victory if he wanted to take on 3 of them single-handedly. Immortal Sword released his grip and threw Yan Beichen beneath his feet, laughing coldly. Yan Beichen, weren't you hoping that Desolate Marshal would take revenge for you? I'll let you see with your own eyes how desolate Marshall dies in my hands. Immortal Sword's hatred for Yen Beichen surpassed everyone. He wanted Yen Beichen to endure all the pain possible. He wanted Yen Beichen to personally experience the loss of those around him one after another while being completely helpless. Dao brother Immortal Sword, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Leave this lad to me. Dao Lord Cloud Rain stood out and took the initiative to volunteer. I have some grudges with Desolate Marshall as well. Back then, if not for this person, my clone would not have died in Thousand Demon Valley. All right? Immortal Sword nodded and said with a fake smile. However, you can't keep that lad's treasures for yourself. Dao Lord Cloud Rain's heart turned cold. Although Immortal Sword sounded like he was joking, he could tell that Immortal Sword was warning him not to harbor any designs. The longer he interacted with Immortal Sword, the more Dao Lord Cloud Rain could sense that the latter was an extremely selfish person and cared nothing about relationships. That was the reason why, although Dao Lord Cloud Rain had been very close to Immortal Sword all these years, he had always kept his guard up in the depths of his heart. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. Desolate Marshal, I heard that you can kill conjoint body mighty figures across major cultivation realms by condensing two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Let's see how strong a mid-stage Dharma characteristic like you can be. Dao Lord Cloud Rain welcomed Su Zimo fearlessly. He was a titular disciple. As titular disciples, which of them did not possess the combat strength to kill an opponent a major cultivation realm above them? For the past thousands of years, countless conjoint body mighty figures had died in his hands. Dao Lord Cloud Rain had been famous for a long time and was the second on the Dharma characteristic ranking 5,000 years ago. How long had Su Zimo been in the Dharma characteristic realm for? At most, it was less than 20 years ago. Therefore, Dao Lord Cloud Rain truly did not take Su Zimo seriously. In his opinion, the so-called two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were merely empty shells. Even a dharmic art released by him could penetrate Su Zimo's two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. 7 emotions threads. Dao Lord Cloud Rain conjured hand seals and looked at Su Zimo. All of a sudden, one after another, extremely sharp and colorful threads appeared around Su Zimo. The 7 emotions threads was the ultimate skill of Cloud Rain sect. Be it cultivators or fiend demons, all of them had the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This technique made use of the 7 emotions produced in all living beings. The 7 emotions of joy, anger, worry, longing, sadness, fear and shock condensed into threads that burst forth from the cultivator's body and spread rapidly. As long as one had the 7 emotions, they would be controlled by the 7 emotions threads. Back in Thousand Demon Valley, there were countless high-level fiend demons that died to the 7 emotions threads. Back in Thousand Demon Valley, it was merely a clone of Dao Lord Cloud Rain. Right now, Dao Lord Cloud Rain's true body was the one who released the 7 emotions threads. At that moment, the 7 emotions threads were even more powerful and sinister, impossible to defend against. The moment Su Zimo charged forward, colorful threads appeared on the surface of his body one after another. Furthermore, they increased in number and were impossible to cut through, tightening endlessly as they tried to slice his green lotus true body. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. Among the 7 emotions of joy, anger, worry, longing, sadness, fear and shock, the anger on his body was the most obvious. Those threads were also derived from the 7 emotions. It was difficult to face that dharmic art head-on. That was because every single 7 emotions threads was derived from Su Zimo's own strength. The 7 emotions threads could only be resolved through other methods. All of a sudden, Su Zimo chanted an abstruse sutra in Sanskrit. As he chanted the sutra, the 7 emotions threads on Su Zimo decreased and were dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was an incantation of the Buddhist sects, the heart-calming mantra. The 7 emotions were born from the heart. With a calm heart and clear mind, the 7 emotions would naturally dissipate. At that moment, the anger in Su Zimo's heart seemed to have vanished into thin air. A single Buddhist incantation was all it took to dispel Cloud Rain sect's ultimate technique. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo's footsteps had not paused at all. All right. Dao Lord Cloud Rain was not surprised as well and slapped in reverse against Su Zimo through the void. Endless dermic powers gathered in Dao Lord Cloud Rain's palm. A gigantic hand seal appeared in the void. Dao Lord Cloud Rain slapped 6 times in succession. 6 gigantic hand seals appeared. 6 desires palm strike form. As Dao Lord Cloud Rain roared, the 6 gigantic hand seals fused rapidly, forming an extremely terrifying dermic power hand seal that crushed down with a terrifying might. The strength of the 7 emotions threads was how treacherous they were. However, the 6 desires palm strike was the most lethal dermic art of Cloud Rain sect. Ma! Su Zimo's gaze burned brightly as he chanted Sanskrit. The 5th of the 6 words of the damning mantra was released. The entire void trembled. The 6 desires palm strike paused momentarily against the sound domain secret skill of the damning mantra as well. Su Zimo closed his fingers and curved them, forming a hand seal that seemed like a fist, a palm and a roulette. It was the 5th of the damning dermic seals, the Great Vajra Wheel seal. Among the damning dermic seals, the final 2 Great Vajra Wheel and Great Mount Meru seals were the most ferocious and unstoppable. Su Zimo had cultivated the Daming True Sutra to begin with and was wearing the Mingwang prayer beads all year round. As such, the remaining 2 dermic seals required less effort to cultivate. He had already comprehended something along the way here. Boom! As Su Zimo released the dermic seal, a gigantic golden palm appeared in midair. Its 5 fingers were closed and bent, resembling a gigantic golden wheel that shone with a blinding light. The Vajra Wheel carried endless might and was incomparably divine as it smashed towards the 6 desires palm strike. Boom! A deafening noise echoed. Immediately after, Dao Lord Cloud Rain's expression changed. Right in front of him, cracks appeared on the surface of the 6 desires palm strike and spread continuously, covering everything densely in the blink of an eye. Impossible! Dao Lord Cloud Rain was shocked. He had been in the Dharma characteristic realm for so many years, but his dermic powers were no match for a mid-stage Dharma characteristic. Crack, crack, crack. In midair, the Vajra Wheel did not stop at all and continued rolling forward, crushing the 6 desires palm strike completely. Bang! Boom! Boom! The remnant might of the 6 desires palm seal did not stop and continued crushing in the direction of Dao Lord Cloud Rain, as though it wanted to grind him into dust. Bang! Dao Lord Cloud Rain had a grim expression as a loud bang sounded from his body. A phantom appeared above his head and rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 88 feet tall. A heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Under the pressure of the Great Vajra Wheel seal, Dao Lord Cloud Rain had no choice but to condense his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic waved its hand and punched, dispersing the Great Vajra Wheel seal. After the Great Vajra Wheel seal crushed the 6 desires palm strike, it naturally did not have much dermic powers left and could not defend against Dao Lord Cloud Rain's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Su Zimo was expressionless. Boom! A phantom appeared within his body as well. An 87 feet tall heavenly fiend Dharma body that was shrouded in pitch-black fiend chi and was clad in black armor descended upon the world with a pitch-black scythe in its hands. Roar! 2 pitch-black beams of light burst forth from the eyes of the heavenly fiend Dharma body. When it saw the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic opposite it, it roared. Swoosh! The heavenly fiend Dharma body strode forward and swung the heavenly fiend scythe in its hands towards Dao Lord Cloud Rain's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Kill! Dao Lord Cloud Rain hollered and controlled his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic to charge forward as well. His heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was 88 feet tall and was even taller than the heavenly fiend Dharma body by a foot. The 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics collided violently. Instantly, the weather changed and dust billowed. All of a sudden, Dao Lord Cloud Rain's expression changed starkly. His heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was actually disadvantaged in the clash between the 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. How was that possible? A look of disbelief flashed through Dao Lord Cloud Rain's eyes. Su Zimo's heavenly fiend Dharma body was one of the strongest Dharma bodies of the fiend sects to begin with. Cloud Rain sect did not specialize in head-on combat. The legacy Dharma characteristic of Cloud Rain sect was also ranked last in the fiend sections. Furthermore, the heavenly fiend Dharma body was created with the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra as its foundation, and it was fused with many of the secret skills of the fiend sects. It was a grand product produced from the fusion of the cultivation techniques of the fiend sects. Even if Tao Lord Cloud Rain's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was a foot taller, it was not a match for the heavenly fiend Dharma body. Before Tao Lord Cloud Rain could understand what was happening, the situation on the battlefield changed. An arm of his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was severed by the heavenly fiend scythe and its dharmic powers drained rapidly. Its strength was greatly reduced. Ah! Tao Lord Cloud Rain exclaimed and controlled his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic to retreat rapidly with a thought, shouting for help. Tao Brother Immortal Sword, Desolate Marshal is too strong. You have to attack him personally. In truth, Tao Lord Cloud Rain was scheming at the moment as well. Given his combat strength, he could still continue to contend with Su Zimo for a little while. However, that would consume too much of his energy and he might even fall into danger and die. Since Su Zimo was so troublesome to deal with, he could not care less about his dignity. He made a prompt decision and wanted Immortal Sword and Su Zimo to fight so that he could stand by and watch. Immortal Sword sneered and leaped into midair. He glared at the incoming heavenly fiend Dharma body and shouted, "A mere heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that won't be able to resist a single blow. Break!" Clang. Immortal Sword's movements could not even be seen at all. Accompanied by the sound of a sword being unsheathed, a blinding sword beam descended and slashed towards the heavenly fiend Dharma body. Before the sword beam descended, a clear crack appeared on the chest of the heavenly fiend Dharma body. The might of a single slash was so terrifying. Immortal Sword was the number 1 of the previous Dharma characteristic ranking. His heaven and earth Dharma characteristic condensed into a height of 89 feet and was extremely close to a supreme Dharma characteristic. The so-called conjoint body was to fuse heaven and earth Dharma characteristics with one's body. In other words, the stronger the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the more terrifying the body of the conjoint body realm. That was the reason why Yanbeichen Saber could not cut through the throat of Immortal Sword. After entering the conjoint body realm, Immortal Sword's combat strength increased exponentially, and his sword chi was immensely sharp. The moment he attacked, his sword beam nearly tore the heavenly fiend Dharma body apart. In the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, Su Zimo's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could even take on conjoint body mighty figures of supersections. But now, it could not defend against a single sword beam from Immortal Sword. Su Zimo was expressionless. If a single heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could not defend against it, he would use 2. If 2 were not enough, he would use 3. Bang! Bang! With a single thought from Su Zimo, 2 phantoms suddenly appeared within his body and rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had already grown into indomitable titans. One of them was surrounded by endless electric arcs and wielded a dazzling thunder whip. Dark clouds gathered above its head, and it seemed like a divine being that controlled thunder. Its might was terrifying and its aura was shocking. The other figure was dressed in monk robes and had a dignified expression with a lowered head. Wearing a layer of golden light, it was divine and flawless as a halo spread out behind it in a domineering manner. The thunder dermic body and Rulai dermic body descended at the same time. Su Zimo did not hold back at all, and his 3 dermic bodies descended at the same time. When he saw that, Tao Lord Cloud Rain's expression changed starkly as disbelief filled his eyes. Prior to this, the cultivation world only knew that Desolate Marshal had formed 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Apart from the cultivators who died in the Tao inheritance ground, not many people knew that Su Zimo had 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Furthermore, the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics had already grown to a height of 87 feet. How unbelievable was that? Tao Lord Cloud Rain felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he noticed that the situation was bad and made a prompt decision to retreat first so that Immortal Sword could take over. If he had retreated slightly slower earlier on, he would have been crushed into dust by a single move from the three heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Even Immortal Sword was shocked and his pupils constricted, let alone Tao Lord Cloud Rain. Piak. In a flash, the whip in the hands of the thunderdermic body struck the sword beam in midair first. Instantly, the sword beam dimmed significantly. Clang. Immediately after, the heavenly fiend scythe collided with the sword beam and sparks flew in an ear-piercing manner. The sharpness of the sword beam decreased significantly. Bang! The Rulai-dermic body extended a golden palm and pushed down gently, turning the sword beam into nothingness and dissipating. Three heaven and earth dharma characteristics descended at the same time and blocked the sword beam of the conjoint body Immortal Sword. Good, good, good. Immortal Sword nodded repeatedly. Let's see how many of my strikes your three heaven and earth dharma characteristics can withstand. Lifeless sword art. Slash. The moment he said that, Immortal Sword conjured a sword art and slashed forward with his right hand. The sword tore through the air and its sharpness seemed to rip the void into two. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking through the night sky in a bedazzling manner. The moment the sword descended, all life in the void was sucked dry. A single strike from the lifeless sword art could sever all life. Bang! 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 The three heaven and earth dharma characteristics moved at the same time and attacked. Instantly, the battlefield in midair was filled with endless lightning, Sanskrit, golden light, fiend chi and sword chi. Even the void was trembling. The more Immortal Sword fought, the more alarmed he became. Although he had the upper hand, it was impossible for him to shatter Su Zimo's three heaven and earth dharma characteristics in a short period of time. He had already entered the conjoint body realm. Even so, he was in a stalemate against Su Zimo. If Su Zimo were to cultivate to the late-stage dharma characteristic realm, perfected dharma characteristic realm, and his heaven and earth dharma characteristics were to grow further, how powerful would he be? At that thought, the killing intent in Immortal Sword's heart intensified. Immortal Sword's essence spirit was already channeled to its limits. He utilized sword escape and transformed into a sword beam. His body was fused flawless with his sword and heaven and earth. Extinguish! 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 Immortal Sword struck 3 times in succession. All the living beings in the world felt a sense of danger when the 3 swords slashed down. Even Tao Lord Cloud Rain, who was outside the battlefield, felt his life force drain away. Immortal Sword's sword Tao was immensely terrifying. The 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics were already showing signs of dispersing. Immortal Sword hollered, "Desolate Marshal, how dare you fight with me for the heaven-slaying sword art? You have a death wish and even immortals can't save you. Since you want the heaven-slaying sword art so badly, I'll let you have your fill of it." Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he closed 2 fingers together to form a sword art. He slashed in the direction of Immortal Sword and released hundreds of sword chi in succession. TSK, TSK, TSK. A single heaven-slaying sword chi could kill ordinary conjoint body mighty figures. What sort of a scene would it be if hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi were released at the same time? Densely packed, they tore through the world. It was absolutely devastating. At the Void Reversion Realm, a single heaven-slaying sword chi took an immense toll on Su Zimo. But now that he had entered the Dharma characteristic realm, the power of his essence spirit was enough for him to release hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi. Su Zimo was truly enraged when he saw Immortal Sword target Yen Beichen. The feud between Yen Beichen and Immortal Sword and the others was all because of him. He did not dare to imagine what would have happened if he had returned a step slower. To Su Zimo, Yen Beichen had the same status as Su Hong. Now that Su Hong was dead, he would definitely not allow anything to happen to Yen Beichen. Immortal Sword wanted to kill Su Zimo. As for Su Zimo, he had no intention of letting Immortal Sword leave as well. Therefore, he released his full strength with that attack and his essence spirit was almost exhausted. "You!" Immortal Sword was shocked. No matter how strong the lifeless sword art was, it was deduced from the earth-slaying sword art. Naturally, its power could not compare to the earth-slaying sword art or the heaven-slaying sword art. Right now, hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi descended at the three heaven and earth dharma characteristics struck at the same time. They collided with the lifeless sword art with a loud bang. Countless sword chi splattered. The three heaven and earth dharma characteristics were riddled with holes and could disperse at any moment. It was even worse for Immortal Sword as his robes were instantly torn. Streaks of blood appeared on his body. His lifeless sword Dao dissipated instantly against the combined attack of Su Zimo's hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi and three heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Immortal Sword was filled with injuries from head to toe. Even a conjoint body could not withstand the sharpness of the sword chi. Of course, after entering the conjoint body realm, his body was filled with vitality, and in the blink of an eye, the wounds on Immortal Sword healed and he stopped bleeding. However, a hint of cautiousness flashed through the depths of Immortal Sword's eyes. It was way too scary. In that instant, he felt a sense of trepidation that he had not felt in a long time. Suddenly, Immortal Sword harbored the intention of retreating when he caught sight of Su Zimo, who was charging over murderously. He could not figure out Su Zimo's actual strength. If Su Zimo were to release another similar attack, he would have to die here as well. The commotion caused by that attack shocked the two people on the other side of the battlefield. Elder Qin stopped her attacks and glanced over before retracting her gaze to look at Qin Pianran with a conflicted expression. Qin Pianran had not retaliated the entire time. In reality, Elder Qin had not attacked with her full strength. She was a conjoint body mighty figure. Given her cultivation, if she wanted to kill Qin Pianran, who was at the Dharma characteristic realm, with all her might, the latter would definitely not be able to last more than 10 breaths. Qin Pianran regarded her as a kin, and it was the same for her. No matter what, she had watched Qin Pianran grow up bit by bit. No one could compare to her feelings for the latter. Even if Qin Pianran committed a grave mistake, she was nothing but a child in her eyes. Master! Qin Pianran understood Elder Qin's feelings for her and could not help but exclaim softly as tears flowed down again. The situation on the battlefield had changed starkly. It merely took a single thought for Immortal Sword to retreat. Suddenly he shouted, "Cloud Rain! I'll hold Desolate Marshal back. Kill the Azura quickly and don't let anything else happen." Tao Lord Cloud Rain had just retreated and was beside Yen Beichen. Immortal Sword's words were extremely sudden, and Tao Lord Cloud Rain felt that something was amiss. However, he could not figure it out within a short period of time either. He merely felt that it was nothing much since Yen Beichen was right beside him and could be killed with ease. Given Yen Beichen's current condition, he was already a cripple and there wouldn't be any accidents. At that thought, Tao Lord Cloud Rain extended his folding fan and tapped Yen Beichen's head fiercely. That attack was enough to pierce Yen Beichen's head. "How dare you!" Right then, Tao Lord Cloud Rain heard a ferocious beast roar in his ears. It was like a thunderclap that caused his ears to sting and his mind to buzz. Immediately after, he felt an incomparably tragic aura surge over with endless killing intent and rage. Instinctively, Tao Lord Cloud Rain looked over and saw that Su Zimo had already changed directions. Abandoning his pursuit of Immortal Sword, Su Zimo transformed into a golden streak of light and arrived before him. On the other side, Immortal Sword had already turned and fled into the distance. Suddenly, Tao Lord Cloud Rain understood. All these years, he had been guarding against Immortal Sword at all times. To think that he would still fall into Immortal Sword's trap in the end. The reason why Immortal Sword wanted Tao Lord Cloud Rain to kill the Azura was so that Su Zimo would be lured away for him to escape. Immortal Sword knew very well. In Su Zimo's heart, Yen Beichen was more important. Therefore, when he asked Tao Lord Cloud Rain to kill Yen Beichen, Su Zimo would definitely save Yen Beichen right away. That way, he would have enough time and space to escape from this place. Of course, it would mean that Tao Lord Cloud Rain would most likely be doomed. However, that meant nothing to him. As long as he could leave this place alive, everyone in the world could die. By the time Tao Lord Cloud Rain understood, it was already too late. That was because Su Zimo had already arrived before him. In reality, given Su Zimo's intelligence, he understood Immortal Sword's scheme instantly. However, he had no other choice. Although killing Immortal Sword was important, it could not compare to Yen Beichen's life. Furthermore, in Su Zimo's opinion, he could catch up with Immortal Sword even if the latter escaped first. Boom! Dao Lord Cloud Rain controlled his heaven and earth dharma characteristic and charged towards Su Zimo. Behind Su Zimo, 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics charged over as well. Although the 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics were already riddled with holes, they were not something that a single 88 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic could defend against. The 4 dharma characteristics collided with a loud bang. Dao Lord Cloud Rain shuddered and staggered in retreat. His face was pale as he said hurriedly, "Please calm down, Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. I had no intention of harming the Azura at all. It's all Immortal Sword. He wants to make use of me to kill. You're the one I'm going to kill." Su Zimo did not waste his breath on him, and 54 rays of green light flew out from his glabella. Instantly, they formed a shimmering green sword that slashed down at Dao Lord Cloud Rain. Pest! Dao Lord Cloud Rain's expression changed starkly. Given his cultivation, he could naturally sense the terrifying power contained within the green sword. This was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit. Desolate Marshal is way too ruthless and doesn't give me a chance to survive. Dao Lord Cloud Rain roared internally and did not retreat when he saw that he could not escape. He conjured his essence spirit secret skill right away and prepared to retaliate. Ham! All of a sudden, Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit. The 6th Daming Mantra was released. Dao Lord Cloud Rain shuddered and the formation of his essence spirit secret skill slowed down. The green lotus sword entered his glabella instantly and pierced through his consciousness, slashing towards his essence spirit. Ah! Dao Lord Cloud Rain bit his tongue gently and released his essence spirit secret skill at that moment of life and death, colliding against the green lotus sword. However, this collision happened within his consciousness. The aftershock of the collision caused cracks to appear on his essence spirit. Dao Lord Cloud Rain's gaze dimmed and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his life force drained rapidly. His essence spirit was shattered and he could no longer survive. The titular disciple of Cloud Rain sect, the former number 2 of the Dharma characteristic ranking who dominated the cultivation world for 5,000 years, ended up dying in this unknown bamboo forest. Immortal Sword. You, sure, are ruthless. Those were the final words uttered by Dao Lord Cloud Rain. Right before his death, his grievances were towards Immortal Sword, not Su Zimo. With a thud, Dao Lord Cloud Rain fell with widened eyes, unable to die in peace. In reality, Dao Lord Cloud Rain did not know that Immortal Sword's ruthlessness was even more frightening than what he witnessed or could imagine. Pian Ran. I know that you've suffered a lot over the years. Elder Qin sighed softly. How could she have not known that Qin Pianran's attention over the years were all spent on Immortal Sword? However, Immortal Sword's attitude towards Qin Pianran was neutral and aloof the entire time. Elder Qin said with slight heartache. However, no matter what, you can't mix with a fiend of the fiend sex and become his Dao companion. Master, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Qin Pianran lowered her head and merely cried. Right then, a change happened on the other side of the battlefield. Immortal Sword escaped. Dao Lord Cloud Rain was dead. When Elder Qin saw that, she sighed internally and sent a voice transmission. Pian Ran, since Immortal Sword has left, you should leave too. I hope that you will behave yourself in the future. Master! Disbelief flashed through Qin Pianran's eyes as she looked up instinctively. That single look caused her face to turn pale with fright. The menacing face of Immortal Sword appeared behind Elder Qin. His features were contorted and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Old thing, I knew that you would be too soft to do it. The cold voice of Immortal Sword sounded slowly. Since that's the case, I'll send you and your disciple down to hell together. Elder Qin was caught off guard. A sword pierced her head instantly and her essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. She had not expected that Immortal Sword would attack her. Master! Qin Pianran roared and lunged forward like a lunatic. A A sword beam pierced into Qin Pianran's glabella. Qin Pianran froze on the spot stiffly and her gaze gradually dimmed. Yen Beichen froze on the spot. His eyes widened and his lips trembled as he looked at everything in disbelief. He wanted to shout but could not make a single sound. Qin Pianran's life force drained rapidly. Her essence spirit was pierced by the sword beam, and even an immortal wouldn't be able to save her. The reason why she did not die immediately was because she had consumed the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir previously and her essence spirit was not destroyed on the spot. Qin Pianran turned back slowly and looked at Yen Beichen in the distance with a gentle expression. Her eyes revealed a deep reluctance and longing. Their time together was too short. Initially, they wanted to leave the cultivation world and stay together for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, everything was over. Beichen, I'm sorry. Qin Pianran's tone was weak, as though every single word she said was draining her of her life rapidly. C can't be with YU anymore. Why you have to take care. Qin Pianran could no longer breathe. She felt miserable at the thought that Yen Beichen would be left alone and had to endure unimaginable torment after her departure. She could not help but sigh and fall stiffly forward. The white clouds in the skies shifted. Countless images flashed through her mind. All of them scenes of her and Yen Beichen in this bamboo forest and wooden house over the years. Finally, there was only a figure left in her eyes. She closed her eyes with that figure. Yen Beichen did not move at all and merely watched everything in a daze. His body trembled slightly and he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as though there was a sharp weapon that was poking him repeatedly. He had once said that he would never let go even if Qin Pianran wanted to leave. He had promised Qin Pianran that he would stay by her side for the rest of his life and never leave her. But now, he could only watch Qin Pianran leave helplessly. Why? What have I done wrong? What did Pianran do wrong? We wanted to leave the cultivation world. Why did you guys deny that from us and insist on hunting us down to tear us apart? Yen Beichen's fingers were dug deeply into the mud. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was filled with endless hatred. He hated the world. Tao Lord Immortal Sword, Tao Lord Cloud Rain, Sword Sect, the cultivation world and everything else. In fact, he even hated himself. He hated himself for not realizing the danger earlier and leaving this place. He hated himself for being useless. He could only watch as his beloved died in front of him. The hatred surged into the skies endlessly, almost materializing and piercing through the world. A series of fiend chi appeared within Yen Beichen's body, pitch black and extremely terrifying. In the depths of the bamboo forest, a fiend saber that was initially asleep gradually awakened under the stimulation of that hatred. The fiend saber trembled slightly. The immense hatred made it extremely excited. This was true hatred. If one had not experienced such a heart-wrenching change, they would never be able to comprehend the true power of the Hatred Sutra. Apart from its first master, even Tao Lord Hatred did not meet the requirements of the Hatred Sutra. That was the reason why Tao Lord Hatred's opening was discovered by Su Zimo during their fight and countered by many incantations of the Buddhist monasteries. Su Zimo clenched his fists with a cold expression. The entire process happened too quickly for him to react. Immortal Sword wanted Tao Lord Cloud Rain to kill Yen Beichen, so Su Zimo could only save Yen Beichen first. If he chose to save Qin Pianran, Yen Beichen would die. This was Immortal Sword's scheme. The scheme sent 3 people to their graves. Tao Lord Cloud Rain, Elder Qin and Qin Pianran were all dead. After Immortal Sword killed Qin Pianran, he sneered and transformed into a sword beam that sped into the distance. There were many escape techniques in the cultivation world. The speed of sword escape was definitely ranked at the front. Immortal Sword believed that given his cultivation realm, Su Zimo would not be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. Immortal Sword, let's see where you can escape to. Su Zimo's killing intent was already at its limits. At the sight of Immortal Sword's escape, he roared and endless lightning surged from his body. At the same time, a pair of dermic power wings grew behind him. His body transformed into a golden beam of light as he chased after Immortal Sword. Lightning escape, ethereal wings and boundless golden light were released at the same time. Su Zimo's speed was at his limits, and he was even faster than Immortal Sword. Before Immortal Sword could escape far, he felt a chilling killing intent approaching him. It was like a beam of light piercing his back, and his scalp felt numb. He turned back and gasped. Su Zimo was right behind him and had already caught up. The distance between them was closing continuously. At this rate, Su Zimo would be able to catch up to him before long. Impossible! Immortal Sword's heart skipped a beat and his eyes were filled with panic. Desolate Martial is only at the Dharma characteristic realm. How can his movement technique reach such a level? Finally, a hint of panic flashed through Immortal Sword's eyes. Su Zimo's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Don't panic. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Immortal Sword was delighted when he heard that voice. With this person by his side, he no longer had to escape and could turn around at any time to join forces with this person to kill Desolate Martial. That was because this was none other than Heavenly Secrets of Enigma Palace. The only thing he knew was that Heavenly Secrets was at the conjoint body realm. However, even he did not know just how strong Heavenly Secrets was. The successors of Enigma Palace had always been extremely mysterious. However, one thing was certain: Heavenly Secrets' combat strength was definitely above his. Now that Desolate Martial's 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics had already dissipated and he released hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi, the power of his essence spirit was most likely almost gone. If the two of them joined forces, they had a 100% chance of killing Desolate Martial. Furthermore, Heavenly Secrets was still hidden in stealth. Even he did not notice when Heavenly Secrets arrived. The speed of Immortal Sword gradually slowed down. The distance between him and Su Zimo was closing continuously. When it was less than 100 feet away, Immortal Sword suddenly turned around and an extremely sharp spirit consciousness burst forth from his glabella. It formed a long sword that stabbed towards Su Zimo's head with a shuddering killing intent. It was Sword Sec's essence spirit secret skill. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in the void beside Immortal Sword, wearing a wide Taoist robe and a Confucian crown on his head. He had a faint smile on his face, but his attacks were extremely sharp without any mercy. The scholar's glabella lit up and his spirit consciousness condensed into a gray arrow that tore through the air as though it could pierce through everything. The scholar activated his Essence Spirit Secret skill at the same time. That Essence Spirit Secret skill was even more terrifying and sharp than the Sword of Immortal Sword. The release of 2 Essence Spirit Secret skills from 2 conjoint body mighty figures placed Su Zimo in danger instantly. When Immortal Sword turned and attacked, it was extremely sudden. Furthermore, Heavenly Secrets had appeared. Initially, he thought that Su Zimo would be caught off guard and would definitely be shocked. In his shock, there was a high chance that he would be killed instantly by the 2 Essence Spirit Secret skills. Unfortunately, Immortal Sword was disappointed. When he turned back, there was no hint of panic on Su Zimo's face. When he conjured his Essence Spirit Secret skill, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness was gathering as well, as though he was prepared. Crackle! Suddenly, a whip made of lightning appeared from Su Zimo's glabella. It emitted a destructive aura and whipped towards the incoming sword. A single Essence Spirit Secret skill was not enough. Buzz! The void trembled. A bedazzling golden light burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella. A gigantic swastika symbol descended, as though it possessed a ton of weight and was flawless as it charged towards the Essence Spirit Sword of Immortal Sword as well. 2 Essence Spirit Secret skills were released at the same time. Immortal Sword's expression changed starkly. If Su Zimo only had a single Essence Spirit Secret skill, it would be nothing much. After all, Su Zimo was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Even if the Essence Spirit Secret skill was inherited from the Thunder Emperor, it would not be able to hurt him. However, Su Zimo had released 2 Essence Spirit Secret skills now, and they were all directed towards him. Heavenly Secrets' Essence Spirit Secret skill was completely ignored. What a lunatic! Immortal Sword cursed. The 3 Essence Spirit Secret skills collided instantly. Although it was silent, the void trembled, distorted, and even collapsed. A terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation burst forth and the surrounding bamboo forest turned into dust silently. Ah! Immortal's sword shrieked and a sharp pain came from his essence spirit within his consciousness. His essence spirit was injured in this clash. Desolate Marshal. You have to die for injuring my essence spirit. Immortal's sword roared with a menacing expression. In his opinion, there was no way Suzimo could defend against Heavenly Secrets' Essence Spirit secret skill since he had already released both his Essence Spirit secret skills. All of a sudden, the moment the Essence Spirit arrow released by Heavenly Secrets descended, Suzimo's left wrist lit up with a resplendent, sacred golden light. The golden light extended rapidly and formed a golden barrier around Suzimo. Mysterious and ancient Buddhist words were etched on the surface of the barrier. In fact, Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries sounded from Suzimo's left wrist in a deafening manner. The entire time, there was a faint smile on Heavenly Secrets' face and his expression had not changed. However, he frowned the instant the golden barrier formed. He believed that he could calculate everything. Before he attacked, he had already predicted Suzimo's reaction and expected the latter to use the Mingwang prayer beads to defend against his Essence Spirit secret skill. In fact, he had already anticipated beforehand that the damaged Mingwang prayer beads would not be able to defend against his Essence Spirit secret skill. However, he miscalculated. Suddenly, he realized that the Mingwang prayer beads on Suzimo's left wrist were complete and full. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the arrow struck the golden barrier. The golden barrier trembled violently and instantly, cracks appeared on it. Snap! Immediately after, the golden barrier shattered. As for the Essence Spirit arrow that was piercing over, it had already dissipated after a violent collision. Heavenly Secrets retracted his smile and narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Suzimo deeply before grabbing Immortal's sword at the side and turning into a streak of light, speeding into the distance. He did not choose to continue fighting Suzimo and chose to escape with Immortal's sword instead. His escape technique was much faster than Immortal Sword's sword escape. Suzimo frowned and watched the two of them leave without chasing after them. The scholar that appeared later had a mysterious background and powerful combat strength. His movement technique was frighteningly fast. Given his speed, he might not be able to catch up even if he gave chase. Furthermore, Yen Beichin was severely injured and was still in the bamboo forest behind him. Suzimo was worried about what might happen to Yen Beichin if he chased for a prolonged period of time. He knew very well that although Yen Beichin seemed cold and heartless, he was someone extremely emotional once his heart was moved. Experiencing such an unforeseen event dealt a huge blow to Yen Beichin. Although he was indignant, Suzimo decided to turn around and check on Yen Beichin. Before long, Suzimo had already returned to the bamboo forest. Yen Beichin was kneeling beside Qin Pianran's corpse with his head lowered. He was motionless with a wooden expression and a hollow gaze. If it was anyone else, they would have long broken down from yelling hysterically. However, right from the beginning, Yen Beichin did not say a single word or shout. He merely looked at Qin Pianran silently. Suzimo accompanied him at the side without disturbing. However, he was truly worried when he looked at the silent Yen Beichin. If Yen Beichin were to cry out, it might even be better. The more Yen Beichin was silent, the more worried Suzimo was. Brother Yen, how about talking instead of holding it in? Suzimo could not help but persuade. I am fine. After a long time, Yen Beichin said slowly in a deep and hoarse voice. Suzimo's expression relaxed slightly. All of a sudden, Yen Beichin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment he spat out that mouthful of blood, Yen Beichin's life force was clearly much weaker. His black hair turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wisdom beyond one's years brings about harm to oneself while obsessive one-sided love is evanescent. If Yen Beichin remained the same, his lifespan would be greatly reduced. Many grisly blood splattered on Qin Pianran's fair cheeks. Yen Beichin tore his clothes and wiped away the blood on her face gently and carefully. The gentleness in Yen Beichin's eyes made Suzimo's heart clench. He sighed internally and turned away, unable to bear to continue watching. Just like that, Yen Beichen knelt in front of Qin Pianran for an entire day and night. He did not take a single step away, or rather, his gaze was fixed on Qin Pianran the entire time. Worried, Su Zimo remained by the side as well. Morning came and the sun rose. Su Zimo could not hold it in any longer. He walked forward and took out the elixir jade bottle he snatched from the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple from his storage bag. Initially, there were 2 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixirs in the jade bottle. Earlier on, Su Zimo had already consumed one before he chased after Immortal Sword. Actually, he had already sensed a faint, imperceptible killing intent the moment he moved to chase after Immortal Sword. It was a warning from his spirit perception and was definitely not an illusion. At that time, Su Zimo's essence spirit was already extremely weak after releasing 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics and hundreds of heaven-slaying sword chi. That was the reason why he only gave chase after consuming a 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir and even released 2 essence spirit secret skills later on. Right now, there was only a single 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir left in the jade bottle. Yen Beichen's essence spirit was injured to begin with. In this battle, he was severely injured by Immortal Sword and now, he was dealt such a blow. If he did not consume the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir, it would probably be impossible for his essence spirit to recover completely. Brother Yen, consume this elixir first. Su Zimo handed the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir over and said softly. Yen Beichen received it expressionlessly. Su Zimo felt slightly relieved. As long as Yen Beichen consumed the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir, he could at least survive. Before that thought was finished, Yen Beichen squashed it with 2 fingers. Instantly, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir turned into dust and scattered into the mud. Brother Yen, Su Zimo was shocked. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir was extremely precious and he barely survived just to obtain it. If not for a freak coincidence, he might have become a corpse in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple as well. However, that elixir was crushed by Yen Beichen casually. Brother Yen, why sigh? Su Zimo sighed. Of course, he could understand why Yen Beichen would do anything given the circumstances. Even if the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir was destroyed, he could think of another way to search for it. Tianhuang mainland was vast and boundless with countless ancient ruins. He could definitely find another one. Pianran is already dead. What's the point of this elixir to me? Yen Beichen looked at Qin Pianran's face in a daze and said calmly. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The reason why Yen Beichen crushed the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir was because he was already bent on dying. Brother Yen, now that things have come to this, you have to take care. Even with her death, fellow Taoist Qin wouldn't want you to be this despondent. Worried, Su Zimo consoled softly. That's right, Yen Beichen said. Pianran wanted me to be fine before she left. But how can I? How can I live alone without Pianran? Suddenly, his expression turned extremely pained as he pounded the ground repeatedly with his fists, causing mud to fly everywhere. I hate it. I hate it so much. Yen Beichen reared his head and cried into the skies. His eyes were bloodshot as he let out a tragic howl. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying power spread out from Yen Beichen's body. It was a familiar power that caused Su Zimo's heart to skip a beat. Immediately after, the ground beneath Su Zimo's feet trembled. It was as though something extremely terrifying had awoken and was charging out from underground. Su Zimo's expression changed. Suddenly, he thought of an ancient fiend item. Boom! Right then, the ground not far away suddenly cracked and a black shadow surged into the skies. It emitted rumbling fiend chi as though it wanted to devour the world. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The hatred fiend saber. That ancient fiend saber was the most terrifying weapon Su Zimo had seen up till this point of his cultivation. To think that this ancient fiend saber would possess such sentience that it could sense the immense power of hatred contained within Yen Beichen's body and came into being. Clang! Clang! The blade of the hatred fiend saber trembled continuously. Su Zimo could sense the joy and excitement of a living being coming from that ancient fiend saber. Shoo! The hatred fiend saber transformed into a black shadow that shone with a cold glint. Carrying a torrential fiend chi, it stabbed towards Yen Beichen. "Watch out!" Su Zimo hollered and struck all of a sudden. Summoning the creation lotus platform, he charged towards the hatred fiend saber. Boom! The green light and pitch-black fiend shadow collided with a deafening bang. A semicircular halo of power burst forth from the collision point of the two weapons and spread wildly in all directions. Against the impact of that power, Su Zimo could not steady himself and was sent flying while his creation lotus platform fell to the side. Su Zimo was shocked. Even when used by Tao Lord Hatred, this ancient fiend saber did not possess such terrifying power. After flying for dozens of feet, Su Zimo ignored the pain in his body and struggled to stand up hurriedly, looking in Yen Beichen's direction. Immediately, his expression changed. The hatred fiend saber had already stabbed towards Yen Beichen's chest and entered instantly. It pierced Yen Beichen's chest and a bloodied blade protruded from his back. "Brother Yen!" Su Zimo exclaimed and wanted to charge forward. The power of his essence spirit was almost depleted after his battle with Immortal Sword and Cloud Rain. However, even if he had to risk his life, he could not let anything happen to Yen Beichen. "Don't come over!" Right then, Yen Beichen roared. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks. Yen Beichen had a pained expression as his features were squeezed together. Although his body was trembling from the pain, he grit his teeth and said, "Again! It's not painful enough." The moment he said that, the hatred fiend saber pulled itself out and pierced Yen Beichen's chest once more. "Good again!" Yen Beichen roared. Poof! Another slash. That slash had already punctured Yen Beichen's abdomen. "Good, good, good!" Yen Beichen roared in laughter as though he had gone mad. Again! With each stab of the hatred fiend saber, Yen Beichen's body would tremble in pain. However, his eyes revealed relief as a form of release instead. Su Zimo watched everything in a daze. He finally understood why Yen Beichen did not allow him to step forward. That was because Yen Beichen was using this method to torture himself. It was to resolve the pain in his heart. Perhaps that was the only way he could ease the pain in his heart. Poof! 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 In the blink of an eye, Yen Beichen had already been struck dozens of times. Bloody wounds appeared on his body in a shocking manner, and his chest was almost punctured by the hatred fiend saber. There was another reason why Su Zimo did not step forward to stop it. That was because although he was shocked to discover that Yen Beichen's heart had already shattered after receiving so many slashes, and he had lost a lot of blood chi, the life force in his body did not deplete. Instead, it intensified. His power of blood chi was rising rapidly. An extremely terrifying power gradually awakened, germinated and grew within Yen Beichen's body. Balls of pitch-black fiend chi grew within Yen Beichen's body, turning richer and more terrifying as they enveloped his body. The blood vessels in Yen Beichen's eyes had already turned black. His eyes turned pitch black like two gigantic black holes, and the hatred within seemed like it could devour everything. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly see that Yen Beichen's wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye under the shroud of the rumbling fiend chi. Finally, the hatred fiend saber stopped. It stood upright in front of Yen Beichen. The body of the ancient fiend saber was tainted with Yen Beichen's endless blood. At that moment, the aura it emitted had already fused with Yen Beichen. The hatred fiend saber had already acknowledged its master through blood. Yen Beichen's consciousness seemed to be out of his control as well. He reached out with both hands and gripped the handle of the hatred fiend saber. Rumbling fiend chi extended from the saber and surged into his body. The fiend chi formed dark, sinister and cold words in midair. Every single word was filled with torrential hatred. The hatred was boundless and extended to heaven and earth. Those words eventually surged into Yen Beichen's body. Upon seeing that, Su Zimo finally understood something. He finally knew why he could not find the Hatred Sutra in the storage bag of Tao Lord Hatred back then. It was not because the Hatred Sutra was destroyed by Tao Lord Hatred, but because it was within the Hatred Fiend Saber itself. One was only qualified to cultivate this number one fiend technique of the ancient era after obtaining the recognition of the hatred fiend saber. The hatred fiend saber was the weapon of the ancient fiend emperor Hatred. The ancient fiend saber contained an extremely terrifying power that Tao Lord Hatred did not manage to release completely. But now, that power was finally showing itself. That power did not merely bring about changes to Yen Beichen's blood qi and body. Endless fiend qi surged into Yen Beichen's consciousness and coiled around his essence spirit. The wounds on his essence spirit were healing rapidly as well. Su Zimo felt mixed emotions when he sensed the changes in Yen Beichen. He was delighted that the hatred fiend saber had recognized Yen Beichen as its master. At the very least, the latter's life was not in danger and the injury to his essence spirit was resolved. He was worried because no one knew what Yen Beichen would become after inheriting the legacy of the fiend emperor Hatred. About 2 hours later, Yen Beichen's essence spirit had already recovered. This speed was even faster than the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir. The power contained by the hatred fiend saber came from the ancient fiend emperor after all. With the recovery of his essence spirit, Yen Beichen's aura rose rapidly under the support of that tremendous power. In less than an hour there was a boom. Yen Beichen shuddered and his cultivation realm rose by a level. He entered the Dharma characteristic realm 20 years ago and his essence spirit was injured thereafter. His cultivation realm had always been at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. In less than an hour, he was already at mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. However, that breakthrough was not over yet. 2 hours later, Yen Beichen broke through once more. Late-stage Dharma characteristic realm. Back when Tao Lord Hatred obtained this ancient fiend saber, he merely inherited the Hatred Sutra but could not inherit the power of this fiend saber. That was because Tao Lord Hatred had not truly obtained the recognition of the Hatred fiend saber. However, it was different for Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen had completely inherited the Hatred fiend saber. The Hatred fiend saber appeared on its own accord to acknowledge him as its master. When night descended, Yen Beichen broke through once more. Perfected Dharma characteristic realm. From early-stage Dharma characteristic to perfected Dharma characteristic, it only took a day. This was a speed that no one in history could match. Such an opportunity was absolutely unprecedented. However, Su Zimo sighed gently internally. There was no hint of envy in his eyes. Instead, there was a deep look of pity. For anyone else, an opportunity as such was something they could only dream of. However, he knew that if Yen Beichen had to make a choice, he would rather have his essence spirit injuries never heal completely than receive such an opportunity. That was because the reason that triggered his torrential hatred such that the hatred fiend saber acknowledged him as its master was the death of a kin. The injury to Yen Beichen's essence spirit had already healed. However, the wounds in his heart would probably never heal. After entering the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, Yen Beichen's aura gradually stabilized. After all, there was a qualitative change in strength between the major cultivation realms and there was an unimaginable barrier between them. The hatred fiend saber had already reached its limit by allowing Yen Beichen to break through to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm in a single day. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Yen Beichen sat there motionlessly and gripped the hatred fiend saber with both hands. His eyes were pitch black without any white in them as his gray hair swayed gently. For the entire day and night, Su Zimo stood by his side without taking a single step away. In fact, he did not even cultivate and recuperate by himself. He merely consumed a few elixirs casually and stayed by Yen Beichen's side, afraid that something would happen to him. The sun rose. A warm glow shone on Yen Beichen's cheeks. All of a sudden, Yen Beichen's expression changed and the black color in his fiend eyes faded gradually, revealing the whites of his eyes and returning to normal. "Brother Yen," Su Zimo attempted to call out softly. "I am fine." Yen Beichen spoke slowly with a calm expression. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. Initially, he was worried that Yen Beichen would become a completely different person after inheriting the inheritance of the hatred fiend saber, similar to the possibility of being assimilated. Now, it seemed like Yen Beichen still remembered him. Of course, Su Zimo could also vaguely sense that Yan Beichen was indeed different from before. At the very least, he did not have the same determination to die as earlier on. Hatred was right. Suddenly, Yan Beichen said, "It's impossible for me to lead a peaceful life with Pian Ran. I'm the Azura and my hands are tainted with endless blood. There's no way I can ever leave the cultivation world." Su Zimo was silent. To think that Tao Lord Hatred's final words would end up as a prophecy. If I, Hatred, can find you today, someone else will do so tomorrow. You will never be able to leave the cultivation world or dream about living in peace. His words came true. Immortal sword had indeed appeared. I was too naive. Yan Beichen's expression was mocking as he laughed. To think that I would really think that I could leave the secular world and avoid strife and killing. It's all my fault for Pian Ran's death. I was an Azura who achieved my Tao through killing. Since I chose this path, there's no way back. I was the one who killed Pian Ran. I shouldn't have fallen in love with her. Yan Beichen said those words calmly. However, Su Zimo knew that every single word was like a sharp thorn that stabbed Yan Beichen repeatedly in the chest. Yan Beichen carried Qin Pian Ran's cold corpse and stood up slowly, arriving at the crack where the hatred fiend saber was born. Pian Ran, don't worry. Those that hurt you this time round, I won't let anyone off. I'll make them pay 10, 100 times more. I'm going to turn Sword Sect into rivers of blood. Yan Beichen's tone revealed endless killing intent that was cold and sinister, causing one to shudder. Su Zimo knew. The Azura had returned. To be precise, the true Azura had just descended into this world. The current Azura was many times stronger than the former titular disciple, Yan Beichen. Yan Beichen no longer had any weaknesses. He no longer had any attachments or emotions. What was even more terrifying was that Yan Beichen had inherited the legacy of Fiend Emperor Hatred. The Tao of the Azura, the Tao of Hatred. Nobody knew what realm the Azura who cultivated the Hatred Sutra and wielded the Hatred Fiend Saber would reach. Su Zimo could not imagine either. Perhaps, he might end up even more terrifying than the ancient Fiend Emperor Hatred. Yan Beichen looked at Qin Pian Ran deeply with endless reluctance and longing in his eyes. He then made up his mind and released his hands. Qin Pian Ran's corpse fell into the dark abyss of the crack and gradually disappeared. From this day forth, there will only be the Azura and no Yan Beichen left in this world. Yan Beichen said and waved his sleeves gently. Bang! Boom! Boom! The crack on the ground healed slowly under his immense dermic powers, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. It was as though Yan Beichen was already buried along with Qin Pian Ran in this abyss. Zimo, I'm leaving. The Azura leaped up. Brother Yan, where are you going? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he asked hurriedly. He was afraid that Yan Beichen would be reckless and kill his way into Sword Sect impulsively. It was true that the Azura obtained the inheritance of the Fiend Emperor Hatred, but he was only at the Dharma characteristic realm at the end of the day. If he were to kill his way into Sword Sect, he would be suppressed by countless experts within at the top. Don't worry, I won't be reckless, the Azura said without turning back, and his figure disappeared quickly. Enigma Palace, Heavenly Secrets Tao Residence. Two figures flashed. Heavenly Secrets had brought Immortal Sword back to his Tao residence. Immortal Sword's face was pale as he panted slightly. His eyes were filled with endless hatred as he grit his teeth. Desolate Marshal, I'm irreconcilable with you. Although he was saved by Heavenly Secrets this time round, his essence spirit was injured. It was extremely difficult to recover from injuries to the essence spirit. Even with Sword Sect's foundation, they did not have miraculous elixirs similar to the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir. Initially, his plan to kill the Azura this time round would have definitely succeeded. To think that everything would be spoiled by a mere Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Heavenly Secrets said indifferently, Actually, you don't have to be overly indignant. At the very least, the Azura is crippled and your goal can be considered accomplished. That's right. That slut. Qin Pian Ran is dead too. Immortal Sword nodded. Pausing for a moment, he turned and asked, Brother Heavenly Secrets, Do you have the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir? If you do, I can help you obtain any treasure you want in exchange. Sorry. Heavenly Secrets smiled apologetically. Immortal Sword's gaze dimmed and his expression darkened once more. There was a fleeting hint of mockery in the depths of Heavenly Secrets' eyes. Even if he had the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, he would definitely not hand it over to Immortal Sword, let alone the fact that he did not have one with him. At most, the two of them were just making use of one another. Furthermore, Immortal Sword was a narrow-minded and ungrateful person. Even if he was given the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, he would not remember this favor. What happened to Qin Pianran? She was still killed mercilessly in the end. Dao Lord Cloud Rain had known him for so many years and was schemed against by him, resulting in his death. A moment later, Immortal Sword asked in a seemingly casual manner, "By the way, how did you arrive so coincidentally, Brother Heavenly Secrets? Initially, there was no mistake in my divination for your trip and I did not follow along," Heavenly Secrets said. However, not long after, I divined once more and discovered that the trajectory of this matter had suddenly turned blurry. I realized that something might have happened and made a move immediately. Although Heavenly Secrets still had a warm expression and explained patiently, he sneered internally. He could tell that Immortal Sword already bore some resentment towards him. Immortal Sword continued, "Brother Heavenly Secrets, Desolate Marshal's combat strength was already weakened after he expended his stamina and released Essence Spirit secret skills consecutively. Why didn't you take advantage of that rare opportunity to kill him?" "I can't kill him." Heavenly Secrets was still not impatient in the slightest as he shook his head. "Indeed, I can defeat Desolate Marshal with ease given my capabilities. However, it's impossible to kill him. Desolate Marshal knows many escape techniques. If he sees that something is amiss and uses his escape techniques to flee, I won't be able to catch up to him either. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal already noticed my existence beforehand. His senses are way too sharp." Bang! Immortal Sword slammed his fist heavily on the stone table beside him to vent the rage in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he said, "It's probably going to be extremely difficult to kill Desolate Marshal now that this opportunity was missed." Desolate Marshal cultivated 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics, and each of them is 87 feet tall. However, he's merely at the mid-stage dharma characteristic realm. Once he enters the conjoint body realm, only a Mahayana patriarch will be able to suppress him. The conjoint body realm was to fuse heaven and earth dharma characteristics into one's body. If Desolate Marshal were to advance to the conjoint body realm and fused with the 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics he cultivated, what would happen to his combat strength? Heavenly Secrets was in no hurry nor frustrated when he heard Immortal Sword's grumble. He said indifferently, "There might be a chance." "Oh." Immortal Sword raised his brow and asked, "Why do you say that?" Heavenly Secrets replied, "The fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking comes up in 100 years' time." "You mean to say?" Immortal Sword fell into deep thought and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "What sort of a chance is that? Given Desolate Marshal's current combat strength, he's enough to become the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal has a Mahayana patriarch backing him. Given the grandeur of the Dharma characteristic ranking, there's no guarantee that this patriarch won't appear. At that time, who would dare to touch him?" Heavenly Secrets smiled indifferently. "According to my calculations, that person from Dragon Burial Valley will definitely not live for more than 100 years. Immortal Sword shook his head. Even so, the 4 unorthodox groups, Snowdrift Valley, Depamkar Monastery, and some other supersects are on good terms with him. It's impossible for us to kill Desolate Marshal in front of everyone. Previously, their supersects could even claim that Desolate Marshal was a fiend demon and attempt to kill him openly under the guise of slaying demons. But now that reason has become a joke." Immortal Sword continued, "Furthermore, given Desolate Marshal's capabilities, even conjoint body mighty figures won't be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. Just wait, the chance will definitely come." Heavenly Secrets narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully. Right then, his expression changed. As though he sensed something, he waved his sleeves and the doors of the Tao residence opened as a messenger spirit crane flew in. The messenger crane looked extremely sinister with ghastly green eyes. One of the 9 races, the witch race? Immortal Sword frowned slightly. Only the witch race possessed a spirit crane as such. Heavenly Secrets said something to the spirit crane and returned it. Before long, a few cultivators in green robes and wide hoods arrived at the entrance of Heavenly Secrets' Tao residence. Elder Wuxia, it's my honor. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. Heavenly Secrets cupped his fists with a smile. You're too kind. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Secrets. The green-robed cultivator in the lead said slowly. He removed the hood on his head and revealed a skinny, old face. His hair was thin and his eyes were green. This is Immortal Sword. He was once the titular disciple of Sword Sect and now, he's already at the conjoint body realm. This is Elder Wuxia of the Witch Race. Heavenly Secrets gave a brief introduction of both parties. I've heard a lot about you. Wuxia smiled gently and his eyes flickered. Suddenly, he said, Fellow Taoist Immortal Sword's essence spirit seems to be injured. Elder, you are sharp. Immortal Sword's expression darkened as he said hatefully. To be honest, I was ambushed by my enemies and my essence spirit was injured. He was not willing to lose face by telling the actual truth that he lost to a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord in an essence spirit fight. Elder Wuxia, why are you here? Heavenly Secrets did not bother to exchange pleasantries with Wuxia and asked straightforwardly. I want you to help me look for someone, Wuxia said in a deep voice. There are many secret skills in the witch race and many methods of divining how to locate someone. Why would you look for me? Heavenly Secrets chuckled without commenting. I did use the secret skills of the witch race, but I couldn't find him. Wuxia shook his head. Oh! Heavenly Secrets narrowed his eyes and asked, what's the background of someone who can't be found even by the secret skills of the witch race? To be precise, he's not human. Wuxia flipped his palm and a black scale appeared. What is this? Immortal Sword frowned slightly. The black scale emitted an extremely terrifying aura that resembled demonic chi, but was different at the same time. Fiend demon? What fiend demon was worthy of the witch race mobilizing such a large force such that they would even seek out Enigma Palace? Sweeping his gaze, Heavenly Secrets received the scale with a grim expression. After staring at it for a while, his expression changed as he exclaimed, a primordial taboo! Even Immortal Sword could not help but gasp when he heard the words primordial taboo, and his expression changed. It's still alive? There was a quiver in Immortal Sword's voice. A primordial taboo was unspeakable for any sect or faction. Apart from some super sects and ancient aristocratic families with deep lineages, most of the sects and cultivators had never even heard of it. In the records of those super sects, it was an extremely terrifying existences and could be called the god of massacre of the primordial era. It killed and devoured everything. It could even slay dragons. Its status was even above the 9 races. Legend has it that an earth-shaking battle broke out in the primordial era because the 10,000 races led by the primordial 9 races fought against the primordial taboo. In that battle, countless living beings died. Countless races were wiped out forever. Because of that, the primordial 9 races suffered immense losses as well. That was the reason why the human race was able to take advantage of the situation to fight against and suppress the primordial 9 races later on. If not for that battle of the primordial era, it would have been difficult for the human race to win the ancient war as well. Humans had a deep fear towards the primordial 9 races. After all, they had been enslaved for countless years, and that was a deep-rooted fear. The primordial taboo was an existence even more terrifying than the primordial 9 races. It was easy to imagine the shock Immortal Sword felt when it heard the words, primordial taboo. Sensing the fear of Immortal Sword, Wuxia's eyes flashed with mockery. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to panic overly either. I divined that this thing's cultivation is only at the Dharma characteristic realm. At that point, Heavenly Secrets' expression softened. It was nothing much if it was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. As long as enough conjoint body mighty figures were sent out, it could be suppressed. If not, they could even send forth half-martial ancestors. However, Wuxia changed the topic. If it's given enough time and grows up, at that time, blood will probably flow like rivers in Tianhuang mainland. None of your human super sects will be spared. Heavenly Secrets said in a low voice, since it's a primordial taboo, it might be able to sense me using a secret skill to divine its location. It's fine as long as there are leads, Wuxia said coldly. Don't worry. The witch race is not the only one from the primordial 9 races that will send people for this primordial taboo. The other races will send experts as well. With our races combining our strength, we'll definitely be able to suppress it as long as we can determine its location. Let me try. Heavenly Secrets conjured hand seals and channeled his essence spirit, spreading a divine light that descended on the pitch-black scale in his palm and began to divine. A moment later, he shuddered and could not help but grunt. Amazing! Finally, Heavenly Secrets retracted his smile. Not only did he fail in his divination this time round, that single scale nearly caused a backlash on his essence spirit. Taking a deep breath of air, Heavenly Secrets channeled his secret skill once more. A gray fog shrouded his eyes as he gripped the black scale and continued to divine. Gradually, a hint of blood appeared in the gray fog in Heavenly Secrets' eyes. As time passed by, his body trembled slightly and gradually intensified. Finally, the gray fog in Heavenly Secrets' eyes dispersed as he panted heavily with a pale expression. He released his palm and the black scale fell to the ground. It's in the middle continent. He withdrew a map of the middle continent from his storage bag and panted. I can't divine its exact location. I can only give you a rough area. It's within 500 kilometers of this area. Heavenly Secrets pointed to a sect emblem on the map and said in a deep voice, Elixir Yang Sect? Immortal Sword looked at the map and murmured. All right. The green light in Wuxia's eyes shone brightly as he said coldly, There's no time to lose. I'll inform the other races right now and move immediately to head here. Heavenly Secrets. You have to follow us and divine its location at all times. Wuxia said. I can't. Heavenly Secrets shook his head. The divination has already exhausted my mental state. I have to rest for at least a year before I can recover. All right, we'll go first. Wuxia did not linger and left immediately. Middle Continent Elixir Yang Sect. Night Spirit, hurry and come take a look. I've refined a great essence creation elixir. In an elixir workshop, Xianxia pinched an elixir and said joyfully to the cold night spirit beside her. A Dharma characteristic cultivator can advance a minor realm with a single great essence creation elixir. Xianxia continued. It's a pity that I only managed to create one after refining for such a long time. However, it doesn't matter. I'll continue to refine them slowly. At that time, I'll take one and leave one for Big Brother. Night Spirit, have one too and see if it's effective. Night Spirit lips curled and nodded. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly as he frowned, seemingly sensing something. Xianxia was immersed in the joy of her success in refining the great essence creation elixir and did not notice anything unusual about Night Spirit. Xianxia, I've got something on and have to leave first. Right then, Night Spirit suddenly said, go on with your work. Just come back earlier. Xianxia waved it off and smiled. After a long silence, Night Spirit said, This matter is a little troublesome. I might be gone for a longer time. Xianxia could hear something odd in Night Spirit's tone and asked, How long do you need? I don't know either. Perhaps 10 or 100 years. In any case, you don't have to worry if I don't return. Night Spirit said. Do you need my help? Xianxia asked gently. It's fine. Night Spirit shook his head and did not continue chatting with Xianxia. Turning to leave, he disappeared from her sights before long. Is it finally about to begin? Outside Elixir Yang Sect, Night Spirit's expression was cold as he murmured. In a flash, he disappeared into the void like a ghost. At the same time, in the Middle Continent and Bamboo Forest, Su Zimo sighed deeply as he watched Yen Beichen leave. The birth of a true Azura would definitely cause a bloodbath on Tianhuang mainland. None of the people or factions involved in this would be spared. Su Zimo shifted his gaze towards Dao Lord Cloud Rain's corpse and removed his storage bag. As the titular disciple of Cloud Rain sect, Dao Lord Cloud Rain's storage bag might be filled with treasures. Su Zimo opened his storage bag and swept his gaze across. There were many cultivation techniques and secret skills within. However, since they were not orthodox, Su Zimo could not be bothered to cultivate them. There were also some supreme-grade and perfect-grade dermic weapons within. Su Zimo put everything away. What truly lit up his eyes was an elixir. There was a great essence creation elixir in Dao Lord Cloud Rain's storage bag, back in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Everyone fell into a hallucination and caught sight of a great essence creation elixir. This was not a hallucination. This was a true ancient elixir. Right now, he was at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. If he consumed this great essence creation elixir here, he could break through to the late-stage Dharma characteristic realm swiftly. At that time, his heaven and earth Dharma characteristics would grow once more. Pingyang Town. Not long ago, Su Zimo's prime body, his martial Dao true body, had already returned from Ethereal Peak. He had already memorized all the cultivation techniques and secret skills of Ethereal Peak. In the familiar courtyard, the prime body sat beneath the peach blossom tree and could not help but recall that night many years ago. A woman in a blood robe stood here with a hazy moonlight, bringing him into the cultivation world. Everything felt like a lifetime had passed. The prime body gradually closed his eyes. He was prepared to break through from the core formation realm and advance to the next realm. After forming a core, be it the immortal, Buddhist, or demon Daos, they would achieve the same goal through different means. They would make use of the changes in their golden cores to connect to heaven and earth and form essence spirits. It was the same for the martial Dao. His prime body named the next realm the martial spirit realm. The essence spirit of the martial Dao was the martial spirit. It corresponded to the Yin spirit realm of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and the nascent soul realm of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend cultivation techniques. Of course, his prime body was constantly improving on the martial Dao. According to the Martial Sutra, there was still a difference between his martial spirit and an ordinary essence spirit. The prime body sat motionlessly beneath the peach blossom tree, as though he was petrified. Gradually, the prime body did not even have to breathe. Tao Yao swayed his branches gently. If he had not sensed the life force within the prime body, he would have thought that the prime body had passed away. The prime body was formed from the Dao fruit of the martial Dao. He was the one who created the Martial Sutra and had long cultivated to the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations, Dragon Elephant Force. The prime body had never fought with anyone and nobody knew his combat strength. To put it simply, Su Zimo's body back when he was at the Golden Core realm and cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness could not compare to his prime body in terms of physique and power of blood chi. Nobody, not even the prime body, knew what this martial spirit that was formed by the inner core breaking through the voids would become in the future. This process was not unfamiliar to the prime body. Bang! 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 The prime body's expression was unchanged and he did not move on the surface. However, an earth-shaking sound echoed from within his body. His inner core charged into the voids continuously. There was a chance of failure in this process. If one's inner core was not strong enough, they would fail the breakthrough. However, for this prime body, nothing could stop his inner core that had cultivated the power of a dragon elephant. Before long, the void barrier in his body was broken. His consciousness appeared. His inner core barged in and fused with the soul in his consciousness, forming a martial spirit. The strange thing was that the martial spirit was not in human form. Instead, it was a ball of purple flames that emitted a shuddering aura. Tao Yao was initially protecting the prime body. However, the moment the prime body conjured his martial spirit, Tao Yao felt his heart skip a beat and transformed into his human form. In a flash, he hid in a corner of the courtyard with a bewildered expression. Even Tao Yao, who was at the Dharma characteristic realm, felt a sense of fear from the purple flames cultivated by the prime body. A long time later, The purple flames in his consciousness changed continuously and gradually took shape. Although it had the same appearance as Su Zimo, its body burned with a layer of purple flames. True enough. The prime body opened its eyes slowly and nodded. His martial Tao was extremely different from the cultivation path of immortals, Buddhas and fiends before core formation. Immortals, Buddhas and fiends cultivated by absorbing heaven and earth spirit chi with their bodies. As for the martial Tao, it viewed its own body as a part of the world and constantly opened up the power within. The prime body deduced that if one could cultivate to the 9th transformation of the martial Tao and advance to the martial spirit realm, there was a high chance that one could possess a power at the beginning of their martial spirit formation. The power was extremely vast and was closely related to the cultivator. It could be flames, weapons, ferocious beasts, or even a part of their bodies. The martial spirit conjured by the prime body was born with the martial spirit fire. Purple. It represented the aura of a saint and emperor. It was supreme. The reason why the prime body condensed the purple martial spirit fire was because he was prepared to view his body as a gigantic furnace in the second half of the Martial Sutra's cultivation technique. In the ancient saying, heaven and earth were the furnaces, all living beings were bronze, yin and yang were charcoal, and creation was manual work. His prime body viewed the martial Tao true body as a furnace. It cultivated all the sutras and fused them all into one body, gathering the strongest flames in the world to create a true supreme martial Tao. The martial spirit fire was the foundation of the martial Tao furnace. The prime body would not have to refine any dermic weapons in the future. As the furnace of the martial Tao, his physical body was his dermic weapon. Swoosh! When the martial spirit fire was formed, it had already begun to burn the martial Tao true body. At the same time, the martial spirit fire began smelting all the cultivation techniques and secret skills that Su Zimo had browsed through over the years. Be it the immortal, Buddhist, fiend, or even demon cultivation techniques, they were all smelted by the martial spirit fire. The cultivation techniques of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, the Void Thunder Manual, the Sea Calming Manual and Tidal Manual, the Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness, the 30-odd inheritances in the Stone Statue Cemetery. The endless cultivation techniques were all contained by the martial Tao furnace as it tempered, deduced, and comprehended continuously, infusing all the obscurities and essence of those cultivation techniques into the martial Tao true body. The terrifying thing about the martial Tao furnace was that there was no limit to it. As long as the prime body obtained enough cultivation techniques, he could fuse them into the martial Tao furnace and refine them to become a power he could control. In other words, the power of the prime body would increase with every secret skill smelted. Furthermore, under the continuous refinement of the martial spirit fire, his martial Tao true body would become stronger, more terrifying and limitless. What was even more frightening was that the prime body was only in control of a single martial spirit fire right now. As his mastery of flames increased, the might of the martial Tao furnace would naturally increase as well. Of course, not all flames were qualified to be used to burn the martial Tao furnace. To smelt 100 sutras and burn the martial Tao furnace to forge the martial Tao true body, one had to be the strongest flame in the world. The martial spirit fire was merely the first. Now that the path of cultivation was determined, the prime body heaved a sigh of relief and continued cultivating. The martial Tao furnace had just been formed and was fragile and weak. It required a long time to smelt the sutras and dermic arts. At the same time, the Green Lotus true body had already rushed back to the north region from the middle continent. Su Zimo was finally relieved when he sensed the condition of his prime body. At that moment, Su Zimo had already consumed the great essence creation elixir, and his cultivation realm had climbed to the late-stage Dharma characteristic realm. With his return to the north region this time round, he was prepared to enter seclusion in Ethereal Peak. Although this trip to the middle continent was short, he had gained quite a bit from the consecutive battles. He was prepared to break through to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm as soon as possible with this seclusion. Right now, his 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics had already grown to a height of 89 feet. He was only a step away from a supreme Dharma characteristic as well. Of course, A breakthrough to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm was only one of his motives for his seclusion this time round. Su Zimo had another question. Was a 90 feet supreme Dharma characteristic truly the limit? The cultivation world was not exactly peaceful during this period of time. The Grand Primordium ancient temple in the Middle Continent, as well as the death of Tao Lord Cloud Rain and a conjoint body mighty figure of Sword Sect, caused quite a stir. After Immortal Sword returned to Sword Sect, he released the news that Tao Lord Cloud Rain died in the hands of Desolate Marshal. There were naturally only benefits for Immortal Sword if he could sow grudges between Sword Sect and Desolate Marshal. This news caused quite a stir in the cultivation world. Another titular disciple had died in the hands of Desolate Marshal. Before long, more news regarding Tao Lord Desolate Marshal spread. It was no longer a secret that Desolate Marshal had formed 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Su Zimo did not take those news to heart. After returning to Ethereal Peak, he entered a long period of seclusion cultivation. Cultivation was endless, and in the blink of an eye 97 years had passed. This day, a deafening bang sounded from one of Ethereal Peak's cave abodes. Boom! A terrifying aura burst forth, and Ethereal Peak trembled continuously as countless rocks rolled down. Even the cultivators in seclusion were alarmed and came out one after another. Its young master, standing in midair, Xianxia looked at the cave abode. Before long, the skies of Ethereal Peak were filled with people densely. There were people from the Foundation establishment to Dharma characteristic realm. Could Elder Desolate Marshal have broken through again? How many years has it been? Elder Desolate Marshal's talent is way too terrifying. I've been stuck at the late-stage Dharma characteristic realm for 1,000 years, but I haven't improved at all. How can you compare to Elder Desolate Marshal? In Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo had long been designated as an elder by the old immortal crane. Most of the cultivators who joined Ethereal Peak came because they had heard of the many legends of Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Furthermore, Su Zimo had once spread half of the Martial Sutra throughout the entire world. Desolate Marshal was the most respected character among everyone who cultivated the martial Tao. It was Desolate Marshal who gave them, mortals without spirit roots, a chance to break free from the shackles of fate. They could no longer be threatened by fiend demons or trampled by cultivators. The vibration lasted for a long time before subsiding. A moment later, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave abode. Green robes and black hair. It was Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, Su Zimo. Congratulations! Congratulations! In midair, many Ethereal Peak cultivators cupped their fists in congratulation. Su Zimo nodded with a smile. Young Master, the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking is about to begin soon. You've already broken through to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, and you'll definitely be the top of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Xianxia smiled. She possessed the bloodline of the god race and cultivated at an extremely fast speed. Right now, she was already at the late-stage Dharma characteristic realm and was only half a step away from perfected Dharma characteristic. The fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking? Su Zimo muttered softly. Suddenly, he sensed something and his expression changed as he looked to the west. His expression changed as he opened his mouth slightly with a hint of pain and reluctance in his eyes. What's wrong, young master? Sensing the change in Su Zimo's expression, Xianxia asked softly. Sigh. Su Zimo sighed. I'll be making a trip to the Dragon Burial Valley. Before his sentence was finished, he transformed into a golden streak of light and vanished above Ethereal Peak. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Descending, Su Zimo arrived before the old temple and pushed open the battered temple door. Monk Yuanbei sat in a lotus position facing the front of the hall and looked at Su Zimo with a benevolent smile. You're here, Master. With a sorrowful expression, Su Zimo strode forward and knelt before Monk Yuanbei. Child, there's no need for that. Reaching out with his skinny palm, Monk Yuanbei caressed Su Zimo's forehead and said gently, Everyone dies. I've lived for close to 100,000 years and have seen and experienced too much. It's enough. Monk Yuanbei was at the end of his lifespan. Master, look. The Mingwang prayer beads are complete. Su Zimo removed the complete Mingwang prayer beads hurriedly and placed it in front of Monk Yuanbei. "That's great." Monk Yuanbei nodded with a relieved expression. There were no regrets, reluctance or longing in Monk Yuanbei's eyes. They were calm as water. "I heard that you've already formed 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics. How strong are they? Have you cultivated a supreme dharma characteristic yet? Remember to visit Mingzhan at Depamkra Monastery in the south region if you have the chance. I wonder how he's doing." Monk Yuanbei chatted with Su Zimo about trivial matters without any hint of melancholy. Gradually, he went silent. The earth did not quake, nor were there any phenomena. Monk Yuanbei passed away in peace. He still had a benevolent and warm smile on his face. However, his wise eyes would never open again. Although this renowned patriarch had a lifespan of 100,000 years, he still could not escape the sands of time and passed away here. Swoosh! The sound of chains sounded from the backyard. A tall and mighty figure walked over with scarlet hair that burned like flames. The red-headed ghost did not appear before Monk Yuanbei's passing. It was not because the red-headed ghost had any resentment towards Monk Yuanbei. On the contrary, the red-headed ghost and Monk Yuanbei had a deep relationship. Su Zimo understood that the red-headed ghost merely did not wish to see Monk Yuanbei pass away personally and experience that sadness of parting. "Now that the old monk is gone, it's time for me to leave as well." The red-headed ghost did not make a fuss and sighed in disappointment. In truth, the chains on his body had long shattered and he was not the culprit behind the catastrophe of Great Qian. He could have left a long time ago. However, he chose to remain here until Monk Yuanbei passed away. "Let's bury him here," the red-headed ghost said. Su Zimo nodded and carried Monk Yuanbei's corpse to the cemetery at the back of the hall to bury the latter. He placed all the ancient books in the old temple into his storage bag, prepared to bring them back to Ethereal Peak. The skies above the Dragon Burial Valley. "You're going to return to the dragon race?" Su Zimo asked. The red-headed ghost nodded. "Without my protection, you have to be careful in the future and not be reckless. Time to go." The red-headed ghost waved it off and turned to leave. All of a sudden, he frowned slightly and turned around slowly, gazing at the void not far away with a slightly focused and pensive expression. "What's wrong?" Su Zimo asked instinctively. "Nothing much. I seem to have sensed something earlier on." The red-headed ghost shook his head and murmured, "I might be neurotic after staying at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for too long." With that, he turned and left, disappearing above the Dragon Burial Valley before long. Su Zimo stood at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley for a long time before sighing deeply and turning to leave. Not long after he left, the void not far away from the Dragon Burial Valley distorted and a figure appeared. The red-headed ghost was right. There was indeed someone there. However, that person even managed to avoid his detection. The person wore a wide white robe and his black hair covered most of his face, revealing only one eye. He looked at the Dragon Burial Valley with a conflicted expression. After standing for a long time, the figure bowed deeply in the direction of the Dragon Burial Valley and turned to leave as well. West region of Tianhuang mainland. Everywhere that can be seen, the desert was vast and uninhabited. Occasionally, there would be sand dunes without any signs of life. In the cultivation world, there were many sections. Most of them were located in the Middle Continent, East region, North region, and South region. However, very few cultivators set up their sects in the West region. In the depths of the West region, in a desert in the extreme west, hundreds of figures stood with powerful auras. Among them, there were even dozens of figures whose auras fused with the entire world. Although their auras varied individually, they exuded a terrifying might. The dozens of figures were all conjoint body mighty figures. The others were also Dharma characteristic Tao lords. The most terrifying thing was that most of the hundreds of figures were foreign living beings. Some of them were ugly and had green faces and bared fangs. Their noses were facing the skies and their fingers and toes had sharp nails that were curved and shone coldly. The living beings were tall and had black skin. They had gigantic pitch-black meat wings on their backs that were dozens of feet wide when spread open, None of those living beings were human. They were more like malevolent ghosts from hell. It was one of the primordial 9 races, the Rakshasa race. This was a race that was even more terrifying than the malevolent ghosts of hell. Although some of them were in human form, they wore green robes and had ghastly green eyes. They exuded a sinister aura that looked extremely eerie. One of the primordial 9 races, the witch race. Some of them were neither human nor demon and looked like plants that took root in the depths of the desert, waving dozens of scarlet vines. Every single vine had a blood-colored gourd. The most terrifying thing was that at the top of the vines was a human face. It had no eyes and nose, only a gigantic mouth with sharp fangs that intertwined with one another and shone with a cold glint. Any living being that was devoured would be minced instantly. It was one of the primordial 9 races, the blood vine race. There were others that resembled crows. However, they were extremely massive with golden feathers that burned with similarly colored flames and 3 legs beneath them. The void around them were distorted from the heat. One of the primordial 9 races, the golden crow race. There were also some cultivators with golden hair and blue eyes. The men were handsome and tall while the women were graceful and charming. It was clear that they were from the god race. Some other figures were similar to humans. However, there was a blood scar on their foreheads that resembled an eye. One of the primordial 9 races, the heavenly eye race. Among the hundreds of figures, 6 of the primordial 9 races arrived. The witch, Rakshasa, god, golden crow, blood vine and heavenly eye races. Ever since the ancient war, the primordial 9 races resided in a corner and rarely set foot in Tianhuang mainland. They had never made such a huge move. Now, 6 of them had all appeared, and the weakest were Dharma characteristics with dozens of conjoint body mighty figures among them. The 6 races had activated such a massive formation just for a terrifying living being sprawled on the ground not far away. The living being was 100 feet tall and was pitch black with scales all over its body. However, its tail was purple and its tailbone was sharp, as though it could penetrate everything. If Su Zimo was here, he would definitely recognize that this was Night Spirit in his true form. At that moment, Night Spirit's aura was weak and he was filled with injuries all over. He was already unconscious and the purple flames beneath his feet had already extinguished. Right now, Night Spirit was only at the Dharma characteristic realm and could kill conjoint body mighty figures without even transforming into his true form. In a one-on-one fight, he could even kill people of the primordial 9 races in his true form. However, no matter how strong Night Spirit was, he could not defend against the encirclement of so many ferocious races. All these years he fought and escaped while hiding everywhere. In the end, he was suppressed here by the experts of the 6 races. It's all thanks to your collaboration that we're able to capture that beast this time round. Wuxia looked around and nodded to express his gratitude. This beast can really escape. A conjoint body Rakshasa named Feng Tian cursed with a hateful expression. It's been more than 90 years since we started attacking him, as expected of a taboo race. Over the years, more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures of our 6 races have died to this beast. A god race being harumphed coldly with killing intent in his eyes. This time round, the 6 races sent experts to kill Night Spirit and they only succeeded today. They had also paid an extremely high price all these years. More than 10 conjoint body mighty figures of the 6 races had died in the hands of Night Spirit. There were even more than 100 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Third Prince, you came all the way from the East Sea Penglai to assist us in killing this fiend. You're truly much stronger than the Dragon, Barbarian, and Kuan races. Wuxia looked at a 3-legged golden crow not far away and nodded. Well said, well said. The third prince of the Golden Crow transformed into his human form and was a handsome young man. The fact that this beast is still alive is a huge threat to the primordial 9 races. No one can stay out of it. What a pity, Wuxia sneered. The Dragon, Barbarian, and Kuan races don't think that way. They chose to stand by idly. The Dragon race looks strong on the surface, but they're weak on the inside. The Barbarian race is merely a bunch of fools with strong limbs and simple minds. As for the Kuan race, Fufu, They must be scared silly after many of them were killed by this beast in the primordial war. A heavenly race being said coldly. Among the group of living beings, there was a human with a wide Taoist robe, a Confucian crown on his head and a folding fan in his hands. There was a faint, mysterious smile on that person's face the entire time. Even when he stood together with the experts of the primordial 9 races, his aura was not inferior. He was Heavenly Secrets of Enigma Palace. After exchanging pleasantries with the Golden Crow, Third Prince, and the others, Wuxia turned around and nodded at Heavenly Secrets. Of course, it's all thanks to Heavenly Secrets' divination that we're able to hold this beast here. The primordial 9 races had an innate sense of superiority towards humans. After all, humans were born weak and were once the lowest-leveled race that they had enslaved through history. Furthermore, an ancient war broke out between both parties. Although the 6 races relied on Heavenly Secrets' divination to hunt down Night Spirit all these years, most of them did not take Heavenly Secrets seriously. Even as Wuxia expressed gratitude to Heavenly Secrets, the other races had cold expressions and did not react. "It's nothing much," Heavenly Secrets said indifferently. "This beast is sharp and alert. I took a gamble in the end as well, guessing that there was a high chance it would escape to that direction." Heavenly Secrets pointed to the west. That was the extreme west. From afar, one could see rows of mountain ranges that towered into the clouds. If one focused their gaze, they would vaguely see that the mountain range was filled with endless corpses. Some of the corpses were not rotten and retained their original forms. Their bodies were long and more than 10,000 feet long. Lying on the mountain range, they looked like crouching dragons. To be precise, those were dragon skeletons. A dragon skeleton that was more than 10,000 feet long. A Dharma characteristic dragon was only dozens of feet tall. What about a dragon skeleton that was 10,000 feet long? Some of the corpses were in the shape of birds with wings that were more than 1,000 feet long. There were 3 legs beneath them that were golden. The Golden Crow Third Prince's face turned paler when he caught sight of those corpses. In the endless mountain range, there were all sorts of corpses. Apart from the primordial 9 races, there were countless unknown living beings. A torrential malevolent aura emanated from that side, and one would jitter with a single glance. The experts of the 6 races were prideful. However, their auras weakened when they looked in that direction as they averted their gazes with fearful expressions. There were 9 forbidden grounds in Tianhuang mainland that humans did not dare to step foot into. However, the endless mountain range in the distance was the forbidden ground of the primordial 9 races. Extreme west, Kunlun ruins. A god race being named Han Ling remarked with lingering fear, "It's lucky that we stopped that beast in advance. If he had escaped there, we might not have been able to capture him." Wu Xia's expression was terrible as well as he urged, "Let's go. It's better for us to leave this place as soon as possible." Although there was still a long way to go before they arrived at the Kunlun ruins, the 6 races were already feeling uncomfortable. How should we deal with this beast? Should we kill it directly? The Rakshasa, Feng Tian, revealed his bloodthirsty fangs and said murderously. A heavenly race being nodded. "I think that's fine. Killing him will eliminate all future troubles lest anything unexpected happens." "No, we can't." A blood vine on the ground transformed into a human and shook its head resolutely. "The blood of this beast contains immense power. If we were to kill it, the blood would go stale and the power within would weaken too much." "That's right." God Han Ling nodded. "This beast is filled with treasures from head to toe. It's a little hasty to kill him just like that. There's no way he can break free after I trap him with the god race's heavenly god lock. At that time, we'll capture him back alive and discuss how we should deal with him." "Sure." Wuxia's eyes flickered as he nodded in agreement. Every single item on Night Spirit's body, be it scales, fangs, claws, or blood, were utmost treasures of the universe. The 6 races had their own agendas and would naturally not let a single race possess them all. God Han Ling slapped his storage bag and withdrew a shimmering golden chain. There were 5 diamond iron hoops on the chains and sharp spikes were embedded in the inner circle of the hoops. There were reverse hooks that intertwined extremely sharply. The pupils of Wuxia and the others constricted slightly when they saw the heavenly godlock. The heavenly godlock was the most famous weapon of the god race, and even the primordial 9 races would not be able to break free from it. The spikes on the heavenly godlock's iron hoops could penetrate flesh with ease and were embedded deeply. Furthermore, the spikes were hollow and could suck blood continuously, causing living beings trapped by the heavenly godlock to never recover their blood chi. The moment one's blood chi recovered, it would be sucked in by the spikes on the iron hoops. God Han Ling threw the heavenly godlock in his hands towards Night Spirit. Splash! The heavenly godlock descended and coiled around Night Spirit instantly. The immense godly power augmented and restricted Night Spirit's body as his true form dissipated and took on human form. Snap! Snap! The 5 iron hoops locked Night Spirit's arms, legs and neck instantly, piercing deeply into his flesh. Night Spirit grunted and frowned with a pained expression. Ha 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 ha! Rakshasa Feng Tian was excited and burst into laughter. Little beast, let's see how you can maintain your cockiness. Let's see how you can escape now. Eh? Right then, Heavenly Secrets' expression changed when he saw Night Spirit in human form, and he murmured softly, "It's him. Why? You've seen him before." Noticing the change in Heavenly Secrets' expression, Wuxia turned and asked. Heavenly Secrets nodded. His name is Night Spirit, and he has appeared many times in the cultivation world with terrifying combat strength. However, he has never revealed his true form. He even has a bosom friend, and the cultivation world once thought that he was the latter's spirit beast. That's impossible. A heavenly race being shook his head. Who could have subdued the taboo race? Heavenly Secrets looked at everyone from the Rakshasa and God race and smiled mysteriously. Back in the intermediate ancient battlefield, he even joined forces with that man and buried both your races in Myriad Phenomenon City. Rakshasa Feng Tian's expression changed as he barked coldly. It's that man. What's his name again? Tao Lord Desolate Martial. Heavenly Secrets said slowly. Right now, he created the martial Tao and allowed mortals without spirit roots to cultivate as well. His combat strength is terrifying, and he killed many titular disciples of supersex and condensed 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics. He's extremely famous. 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics? Everyone from the 6 races frowned. The fact that Su Zimo had conjured 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics caused a huge stir in the cultivation world. However, the 6 races were merely surprised. For example, Wuxia, God Han Ling, and Rakshasa Feng Tian were all conjoint body mighty figures. They did not even care if Su Zimo could conjure 10 heaven and earth dharma characteristics, let alone 3. How strong were conjoint body mighty figures of the 6 races? Even half-martial ancestors of the human race would not dare to provoke them. Where is he now? Rakshasa Feng Tian asked murderously. I'll make a move to kill that lad right now. Heavenly Secrets shook his head. Desolate Martial has a Mahayana patriarch backing him. You might not be able to hurt him if you head over now. Furthermore, this person's movement technique is extremely fast. It'll be difficult to kill him if he escapes with all his might. No matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than us Rakshasas. Rakshasa Feng Tian harumphed coldly. Although that was what he claimed, he did not persist. While he was fearless against half-martial ancestors, he was still wary of Mahayana patriarchs. At the Mahayana realm, one would have comprehended divine powers. That sort of power was not something conjoint bodies can fight against. Heavenly Secrets continued. Furthermore, if Desolate Martial is alarmed and goes into hiding, I won't be able to divine his location. You can't divine it? Wuxia frowned. Even for the taboo race, Heavenly Secrets could divine a rough area. Yet, he was unable to divine a single puny human. Heavenly Secrets had a calm expression. An expert once altered Desolate Martial's fate. He's shrouded by a layer of fog and I can't divine him. What should we do then? Rakshasa Feng Tian said coldly. Desolate Martial is someone I definitely have to kill. That's right. That lad once killed my clansman. I won't let him off either. The god Hanling said slowly as well. The Golden Crow third prince smiled sinisterly. You guys have managed to intrigue me. I'm keen on meeting this desolate marshal. Fellow Taoist heavenly secrets, do you have any grand plan? Wuxia asked. It can't be considered a grand plan, merely an open scheme. Heavenly secrets pointed at Night Spirit not far away and smiled. The once-in-a-thousand-year fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking is about to begin. At that time, Desolate Marshal will definitely appear despite knowing that there's danger if we use this beast as bait. Given Desolate Marshal's character, he'll definitely try and save that beast. At that time, countless sects and factions will naturally attack to kill him. Everyone, all we have to do is wait by the sidelines and enjoy the show. The Golden Crow third prince clapped and laughed. Interesting, interesting. Nothing will go wrong, right? A heavenly race being frowned with a cold expression. Absolutely impossible. God Hanling waved it off and declared proudly. This heavenly godlock was given to me by an elder of the god race. Even a Dharma treasure can't damage it. The weapons used by Mahayana patriarchs were infused with the power of divine powers and could be called Dharma treasures. Heavenly secrets nodded as well. Everyone, don't worry. The primordial 9 races are not the only ones concerned about the birth of this taboo. Our human race won't let it off either. Taboos are the enemies of the 10,000 races. At that time, whoever dares to protect them will have to die with them. Although Heavenly Secrets said that with a smile, there was a cold killing intent. Ethereal Peak. Ever since monk Yuanbei passed away in meditation, Su Zimo had returned to this place. However, he felt uneasy recently, as though something big was about to happen. It was an instinct and definitely not a coincidence. However, he had no clue as to what it was. This day, Su Zimo was meditating in his cave abode when his heart skipped a beat. Waving his sleeves, the door to his cave abode opened slowly and a messenger spirit crane flew in. Su Zimo received it. Xiaoning. The spirit crane gave off a familiar aura. It was Xiaoning. Brother, I've missed you. How have you been recently? The fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking is about to begin. Are you going to join? We'll be able to meet then. At that point, Su Zimo smiled and continued reading. Have you seen Night Spirit all these years? 90 years ago, he suddenly left my side and disappeared. He hasn't returned since. The day he left, he had a strange expression as though something was amiss. If he's with you, please reply and let me know. At that point, Su Zimo fell into deep thought. Night Spirit was gone. Under normal circumstances, given Night Spirit's combat strength, it was nothing much for him to be missing for 100 years. There was probably nobody in Tianhuang mainland who could injure him. Even if he could not defeat them, he could escape. What could have happened to Night Spirit? Could Night Spirit's background have been exposed? Immediately, Su Zimo shook his head. Night Spirit was so cautious, and even in front of Su Zimo, he merely revealed his true form once. How could he have been exposed? Right then, another spirit crane flew in from outside the cave abode. Su Zimo received it and took a look. The spirit crane was from Lin Xuanji. Don't go for the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking. Don't go. There was not much information on the spirit crane and there were only a few words. It was a clear warning. Furthermore, it seemed like it was written in a hurry. Could the super sects have deduced that my master has passed away and are prepared to join forces to kill me in the Dharma characteristic ranking? Su Zimo quickly thought of that possibility. All these years, the reason why Glass Palace, Zephyr Thunder Palace, and Sword Sect endured him was because they were wary of Monk Yuanbei. Now that Monk Yuanbei had passed away, it was only logical that those super sects were tempted. Su Zimo sneered internally. Since that was the case, he would not take part in the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking. The danger of the Dharma characteristic ranking this time round was definitely unimaginable if it could prompt Lin Xuanji into sending such a reminder. Just as he was pondering, a figure descended from outside the door. It was Nian Qi. Young master, there's news of the Dharma characteristic ranking. She came to Su Zimo's side. It said that the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking this time round is still in the Middle Continent. However, I heard that it's different from the past. Apart from some specified rewards, the 72 cultivators on the Dharma characteristic ranking also have the chance to drink taboo blood. Taboo blood? Su Zimo asked casually without thinking too much. Nian Qi shook her head. I don't know either. I think Enigma Palace joined forces with some super sects and captured an extremely terrifying taboo living being of the primordial era. It's said that every single drop of blood from this taboo contains an unimaginable power. Su Zimo's expression changed. At the same time, in the Dragon Bone Valley, the dragon true body that was in seclusion was awakened by a series of hurried knocks. Su Zimo was already the young master of the dragon race and reigned over the 5 lineages. Unless there was something extremely pressing, the dragon race would definitely not disturb him. Without hesitation, he got up and left the dragon lair. Young master, the elders invited you for a meeting in the grand hall. An illumination dragon bowed respectfully. Su Zimo nodded and leaped towards the grand hall in the central region. In the past few years of seclusion cultivation, his dragon true body cultivated at an extremely fast speed with the help of the 3 innate divine powers and was already at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. Of course, breaking through from the perfected Dharma characteristic realm to the conjoint body realm required not only an opportunity, but also a long period of consolidation. Su Zimo arrived at the meeting hall and looked up. There were more than 10 elders sitting in the hall. Not only were the grand elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage present, the grand elders of the other 4 lineages were present as well. What's with the crowd? Su Zimo lamented internally. What happened to alarm so many elders? Long Mo, have a seat. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder waved his hand, indicating for Su Zimo to sit for the meeting. As the young master of the dragon race, his status was on par with the elders present and was even above some ordinary dragon elders. The reason we called for you here today is to inform you of something, the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said. A taboo of the primordial era has a remnant bloodline alive. Furthermore, it was captured alive by 6 of the primordial 9 races. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The first thing that came to mind was Night Spirit. However, he maintained his composure and took a deep breath. Grand Elder, please explain what a taboo it is. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder reminisced and said slowly, in the primordial era, the 10,000 races reigned and the hierarchy was strict. It was even crueler than now. Our primordial 9 races reigned over Tianhuang mainland back in the primordial era. However, there's another type of living being above us. The taboo race. True enough. Night Spirit's bloodline was indeed stronger and more terrifying than the primordial 9 races. It was no wonder why Night Spirit dared to eat the dragon egg the moment he entered the Dragon Bone Valley and did not hesitate at all. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder continued. The taboo race is extremely special and the chances of them being born are extremely low. Their bloodlines are rare and only 1 or 2 exist in each generation. Among the taboos we currently know is the Dragon Phoenix. The Dragon Phoenix does not only possess the bloodline of the dragon race, it also possesses the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix, extremely strong with torrential combat strength. It's a true taboo of the primordial era. At that point, the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder looked at Su Zimo deeply. He continued after a brief pause. The Kuan Peng is also a taboo. Of the primordial 9 races, one of them is the Kuan race. The Kuan Peng race is much stronger than the Kuan race. It can turn into fish and devour the oceans for thousands of kilometers, as well as turn into a bird that possesses the power of extreme yin and yang as it soars through the world. This was the first time Su Zimo had heard of some of these things. He did not interrupt and continued listening. Although Night Spirit was from a taboo race, he was definitely not a Dragon Phoenix or Kuan Peng. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said slowly, there's another lineage of the taboo race, known as the Ho. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said, Ho, the god of massacre of the primordial era, stood at the top of all living beings and the primordial 9 races were its food. It was no wonder why he was referred to as a taboo by the primordial 9 races. Su Zimo lamented internally. There's no mistake. Night Spirit should be a Ho. It stood to reason why Night Spirit did not like to eat any spirit beasts that Monkey and the others captured back when he had just hatched. Instead, he displayed an unprecedented interest when he came to the Dragon Bone Valley and saw a dragon egg. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder continued, "Of course, because the 3 taboos are rare, there isn't a colony of them and they naturally don't have the strength and energy to rule over Tianhuang mainland." Su Zimo nodded. In the primordial era, the primordial 9 races were still the ones who ruled over Tianhuang mainland. However, there were 3 great taboo living beings above the primordial 9 races that possessed the power to kill them. What was with that battle in the primordial era? Su Zimo asked. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder had a conflicted expression. The primordial era was the most glorious era of Tianhuang mainland and the 3 major taboos existed. However, the dragon phoenix has a blood relation with the dragon race and is naturally closer to the dragon race. The Kuanpeng is closer to the Kuan race as well. The Ho is the only one that is always alone and aloof, distant from any single race. The Ho was savage and killed the primordial 9 races without any reservations. Finally, the Ho incurred the wrath of the dragon phoenix and Kuanpeng, who then brought the primordial 9 races to fight against it. The battle was extremely tragic and corpses were strewn everywhere like mountains. Countless living beings of the primordial 9 races were killed, and almost all the 10,000 races were implicated. Not many of them survived. Su Zimo was silent. There was indeed a reason why house were called taboos. An existence like that possessed the power to destroy the 10,000 races. Who wouldn't be afraid? Even with the dragon phoenix and Kuanpeng, the primordial 9 races suffered immense losses. It was obvious how tragic that battle was. There was nothing right or wrong about that battle. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder lamented as well. Later on, because of that battle, the 2 taboos, the dragon phoenix and Kuanpeng, were severely injured as well. They did not manage to transcend the tribulations to become immortals and died after expending their lifespans. The dragon phoenix was filled with regrets before it died. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder nodded. That's precisely the reason why we hesitated for a long time before deciding not to join the hunt when we heard that the bloodline of a Ho had appeared. However, even without our participation in the encirclement, the Ho did not manage to escape and was captured by the 6 races that went. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said in a seemingly casual manner, "If we're able to save that Ho this time round, he won't have any feud with the dragon race after he grows up." "Impossible," the Blue Dragon Grand Elder said resolutely. The other dragon elders shook their heads as well. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said, "The primordial 9 races and the 10,000 races possess an innate fear towards taboo living beings. If their identities and bloodlines are exposed before they grow, there's only a single outcome for them: death. The primordial 9 races, the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland and human cultivators, will never let a single taboo grow again. The fact that the dragon race did not attack has already incurred the wrath of the other races. If we dare to try and save this taboo now, the other races will definitely be enraged and turn on us. It'll be a calamity that might lead to extermination. Anyone who harbors any motives about this taboo at a moment like this will have to die." Su Zimo was silent. Actually, what he said earlier was to test the reaction of the dragon race. Initially, he was wondering if he could save Night Spirit with the help of the dragon race. Looking at the reactions of the elders of the dragon race right now, that was impossible. Not only that, if he revealed any intention of saving Night Spirit, all the elders of the dragon race would definitely dissuade him and even detain him in the Dragon Bone Valley. At that thought, Su Zimo went silent. No matter what others thought or what taboo Night Spirit was, he had to head to the Middle Continent and do everything he could to save Night Spirit. At the same time, his dragon true body sensed the news from his green lotus true body. The 2 true bodies were telepathic and made a decision almost instantly. The martial Tao true body had just entered the martial spirit realm and was equivalent to a nascent soul. There was no need to alarm it because its strength was insufficient. This time round, his dragon true body and green lotus true body had to move together. This trip to the Middle Continent would definitely be filled with unprecedented dangers for Su Zimo. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would most likely die. Some super sects bore grudges with him to begin with. If he dared to save Night Spirit despite the universal condemnation, it would be equivalent to pushing himself to a dead end and making the entire world his enemy. Even so, Su Zimo did not hesitate at all. To him, Night Spirit was not a primordial taboo. That was his sworn brother and family who had followed him for many years. He would definitely not sit idly by the sidelines. He would not hesitate even if the entire world was his enemy. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said, "We called you here today not because of this taboo, but because we want to remind you of something." "What?" Su Zimo asked. The Grand Elders of the 5 lineages exchanged glances before the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder turned to Su Zimo and said slowly, "We have a hunch that there's a high chance you might grow into another taboo, the Dragon Phoenix." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly came to a realization. He had the bloodline of a dragon and the divine phoenix bone within his body. If the two bloodlines were to fuse, there was a chance that he could become a new taboo, the Dragon Phoenix. Back when you underwent the ancestral dragon's baptism and awakened your innate divine powers, many phenomenons appeared. The only person who could intimidate the ancestral dragon and defeat the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon is probably a Dragon Phoenix. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder sighed immediately. Of course, this might require an opportunity. I don't know either. After all, you can't even conjure a complete dragon body right now. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said, "If you're able to become a Dragon Phoenix in the future, you must be careful not to expose your bloodline and identity before you advance to the Ancestor realm. Otherwise, you will end up with the same outcome as this Ho. At that time, even the dragon race won't be able to protect you." Su Zimo nodded. Turning into a Dragon Phoenix was way too far for him right now. He might not be able to wait till then either. In this Dharma characteristic ranking competition, the Dragon True Body and Green Lotus True Body were not facing Dharma characteristic paragons, but all the sects, factions, and 6 primordial races. It was also possible for the 2 true bodies to die on the spot. This time round, it was clear that the other party had set a trap. Not only did they want to kill Night Spirit, they wanted to kill him as well. Who knew what sort of a trap they were setting up? The only unknown variable that was advantageous for Su Zimo was probably his Dragon True Body. Suddenly, Su Zimo said, "I intend to experience the Dharma characteristic ranking this time round personally." What for?" The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder frowned and was instantly alarmed. Su Zimo said, "I haven't seen what the 3 great taboos look like. This is a rare opportunity. How can I miss it?" "Elders, don't worry. I'll hide my identity and watch the show from the side. There won't be any danger." Middle Continent, Heaven and Earth Valley. The name of Heaven and Earth meant that the valley was special. The Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic ranking that was held once every 1,000 years would be held in this valley. The valley was extremely vast and spanned thousands of kilometers. When it was time, Dharma characteristic paragons from all over Tianhuang mainland would gather here to fight for the 72 spots on the Dharma characteristic ranking. Being listed on the Dharma characteristic ranking was not only for honor, there were also huge rewards. Similar to the phenomenon ranking, the Dharma characteristic ranking was hosted by Enigma Palace. As the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking approached, the number of cultivators in the vicinity of Heaven and Earth Valley increased and it became livelier. "I heard that Fairy Luo Shui of Snowdrift Valley obtained an ancient inheritance and formed the Ice Spirit Dermic body. She has a chance of making it to the top 10 of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Pang Yu of Overlord Palace is not weak either after condensing the Tenyama body that has been lost for many years. I heard that the Demoness of Pure Maiden Sect obtained an ancient inheritance in the Tao inheritance ground and condensed a mystic maiden dermic body. Although she's not at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm right now, her combat strength is shocking. In my opinion, there's no doubt about who will be the top of the Dharma characteristic ranking this time round. I heard that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal has condensed 3 Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics that are 87 feet tall. He's definitely the top of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Indeed, I don't think anyone can compare to Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Before the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking began, many cultivators were already discussing. By the way, do you guys know what that primordial taboo is? I'm not sure. It seems to be an extremely terrifying living being from the primordial era that's comparable to the primordial 9 races. That's amazing. I heard that it took quite a bit of effort to capture that taboo alive. Look, the cultivators of Sword Sect are here. Some cultivators pointed into the distance and exclaimed. Sword Sect is really early this time round. As time passed, various major sects, factions and supersects appeared one after another and descended in Heaven and Earth Valley. This time round, more than 10 ethereal peak cultivators arrived in the Middle Continent under the lead of the old Immortal Crane. In Ethereal Peak, Xianxia had the highest chance of fighting for a spot on the Dharma characteristic ranking. Young Master left long ago. Why hasn't he appeared yet? The moment Xianxia arrived at Heaven and Earth Valley, she searched everywhere but could not find Su Zimo. He must be delayed by something. Don't worry. The old Immortal Crane smiled. Before long, cultivators of the 4 unorthodox groups arrived. For the Dharma characteristic ranking this time round, some supersects would be led by conjoint body mighty figures to lead their disciples. It was the same for the 4 unorthodox groups. Right at the front were 4 conjoint body mighty figures. The most prominent person was a middle-aged man in scarlet robes from 100 Refinement Sect. He had a dignified appearance and his eyes were bright, as though they were burning with flames. Although this mighty figure was only at the early stage conjoint body realm, his aura overwhelmed most of the conjoint body mighty figures present. This was the reborn Extreme Fire. Xianxia of Thousand Crane Sect stood beside Extreme Fire, looking extremely close to him. Behind her was the titular disciple of Thousand Crane Sect, Fairy Thousand Crane. That was Lung Ro who left Ethereal Peak. Xiaoning and Ji Chengtian of Elixir Yang Sect arrived as well. Little Fatty of Tomb Sect was among the crowd too. All of them ran over to Ethereal Peak to catch up with the old Immortal Crane. Xianxia, my brother isn't here? Xiaoning asked softly. Xianxia replied, I'm not sure. He set off a long time ago, but he shouldn't have arrived yet. Xiaoning nodded with a worried expression. Do you know what is this primordial taboo thing? Has anyone seen it before? I'm not sure. Enigma Palace has hidden it extremely well, and no one has seen what a primordial taboo looks like. Xianxia shook her head. Xiaoning sighed and the scene of Night Spirit leaving flashed through her mind. As time passed by, the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries were all present. Successors of the 5 heretical doctrines arrived as well. Members of the 3 aristocratic families and 2 islands did not appear still. Why? What are you thinking about? When Xianxia saw Extreme Fire frowning in deep thought, as though something was bothering him, she could not help but ask gently. Something is not right. Extreme Fire frowned and looked towards Sword Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, and the other super sects. The lineup of these sects for the Dharma characteristic ranking this time round is a little too grand. Normally speaking, the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were the main characters in the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking. At most, the major sects and factions would send 1 or 2 conjoint body mighty figures to lead the teams. That was enough. However, there were already more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures in Sword Sect this time round. It was the same for Zephyr Thunder Palace, Glass Palace, Heavenly Dipper Sect and Chaos Essence Sect as well. Indeed, it's a little strange. Xianxia nodded with a confused expression. Extreme Fire swept his gaze across Sword Sect's camp with a burning gaze and said slowly, Furthermore, have you noticed that there are some conjoint body mighty figures in these sects that don't seem like they're from those sects? What do you mean by that? Xianxia was confused. Extreme Fire said bluntly, Some of them don't seem like they're human. Not human. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively thought that fiend demons had infiltrated the place. However, on second thought, she realized that fiend demons couldn't be powerful enough to hide from the conjoint body mighty figures present. If it weren't fiend demons, could it be? You're referring to the primordial 9 races? Xianxia asked softly. It's possible. Extreme Fire nodded with a grim expression. The primordial 9 races haven't stepped foot into Tianhuang mainland for so many years. What are they trying to do by appearing in the Dharma characteristic ranking? Xianxia asked. I'm not sure yet. Let's wait and see. Extreme Fire said. The Dharma characteristic ranking had yet to begin. Although it seemed calm on the surface, Extreme Fire could sense the undercurrent surging beneath the calm water with killing intent everywhere, as though a tsunami was brewing. Suddenly, he asked, the Dharma characteristic ranking is about to begin and Zimo isn't here yet? I didn't see him. Xianxia shook her head as well. On the other side, Heavenly Secrets, Immortal Sword, and the others gathered and sent voice transmissions with their spirit consciousnesses. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal hasn't appeared yet. What should we do? Immortal Sword said. He might have realized the danger and won't come. Absolutely impossible. Heavenly Secrets said with a faint smile and a confident tone. Pausing for a moment, he continued. The reason why Desolate Marshal hasn't appeared is because he hasn't seen that beast. Fufu. Desolate Marshal is way too cautious. If he doesn't come out, I'll force him to, Heavenly Secrets said and arrived in midair in a flash. Everyone, please be silent. Heavenly Secrets pressed his hands against the air. Although his voice was neither loud nor soft, it spread to every corner of the heaven and earth valley and attracted countless gazes. The fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking is about to begin. Everyone, please calm down before that, he said indifferently. In the primordial era, there was a taboo life form that was cruel and bloodthirsty, incurring the wrath of the heavens and the masses. We heard that a bloodline of that taboo had awakened in this generation, so we joined forces and captured it alive. Today, with all the cultivators of the world as witnesses, we'll kill this beast and drink its blood. The cultivators of Heaven and Earth Valley were densely packed as they looked around. Some of them had lost expressions while others were curious to see what the legendary taboo living being was like. Heavenly Secrets looked around, as though he was searching for something. Unfortunately, Su Zimo did not appear even after a while. There are too many cultivators in Heaven and Earth Valley. It'll be difficult to find Desolate Marshal if he's hiding within. Immortal Sword frowned slightly and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Heavenly Secrets smiled faintly. Desolate Marshal is very cautious. I'm sure he won't appear until he sees that beast. There's no harm in that. Bring that beast out and let the cultivators of the world take a look. He looked at God Han Ling behind him and nodded slightly. God Han Ling smiled gently and removed a bag from his waist. He opened it and a black shadow fell out. Cling, clang. Accompanied by the sound of heavy chains, the black shadow slammed onto the ground heavily. A stir broke out amongst the crowd. Countless gazes landed on that figure. It was a black-robed young man who seemed to have lost a lot of blood chi. His face was pale and he had a pair of hands and feet. In fact, there was a gigantic iron hoop around his neck that was stained with blood. Even so, there was no pain in the black-robed young man's eyes. Instead, they were cold. What's that? Is that what a primordial taboo look like? He looks no different from us. Many cultivators were disappointed. Night Spirit. A series of exclamations sounded from the direction of Elixir Yang sect. A female cultivator was agitated and wanted to charge forward, but she was held down by a conjoint body mighty figure of Elixir Yang sect and could not move. Isn't that Fairy Elixir Yang? What's going on? Fairy Elixir Yang knows this black-robed man? Night Spirit. No wonder he looks familiar. He seems to have a close relationship with Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Some cultivators discussed softly. Fairy Elixir Yang was Su Xiaoning. Xiaoning, don't be rash. Calm down. The Elixir Yang sect elder had a grim expression. She had lived for so long and was experienced and knowledgeable. Naturally, she could tell that the super sects had a grand lineup this time round for a specific motive and they were hostile. Anyone that stood out at this moment would have a high chance of getting themselves killed. How can I calm down? That's Night Spirit. Xiaoning teared instantly when she saw the state Night Spirit was in. Night Spirit raised his head slightly and frowned imperceptibly, seemingly in pain. That slight movement caused blood to ooze from his throat. He met Xiaoning's gaze and shook his head with all his might. That tugged at the wound and the spike dug deep into his neck once more, causing a few grisly blood to flow out slowly. Night Spirit was reminding Xiaoning not to stand out. He knew very well that there was no way he could survive now that he was in the hands of the 6 races. At this moment, whoever dared to stand beside him would die with him. Night Spirit, don't move first, Xiaoning cried. At that moment, she had no idea what to do. She wanted to charge forward, but she was restrained by the sect elder and could not move at all. She could only stand on the spot and look at Night Spirit with a twisted heart. All these years, Night Spirit had never left her side no matter where she was or what she thought. Even when she traveled through the Tianhuang North region to seek treatment, he remained by her side silently without forsaking her. If not for Night Spirit, she would have died countless times over the years. Furthermore, after so many years of interaction, the feelings between the two of them had already surpassed ordinary friendship. It was just that neither of them exposed the other. In Xiaoning's heart, Night Spirit was already a family member second only to Su Zimo. Although she had experienced many things over the years and had toughened up, she still felt powerless against such a situation and her mind was in chaos. I've got it. Extreme Fire's gaze focused and he suddenly said, that primordial taboo is most likely not their only target in this fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking. They also want Zimo, pure maiden sect. Demoness Ji frowned slightly with her veil over her face. Could it be because of Zimo? She knew the relationship between Su Zimo and Night Spirit and realized that the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking was probably a huge trap. Right then, Heavenly Secrets said slowly, I believe all the cultivators are puzzled as to how an ordinary person like him could be a primordial taboo. That was indeed the question on the minds of many cultivators. That's because nobody has seen the true form of that beast yet. After saying that, Heavenly Secrets tapped his finger gently and a stream of mist entered Night Spirit's body. Roar! A roar burst forth from the depths of Night Spirit's throat and his entire body began to tremble and expand. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic demon beast that was 100 feet tall and nearly 200 feet long appeared on the spot. Cling! Clang! Night Spirit struggled and howled with a torrential malevolent aura as the heavenly god Locke let out a violent sound. Pest! Many cultivators gasped. The entire crowd retreated half a step instinctively. The aura that Night Spirit emanated was way too terrifying. Cultivators of the human race would feel uncontrollable fear when they saw living beings of the primordial 9 races, let alone Night Spirit whom even the primordial 9 races feared. It was an uncontrollable fear that came from the depths of their bloodlines. All the cultivators present felt their scalps prickle and their hairs stood on end. Even for conjoint body mighty figures such as Extreme Fire and the others, their pupils constricted. Even though Night Spirit was trapped by an unknown golden chain, his claws and shimmering tailbone gave them shudders. This was a living being that was born to kill. Beast! Heavenly Secrets reached out and grabbed, forming a long whip that whipped Night Spirit heavily as he hollered, Behave yourself! Night Spirit's body trembled once more, almost convulsing. He could not fight his way out when he was bound by the heavenly god Locke. God Han Ling behind Heavenly Secrets stood out and tapped his fingers gently, sending a golden beam of light into the heavenly god Locke. Whoosh! The heavenly god Locke shone brightly and the iron hoop shrank continuously. Poof! 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 Blood sprayed from Night Spirit's neck and limbs once again. Under the suppression of the heavenly god Locke, Night Spirit transformed into his human form once more and laid on the ground with a weak aura and dispirited expression. In the primordial era, that beast destroyed countless living beings of various races and was bloodthirsty. If he is allowed to grow, there would never be peace in Tianhuang mainland, Heavenly Secrets said slowly. Since that's the case, it's better to kill this beast lest it wreaks havoc and massacres the world. That's right, kill it. I heard that the flesh of this beast is extremely nourishing. Kill it and we'll split it evenly. A series of shouts sounded from the crowd. The conjoint body mighty figures of the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries nodded in agreement without any objections. There was no way such a huge threat could be allowed to grow. No wonder Night Spirit was captured. So, there's a cultivator of Enigma Palace backing you guys. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from outside the crowd. All the cultivators looked over. A cultivator flew through the air with black hair and green robes. He had refined features, but there was a murderous look on his face as he strode over slowly. "You're finally here." Heavenly Secrets smiled indifferently. "I've been waiting for a long time." Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Immortal Sword had a venomous gaze and gritted his teeth. His essence spirit injury had yet to recover till this day. All these years, it could be said that he was reduced to such a state because of Desolate Marshal Tao Lord. Back in Thousand Demon Valley, Desolate Marshal was the one who snatched away the heaven-slaying sword art that should have belonged to him. If he had obtained the heaven-slaying sword art, his combat strength would have increased exponentially, and he would not have lost to extreme fire later on. He would not have been hunted down by the Azura and fled in panic, causing his reputation to plummet. He would not have lost to Desolate Marshal and ended up in such a state. His combat strength was greatly reduced with his essence spirit injured and could not match half of his peak strength. Immortal Sword gripped his fists instinctively when he saw Su Zimo appear. He knew that all the humiliation he had suffered over the years would all end today. He was going to square things with Su Zimo. He was not the only one with such thoughts. Desolate Marshal. How dare you come and fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking? A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Glass Palace stood up slowly and exuded a powerful aura. His body seemed to reflect a glass light as he said slowly, "It's time to settle the feud between you and Glass Palace. Who are you?" Su Zimo asked casually without even looking at him. "Tao Lord Feng Chun." The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Glass Palace said slowly. "Tao Lord Feng Chun. I heard that his rainbow glass body has already cultivated to a height of 88 feet. He has a chance of making it to the top 10 of the Dharma characteristic ranking. 88 feet. Isn't that a foot taller than Desolate Marshal's Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic? Otherwise, where do you think Tao Lord Feng Chun got his confidence from?" The death of Monk Yuan Bei was no longer a secret. If Su Zimo had not appeared, Glass Palace would have sought him out after the Dharma characteristic ranking as well. Back in the Tao inheritance ground, Su Zimo killed many titular disciples. That was a vicious slap to the mouths of the super sects. The reason why that extraordinary humiliation and deep hatred was temporarily put aside was because of the person beneath the Dragon Burial Valley. However, none of the super sects forgot about it. Desolate Marshal. I heard that you took away the legacy dermic art of Zephyr Thunder Palace. How dare you? Indeed, right after Tao Lord Feng Chen, a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Zephyr Thunder Palace stood out and hollered with a thunderous voice. "Do you really think that Zephyr Thunder Palace is weak? And you are?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. "I'm Tao Lord Five Thunder," the Tao Lord of Zephyr Thunder Palace said proudly. Tao Lord Five Thunder has come out of seclusion as well. He was 5th on the previous Dharma characteristic ranking and his Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic was 84 feet tall. I wonder how much he has grown over the years. He must definitely be confident if he dares to challenge Desolate Marshal. Heavenly Secret smiled without saying anything at the side. He was in no hurry to attack. As long as Desolate Marshal appeared, he would definitely die. Is that the so-called strongest monster incarnate in history? Tao Lord Desolate Marshal? The Golden Crow Third Prince pouted his lips in disdain. He looks like nothing much. He's probably not going to last a single move against me. It's time to take revenge for my clansmen in Myriad Phenomenon City. Rakshasa Feng Tian twisted his neck and let out a series of crackling sounds. Don't get anxious. God Han Ling smiled gently. Let's watch the show first and let the humans fight among themselves. Wearing a wide hood, Wuxia let out 2 ghastly gazes in the darkness and exclaimed softly. He was way too familiar with that face. Back in the Dragonbone Valley, the young master of the dragon race looked exactly like that. Of course, the aura of the young master of the dragon race was even more berserk and his blood chi was terrifying. Furthermore, he had a head of scarlet hair. However, This green-robed cultivator's aura seemed more restrained. There was no way they were the same person. However, Wuxia would not believe that they were unrelated. Interesting. Let's see what secrets you have. Wuxia lamented internally and waited to see what would happen. Zimo's situation doesn't seem too good. Xianxia frowned slightly. No worries, Extreme Fire said. These Dharma characteristic paragons are probably not enough to pose a threat to Zimo. Xianxia said. However, these Dharma characteristic paragons are backed by conjoint body mighty figures of the super sex. If they lose, the latter won't be able to sit still. Humph, Extreme Fire said. If any conjoint body mighty figure dares to attack Zimo, I'll go and meet them. Although Patriarch Yuan Bei has passed away, Zimo still has me, Extreme Fire. I want to see who dares to bully the young and suppress Zimo. In midair, Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and swept his gaze across the super sects such as Sword Sect, Heavenly Dipper Sect, and Chaos Essence Sect. He said slowly, anyone else who wants to settle scores with me? Desolate Marshal, step forward at the same time. Desolate Marshal, you killed so many titular disciples. Do you really think that no one can restrain you? A Tao Lord of Chaos Essence Sect stood out and shouted, I. Stop talking. Su Zimo waved his hands. Before the Tao Lord of Chaos Essence Sect could finish, he was interrupted by Su Zimo. I'm not interested in your titles, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. I'm not here today to fight with you guys for the top of the Dharma characteristic ranking. I advise all of you not to provoke me. He was truly reminding those cultivators out of goodwill. How arrogant, brazen. Before long, Dharma characteristic paragons from Heavenly Dipper Sect, Sword Sect, Illusion Fiend Cult, Malevolent Earth Sect, and Cloud Rain Sect stood out and glared at Su Zimo with hostile expressions and killing intent. Amitba, a monk of Diamond Monastery from the Buddhist monasteries, stood out and clasped his palms together, chanting a Buddhist proclamation. Patron Desolate Marshal, you're the reason why Monk Black Gold of Diamond Monastery died, right? Su Zimo had nothing to do with Monk Black Gold's death in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Even Diamond Monastery is here to join the crowd? Su Zimo swept his gaze at him. Ha 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 ha. The Golden Crow Third Prince could not help but laugh and wave his hand. Interesting, interesting. A cultivator actually attracted the encirclement of the three immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos. He turned towards the voice. Although the Golden Crow Third Prince was in human form, Su Zimo could already sense that this person was extremely terrifying with a scorching blood chi. He was definitely from a foreign race. It was most likely one of the primordial 9 races. Given his current combat strength, he could carve out a path even against the encirclement of conjoint body mighty figures of the human race. However, a conjoint body mighty figure of the primordial 9 races would pose a huge threat to him. He might not even be able to leave alive, let alone save Night Spirit. Desolate Marshal, I don't care what you're here for. Since you're here, pay with your life for the fallen cultivators of Glass Palace. Tao Lord Feng Chun hollered and did not waste time on Su Zimo. Leaping up, he released his Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic right away. Swoosh! A phantom soared into the skies from the top of Tao Lord Feng Chen's head. In the blink of an eye, it rose to a height of 88 feet and was indomitable. Its body shone with a rainbow-colored glass light, resembling a jade bangle that was carved with gems that shone with a blinding light. Boom! The Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic attacked all of a sudden and smashed towards Su Zimo. Scram! Su Zimo's attention was not on the Dharma characteristic paragons at all as he continued searching for traces of the primordial 9 races in the crowd. Without even looking, he threw out a top-tier Dharmic art of the Buddhist monasteries, the Great Sanskrit Light Fist. Dharmic powers were vast and surged like a sea. Tao Lord Feng Chen's rainbow glass body that was 88 feet tall seemed insignificant against the might of that punch. Its aura was completely gone. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Under countless gazes, the rainbow glass body was shattered by a single punch from Su Zimo. The crowd was astonished. Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics were the strongest methods of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. An 88 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was legendary, and if this was the previous Dharma characteristic ranking, it would definitely be ranked at the top. But now, the rainbow glass body was shattered by a dermic art from Su Zimo. Ignoring the level of that dermic art, the dermic powers released by that attack were way too terrifying. Even an 88 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could not withstand it. Blood drained from the face of Tao Lord Fengchun as he retreated and nearly fell from midair. All his pride had vanished completely against Su Zimo's punch. No, Desolate Martial isn't at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. The moment Su Zimo attacked, there was no way he could hide his cultivation realm. Perfected Dharma characteristic realm. To this, Desolate Martial has only advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm slightly more than 100 years ago, and he's already at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, as expected of the number 1 monster incarnate of history. His cultivation speed is way too terrifying. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. The dermic powers of Su Zimo's perfected Dharma characteristic realm after tempering his essence spirit from the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects were unimaginably vast and were far beyond the Dharma characteristic realm. They were comparable to any conjoint body mighty figure present. All of you, get lost. Su Zimo's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Tao Lord Five Thunder and the other Dharma characteristic Tao Lords and said coldly. In reality, those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were already stunned by Su Zimo's punch and did not dare to act rashly. However, all of them were paragons and monster incarnates of the cultivation world after all. No one would be able to take it lying down if they were scolded in front of everyone. Desolate Martial, aren't you way too arrogant? Tao Lord Five Thunder harumphed coldly. Right now, all the super sects are gathered with paragons. You're only at the Dharma characteristic realm. So what if you're strong? That means I can suppress you with my strength. Su Zimo was focused on Night Spirit and was unwilling to get entangled with those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Without a second word, he conjured the Immortal Trap Seal and sent it towards Tao Lord Five Thunder. All right, Tao Lord Five Thunder was fearless as well and hollered. Let's see how long you can continue to be arrogant, Desolate Martial. Boom! Suddenly, a gigantic phantom appeared from Tao Lord Five Thunder's body and rose to 80 feet instantly. Furthermore, it showed no signs of stopping. In the blink of an eye, a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was surrounded by wind and thunder descended in midair, even taller than the rainbow glass body earlier on. 89 feet. 1,000 years ago, this Zephyr Thunder dermic body was merely 84 feet tall. Now, Tao Lord Five Thunder had already condensed his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic to a height of 89 feet. Desolate Martial, pay with your life for killing 2 monster incarnates of Chaos Essence Sect. On the other side, a Tao Lord of Chaos Essence Sect stood out and released his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic right away. Boom! A phantom soared into the skies. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to a height of 84 feet. Chaos Essence Chi Body. Desolate Martial, I heard that you've got more than one heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. I want to see it for myself today as well. A Tao Lord of Heavenly Dipper Sect stood out and released his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic as well. 85 feet Heavenly Dipper Body. Bang! 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 Illusion Fiend Dharma Body. 18 meters Metal Body. Startling Sword Body. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords appeared and formed an encirclement around Su Zimo. One after another, heaven and earth Dharma characteristics stood in midair with terrifying auras. They're joining forces to deal with Desolate Martial. These Dharma characteristic Tao Lords are definitely ranked at the top of the Dharma characteristic ranking in terms of combat strength. To think that the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking would turn out like this. Suddenly, Immortal Sword stifled a chuckle when he saw that. Elder Immortal Sword, what's wrong? The disciple behind Immortal Sword, who was also a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, asked softly. Immortal Sword shook his head gently and curled his lips with a mocking expression. These Dharma characteristic Tao Lords are no match for Desolate Martial. If anyone present knew Su Zimo's combat strength the best, Immortal Sword would definitely be one of them. That was because he was nearly killed by Su Zimo in the bamboo forest. Then why didn't you stop those Tao Lords, Master? The disciple asked again. Immortal Sword smiled without saying anything. Right then, Heavenly Secrets looked over and the two of them exchanged glances with a tacit understanding. There was naturally no way they would step in to stop it. The more ruthless, desolate Marshal fought against the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, the more there was no room for negotiation between him and the super sex. At that time, Desolate Marshal would become the enemy of the entire world. It wouldn't matter if he was the strongest monster incarnate in history or if he had imparted martial arts to all living beings. Everything would just be a joke. On the battlefield, the moment the immortal trap seal descended, it was destroyed by the 89 feet tall Zephyr Thunderdermic body. This Zephyr Thunderdermic body was extremely close to a supreme Dharma characteristic, and its dermic powers were pure to the extreme. Among the Daming Dermic seals, the immortal trap seal's power was average. That was why it could not take on Tao Lord Five Thunder's Zephyr Thunderdermic body. Ha 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 ha! Tao Lord Five Thunder reared his head in laughter. That's all there is to Desolate Marshal. That's all. Su Zimo sneered as well. The dermic seal in his hands changed and he bent his fingers, as though he was conjuring a wheel, condensing a strange dermic seal that smashed towards the Zephyr Thunderdermic body. Among the Daming Dermic seals, one of the two most ferocious and powerful dermic seals, the Great Vajra Wheel seal. Boom! There was a deafening sound. An incomparably gigantic golden will appeared in midair, crushing forward continuously with a shuddering aura. The void beneath the golden will trembled and distorted. It was as though nothing could stop the gigantic golden wheel, not even the 89 feet tall Zephyr Thunderdermic body. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Great Vajra Wheel seal collided against the Zephyr Thunderdermic body. Crack! 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 A jarring sound echoed from the Zephyr Thunderdermic body as cracks appeared on its surface and spread continuously, covering its entire body instantly. Its dermic powers drained rapidly. Pest! The crowd was shocked. The 89 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was shattered by a single dermic seal from Su Zimo as well. Tao Lord Five Thunder was shocked and spat out an arrow of blood. At the same time, the dozens of heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that were more than 80 feet tall around Su Zimo moved at the same time and charged towards him. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals with both hands, conjuring terrifying dermic arts instantly. Endless dermic powers surged towards Su Zimo. Even the dermic powers of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were forcibly drawn over by Su Zimo. The dermic powers in Su Zimo's hands were almost boiling. Great Mount Meru Seal, Sandstorm, Avicii, Mighty Heavenly Dragon Transcendence, Sea Burial Secret Skill, Apocalyptic Fiend Fist. Instantly, Su Zimo released more than 10 terrifying top-grade dermic arts and collided against the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Boom! The void seemed to explode instantly. A blinding semicircular light spread out suddenly with a heat wave. An incomparably domineering aftershock swept in all directions like a tornado. The cultivators retreated. Even some conjoint body mighty figures were shocked and retreated to avoid him. Was that the power of a Dharma characteristic? Before long, the dust cleared. In midair, there was only a figure in green robes. His black hair danced and his gaze was burning, emitting a powerful aura that swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths like an emperor that was peerless. More than 10 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics shattered. Instantly, the entire heaven and earth valley fell silent. Everyone realized that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal had suppressed all the paragons on the Dharma characteristic ranking single-handedly. Swoosh! A glass light suddenly descended with a sharp killing intent, almost tearing through the void as it smashed down towards Su Zimo's head. The glass light seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth and was unstoppable. Conjoint body mighty figure. Desolate Marshal is invincible among the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. In the end, the conjoint body mighty figures can't sit by idly. The mighty figure of Glass Palace is trying to kill Desolate Marshal directly. The crowd was in an uproar. All of a suddenly, a black shadow flew out from the crowd on the other side and struck the glass light. There was a loud bang. The black shadow revealed its true form. It was a gigantic weapon tripod. On the other side, the conjoint body mighty figure that attacked shuddered and staggered a few steps back. He had a terrible expression as he glared in the direction of the weapon tripod. Extreme fire! The glass palace mighty figure grit his teeth and spat out. It was only then that many cultivators realized what was happening. In that split second earlier, the mighty figure of Glass Palace wanted to kill Su Zimo, but the latter was saved by mighty figure Extreme Fire of 100 Refinement Sect. What are you trying to do? Extreme Fire stood up slowly and his eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Today is the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking. Earlier on, I didn't say anything even when many Dharma characteristic Tao lords surrounded Zimo together shamelessly. And now, even a conjoint body mighty figure wants to be equally shameless. Extreme Fire, this has nothing to do with the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking today. This is a feud between super sects like us and Desolate Martial. A mighty figure of Heavenly Dipper sect stood out with an unfriendly expression as well. A mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect had a murderous aura and said coldly, "That's right. The feud between us and Desolate Martial has to end today." "It's fine to end a feud," Extreme Fire said. "The cultivation world is filled with strife and it's inevitable for there to be friendships and feuds. However, if you guys want to bully others with numbers and seniority, I'm not going to let that happen as long as I'm here. Extreme Fire. Let me advise you not to get involved." Immortal Sword laughed coldly at the side. "Nobody will be able to protect Desolate Martial today. He'll definitely die." Extreme Fire put away his weapon tripod without any fear in his eyes as he said slowly, "Why? You so-called orthodox sects don't even know shame anymore. A group of conjoint body mighty figures are actually joining forces to deal with a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Is this how righteous immortal sects are?" A mighty figure of Snowdrift Valley stood out. "It's the fortune of all living beings that Desolate Martial was able to establish the martial Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. He established that eternal steel with incredible merit. If you guys insist on making things difficult for him, won't you be disappointing the hearts of all cultivators in the world?" "That's right." A mighty figure from one of the immortal sects, Clear Wind Temple, nodded as well. "Although it's a personal feud, what does it mean if a few conjoint body mighty figures of the Immortal, Fiend and Buddhist sects join forces to deal with a single Dharma characteristic Tao Lord? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the future generation? Not all the super sects of the 9 immortal sects were against Su Zimo." A mighty figure of Pure Maiden sect stood out as well and sneered. "Although those from the immortal sects speak of benevolence and Tao, they're filled with scheming and conniving plots. What a joke." Amitba, a mighty figure of Dipamkara Monastery, chanted a Buddhist proclamation softly as well. "Patron Desolate Martial has supreme merit in giving to all living beings. Indeed, you guys should not be doing this. The impact of Desolate Martial establishing a Tao and imparting martial arts to all living beings was way too great for the cultivation world and Tianhuang mainland. That single incident pushed Su Zimo's reputation to its peak. Before long, 2 factions were formed among the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sections. The people who wanted to kill Su Zimo were naturally led by Immortal Sword. Extreme Fire and the others were on Su Zimo's side. Of course, although the mighty figures of Snowdrift Valley and Clear Wind Temple were willing to speak up for Su Zimo, they might not wage war against the other mighty figures for the sake of Desolate Martial. Things are getting more interesting. The Golden Crow Third Prince clapped excitedly when he saw the chaos in the human cultivation world. "I truly don't understand how we were defeated in the ancient war given the state of the human race." Rakshasa Feng Tian sneered. "Piak, piak." While the 2 sides were in a stalemate, someone clapped from the side, attracting the gazes of many cultivators. Heavenly Secrets finally stood out. Ever since Su Zimo appeared, he had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Now that the situation was tense, he had to step in. "Everyone, there's no need to argue." Heavenly Secrets smiled indifferently. Why don't we ask Dao Lord Desolate Marshal first? If you aren't here for the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking today, what are you here for? That question was the key. Su Zimo did not hesitate and sneered, pointing at Night Spirit beneath Immortal Sword and the others. There's nothing to hide. I'm here today to take him away. Ah! The moment he said that, a cry sounded from the crowd. Night Spirit was a cruel and cold-blooded primordial taboo. Apart from the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking, all the cultivators gathered here today were here to witness Night Spirit's death. But now, Su Zimo had openly declared that he wanted to take away that extremely dangerous primordial taboo. Good, good, good. The smile in Heavenly Secrets' eyes intensified. As expected of Desolate Marshal, you're truly open and honest. A primordial taboo was the enemy of all 10,000 races. Su Zimo's action was equivalent to standing opposite the 10,000 races. Nobody dared to imagine what sort of a bloodbath that primordial taboo would cause in Tianhuang mainland if it was alive. That was an uncertain danger. It had to be killed. The Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects did not doubt that at all. This time round, even the mighty figure of Snowdrift Valley frowned and reminded, Desolate Marshal, don't be foolish. If you want to save him, no one can save you. Those were truly earnest words. Unfortunately, Su Zimo was determined. He had made many preparations, including his trump card, the Dragon True Body. There was no way he would back down. Extreme Fire's expression turned grim as well. Zimo, you have to think carefully about the possible consequences of your decision. Extreme Fire sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. At that time, you'll turn the entire world against you. Even I won't be able to protect you. Even if you manage to escape, you might not survive in Tianhuang mainland. I know, Su Zimo replied indifferently. Master, there's no need to say more. This is my decision. There's no need for you and 100 Refinement sect to interfere. Senior Crane, Nian Qi, there's no need for you guys to attack either. Turning around, Su Zimo said to everyone from Ethereal Peak. Thereafter, he looked at Demoness G of Pure Maiden sect and shook his head slowly. Su Zimo knew that if he chose to save Night Spirit, people like Extreme Fire and the others would stand by his side without hesitation as well. However, those people would definitely fall into the vortex and might be minced to death. That was because he knew that the enemies this time round were not only conjoint body mighty figures of Sword Sect and Chaos Essence Sect, but also the ferocious beings of the primordial 9 races that were hidden among the cultivators. That was the reason why Su Zimo did not inform Monkey and the others about Night Spirit's capture. Everyone, you heard it too. Desolate Marshal clearly knows that this beast is a taboo that wreaked havoc in the primordial era, but he still wants to save it. What are your intentions, Desolate Marshal? Heavenly Secrets asked indifferently. Amitba, Patron Desolate Marshal, this matter is extremely important. If this taboo grows up, it'll probably cause endless bloodshed in Tianhuang mainland. The monk of Formless Monastery shook his head gently. That's right, we can't let it go. This beast is savage and has a murderous nature. If we let it go, there will definitely be trouble and no one in Tianhuang mainland will be spared. The crowd was in a frenzy. In reality, many cultivators did not understand the taboo race at all and did not have any deep feud with Night Spirit. The reason why they stood out was merely out of fear towards Night Spirit. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed with a mocking expression and surveyed his surroundings. You guys said that he's savage and murderous. Now, let me ask you guys, back in Myriad Phenomenon City when the Rakshasa and God race massacred human cultivators, who was the one who stood out to suppress them? Was it you? How about you? Su Zimo pointed at the crowd and shouted. The crowd was silent. No one replied. Although most of the cultivators present had not experienced the battle in Myriad Phenomenon City, they had a rough understanding of what happened. If not for Su Zimo and Night Spirit, the human paragons would have been annihilated and buried in Myriad Phenomenon City. Even if the ancestor of Night Spirit was violent and brutal in the primordial era, what has that got to do with him? Su Zimo said, I watched Night Spirit grow up since he was young. Although he's good at killing, he never kills for no reason. Still, nobody spoke. Su Zimo looked around. A dense crowd of cultivators stood in Heaven and Earth Valley. Although there were many sects and factions gathered, most of the cultivators looked indifferent. Nobody was willing to listen to his logic. In the hearts of many cultivators, their first impression had already taken root. Su Zimo shook his head gently. He knew that there was no need to explain further. Fufu, that's easy for you to say. The mighty figure of Heavenly Dipper sect sneered. A leopard never changes its spots. This beast's bloodline is filled with killing and bloodthirst. It'll be too late by the time he starts his massacre. Desolate Marshal, you have to think carefully and not be foolish. Out of goodwill, the mighty figure of Snowdrift Valley said in a deep voice. Even if you can't bear to see him in trouble, it's impossible to save him. Everyone's gathered today. Notwithstanding the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords present, look at the number of conjoint body mighty figures from the super sects such as the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects as well as the 5 heretical doctrines. Notwithstanding the fact that you won't be able to save Night Spirit, even if you manage to do so, you won't be able to escape. Extreme Fire was not the only one. Even the mighty figure of Snowdrift Valley could tell. The reason why so many conjoint body mighty figures of Sword Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, and the other Immortal sects were here was most likely to deal with Su Zimo. An impenetrable trap had been set up here a long time ago such that even ants could not escape. As long as Su Zimo dared to attack, he would definitely die. Most importantly, killing Night Spirit today was the main purpose of everyone. Anyone that stood out to stop that would be crushed into dust. Extreme Fire could not do it. Even 100 Refinement sect behind him could not do it. In the face of the tides, those that obeyed flourished and those that countered died. Keep an eye on Xiaoning and don't let her leave at all, the mighty figure of Elixir Yang sect said slowly. Yaoyan, you're not allowed to attack either, the mighty figure of Pure Maiden sect said slowly. The only thing Pure Maiden sect and Elixir Yang sect could do was to help neither side. The current situation was extremely obvious. Whoever dared to help Desolate Marshal would become a great enemy for super sects like Sword Sect and Chaos Essence Sect. Furthermore, Enigma Palace was the host of this matter. Enigma Palace had an extraordinary status in Tianhuang mainland and most cultivators would not question it. Extreme Fire had a grim expression. He had not expected that today's matter would turn into a situation where there was no room for negotiation. First, you should leave. Right then, Night Spirit gulped and said. The iron hoops that were initially around his neck shrank once more as sharp spikes protruded with fresh blood flowing out. Under the restriction of the heavenly god lock, Night Spirit had to endure endless pain for every single word he said. However, he still raised his head and looked at Su Zimo in the distance despite the wound tearing. First, they want to deal with you. Don't fall for it. Don't worry, Night Spirit. I'll definitely take you away. Su Zimo's gaze turned increasingly cold as he looked at the blood on Night Spirit's body. The killing intent around him was almost materialized. One after another, gigantic stars appeared in the firmaments. Tisk TSK. Your brotherhood sure runs deep. Immortal Sword sneered. That's perfect. I'll send the 2 of you to hell today. Anyone unrelated to today's matter, make way. Su Zimo was filled with killing intent as he said coldly. I'm going to take Night Spirit away with me today. I'll kill anyone who stops me. What a bold claim. Chaos Essence Sect's mighty figure sneered. Who do you think you are? You think you're strong enough to go against the entire world? Heavenly Secrets said indifferently. I'll say this as well. Whoever helps Desolate Marshal will be going against the entire cultivation world, the human race and the 10,000 races of the world. They will be punished by the world. Ha ha ha. Immortal Sword burst into laughter. Desolate Marshal, you can't even protect yourself. Yet you want to kill others? How laughable. Immortal Sword. It's time for you to pay with your life. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from outside the crowd. It was hoarse and deep, but it possessed a terrifying fiend power. Who is there? Immortal Sword panicked and shouted instinctively. Although that voice sounded familiar, he could not believe it. Who would dare to stand out at a moment like this? All the cultivators turned towards the voice as well. In the void not far away, a black-robed cultivator walked over slowly. His white hair fell to his shoulders and his eyes were pitch black. His hands were slumped, and in his right hand, there was a saber that was coiled with fiend chi. Ah, it's the Azura. What Azura? It's Yen Beichen. Isn't Yen Beichen already dead? The Azura saber has already returned to Azura sect, and the current Azura is already someone else. The crowd discussed. Su Zimo glanced at the Azura and his heart ached. After not seeing him for nearly 100 years, the Azura's hair had turned white. It was unknown what sort of pain he had endured alone all these years. Be but your essence spirit injury impossible. Immortal Sword looked at Yen Beichen, who was walking over slowly in disbelief, and shrieked. He discovered to his shock that Yen Beichen's essence spirit had already recovered. Yen Beichen, back down. You're a cultivator of Azura sect. Don't implicate the entire sect because of you. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Azura sect stood out and hollered at Yen Beichen with a cold expression. The mighty figure of Azura sect did not stop him, as though it was only right. Who are you? Yen Beichen's gaze shifted as he asked expressionlessly. I'm the Azura of the current era. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord had a proud expression and flipped his palm, already holding the Azura saber. Someone like you is worthy of being called the Azura? Yen Beichen slashed in reverse towards the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's head. A black light tore through the air with a suffocating aura of death. Before the titular disciple who referred to himself as the Azura could react, he was sliced into two by Yen Beichen and his body and essence spirit were destroyed. Pest! The place fell into an uproar. Nobody expected Yen Beichen to attack. Less than that, nobody expected the titular disciple of Azura sect, the Azura of this generation, to fail to defend against a single slash from Yen Beichen. How ruthless! This is what it means to become an Azura through killing. When the Azura goes crazy, he even kills cultivators of his own sect. He's truly fearless and cold-blooded. Many cultivators discussed softly with wary expressions. Yen Beichen, what are you doing? The mighty figure of Azura sect was enraged and pointed at the sect cultivator who had just fallen, shouting, I can ignore the fact that you killed him. The fight for the Azura has always been about killing. However, you're not allowed to interfere in today's matter. Do you want to go against the entire cultivation world? So, Yen Beichen replied indifferently. You! The mighty figure of Azura sect was speechless. Su Zimo was probably the only one who could understand Yen Beichen's emotions. Qin Pianran died and the Hatred Fiend Saber acknowledged Yen Beichen as its master. He obtained the Hatred Sutra and inherited the entire legacy of the Fiend Emperor Hatred. He hated the heavens for being blind and the earth for being heartless. He hated the entire cultivation world for refusing to let them off. It did not matter even if he was enemies with the entire cultivation world. If there was a single person in this world without fear and reservations, it would be the Azura, Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen looked at Immortal Sword and said slowly, Immortal Sword, I've waited for so long. You're finally willing to come out. All these years, Yen Beichen had been waiting for an opportunity. Although he inherited the Hatred Sutra, he did not lose his rationality. If he killed his way into Sword sect recklessly, not only would he not be able to take revenge for Qin Pianran, he would also die. Yen Beichen had waited for almost 100 years for this day. He would definitely not miss this opportunity. It was as Su Zimo thought. He would kill anyone who dared to stand in his way. Azura, even if you advance to the conjoint body realm, it's impossible for you to kill me. The moment Yen Beichen attacked earlier on, Immortal Sword could already sense that Yen Beichen was already a conjoint body mighty figure. However, on second thought, he knew that many major sects were gathered. Notwithstanding immortal sects like Chaos Essence Sect and Heavenly Dipper Sect, Sword Sect alone had more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures gathered this time round. Yen Beichen was only at the early stage conjoint body realm. Even if he was strong, how many conjoint body mighty figures could he defeat? Furthermore, he was surrounded by experts of the primordial 6 races. Yen Beichen's gaze shifted to heavenly secrets. You were the one who divined our location and told it to Immortal Sword. right? He was no fool. He had been wondering since a long time ago how his location with Qin Pianran was leaked. There must be an expert behind it. Right now, he had a guess when he saw Heavenly Secrets join forces with Immortal Sword. So what if I am? Heavenly Secrets still had a smile on his face. I once swore that I won't let anyone related to Pianran's death off. Yen Beichan said, Heavenly Secrets, you're next after Immortal Sword. The moment he said that, Yen Beichan's figure flashed and vanished from the spot, turning into rumbling fiend chi that was pitch black as ink that surged towards the sword sect faction. Senior brothers, help me stop him, Immortal Sword said with a calm expression. Although he was a conjoint body mighty figure, his essence spirit was injured and he did not dare to fight Yen Beichan head-on. He could only ask for the help of other mighty figures in Sword Sect. Don't worry, junior brother. He's just a fiend at the early stage conjoint body realm. There's nothing to fear. A mighty figure of Sword Sect sneered and leaped into midair with his sword, slashing down viciously at the fiend chi beneath. Clang! The sword beam was resplendent and carried an extremely sharp edge, as though it wanted to slice the entire world into two. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lords present did not even manage to see how the mighty figure of Sword Sect attacked. They felt their eyes sting with just a mere glance from afar. The might of a single slash was so terrifying. Swoosh! The fiend chi beneath surged without dodging or retreating and devoured the sword beam directly. The mighty figure of Sword Sect's expression changed. His sword was swallowed by a ball of fiend chi like a rock that fell into the ocean. Instead, the ball of fiend chi became even more terrifying and floated rapidly, charging towards the mighty figure of Sword Sect. Startling Sword Dao! The mighty figure of Sword Sect hollered and waved the sword in his hands. Instantly, streams of sword chi burst forth in a breathtaking and sharp manner, piercing into the incoming fiend chi. The fiend chi merely paused for a moment before extending upwards. Under countless gazes, it opened up a gigantic black hole and dragged the mighty figure of Sword Sect inside. Ah! A tragic cry sounded from the fiend chi. Immediately after, a corpse fell from the fiend chi. The mighty figure of Sword Sect's eyes were widened and his cheeks were filled with black blood threads. His gaze was filled with endless fear, as though he was immensely shocked before his death. He died with grievances. Hatred Fiend Sutra? Heavenly Secrets focused his gaze and exclaimed slightly when he recognized the origin of the ball of fiend chi. The expressions of the cultivators changed when they heard that. The Fiend Emperor Hatred was way too famous in the cultivation world. Among the emperors, the title of the Fiend Emperor Hatred was not inferior to the human emperor. All of you join forces. There's no need to fight him alone, Immortal Sword reminded hurriedly. Many mighty figures of Sword Sect reacted and struck as well. Shoo! 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 Instantly, the entire world was enveloped by streams of extremely sharp sword chi, and the void seemed to be sliced into pieces. Sword Dao was the most lethal. At the same time, Sword Sect was the place of pilgrimage for all sword cultivators. The killing power released by more than 30 mighty figures of Sword Sect was imaginable, causing the cultivators present to shudder in fear. Many Dharma characteristic Dao Lords retreated, afraid that they would be implicated by the sword chi. Boundless hatred. Suddenly, a hoarse and deep voice sounded from the fiend chi. Immediately after, a pitch-black saber appeared in the world. It was coiled with fiend chi and emitted endless hatred. It was boundless and hated the entire world. Clang, 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 clang. The hatred fiend saber collided with many swords and let out a series of metallic sounds with sparks. Right in front of everyone, more than 30 swords were repelled by the hatred fiend saber. Every single sword was tainted by a layer of faint black fog and their lights dimmed significantly. Their strength was greatly reduced and even their sharpness was retracted. What? The combat strength of the Azura is actually at this level? More than 30 mighty figures of Sword Sect can't injure him. Yen Beichan possesses the Azura Sutra and now, he inherited the Hatred Sutra. He's probably even stronger than the Fiend Emperor Hatred back then. Sword Sect was in chaos. Right then, Su Zimo had already made his move as well and charged towards Night Spirit. Stop him, desolate marshal. I've been watching you the entire time. Die! The conjoint body mighty figures of Chaos Essence Sect, Heavenly Dipper Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, and the other Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects attacked one after another to suppress Su Zimo. Zimo, let me help you. At the final moment, Extreme Fire stood out still. Although he had reservations, no matter what, Su Zimo saved his life. If not for Su Zimo, Extreme Fire would have died a long time ago. That reason alone was why Extreme Fire could not watch Su Zimo fight alone. Extreme Fire, I'm your opponent. Suddenly, a sinister and cold voice sounded not far away. Immediately after, a figure blocked in front of Extreme Fire. Purple Flame. Extreme Fire's gaze shifted onto the intruder and his eyes blazed with rage. How dare you show yourself? Purple Flame was originally a cultivator of 100 Refinement sect and was Extreme Fire's senior brother. Later on, he betrayed the sect and founded Hellfire Hall. 50 years ago, Extreme Fire led cultivators into Hellfire Hall and suppressed the group of cultivators with a thunderous might. Purple Flame was severely injured and escaped with his life. In that battle, Hellfire Hall lost more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures and hundreds of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Hellfire Hall was destroyed overnight. This battle could be considered as one of the rare few battles in the cultivation world in the past 100 years where Extreme Fire revealed his powerful methods to the cultivation world once again. To think that the Purple Flame would appear in Heaven and Earth Valley after recovering from his injuries after dozens of years. Junior brother, let's end the feud between us today. Purple Flame had a sinister voice and a venomous gaze. Extreme Fire's gaze focused and his expression changed slightly. Through his spirit consciousness detection, he discovered that Purple Flame was already at the perfected conjoint body realm. 50 years ago, Purple Flame was only at the late-stage conjoint body realm. After the conjoint body realm, it was extremely difficult to break through every single minor realm. Even with Extreme Fire's talent, his cultivation had hovered around the early-stage conjoint body realm for more than 100 years. Furthermore, Extreme Fire had severely injured Purple Flame. In just a few decades, Purple Flame's cultivation had broken through once more and he was at the perfected conjoint body realm. It was not hard to imagine that Purple Flame must have obtained a tremendous fortuitous encounter to be able to cultivate to this stage and make a comeback. Surprised, right? Purple Flame noticed the shock in Extreme Fire's eyes and grinned. I've always been the loser in our fights. However, I'll be the victor this time round. Furthermore, winning you once is more than enough. I won't give you a second chance. Whoosh! Purple Flame's glabella shone and a gigantic weapon tripod flew out. Under the tripod burned an extremely sinister hellfire that charged towards Extreme Fire. Go! Extreme Fire summoned his Destiny Dermic weapon as well and a gigantic weapon tripod descended. Raging flames burned on the tripod as well. However, the flames of Extreme Fire were even more scorching and masculine, as though they could incinerate everything in the world. Yin and Yang. The two different flames collided violently. Boom! With a loud bang, flames surged into the skies. It was as though two blazing suns had collided and shot out fireballs in all directions. There was even a fire rain in the skies. This was the combat strength of conjoint body mighty figures. Every single move could shake heaven and earth, crush mountains and crack rocks. Extreme Fire had a grim expression. In that collision, his weapon tripod actually retreated a little and was disadvantaged in terms of strength. After all, there was a difference of 3 minor realms. Even if Extreme Fire cultivated the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra, there was still a difference in dermic powers between them. He frowned slightly with worry. Strength was only one of the factors in a fight. He specialized in the art of fire taming. Although Purple Flame surpassed him in dermic powers, he was fearless and still confident that he could suppress Purple Flame. He was worried about Su Zimo on the other side. Right now, Yen Beichen had barged into the Sword Sect faction and was surrounded by more than 30 mighty figures. He was entangled by Purple Flame and victory won't be determined within a short period of time. As for Su Zimo, he was going to have to face the conjoint body mighty figures of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects alone. He would be destroyed instantly. "Young master!" Xianxia exclaimed and charged forward without hesitation. However, she was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Although she possessed the bloodline of the god race, she could only defend against 2 or 3 conjoint body mighty figures at most with her combat strength. Right now, there were already more than 50 conjoint body mighty figures from the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects who stood out right away. "Desolate Marshal, you killed the titular disciple of Glass Palace and many paragons. I'll make you pay with blood today." The mighty figure of Glass Palace hollered and struck all of a sudden. Bang! 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 Many conjoint body mighty figures attacked one after another and released earth-shaking dermic arts. Mighty figure dermic weapons tore through the air with terrifying might. The entire void trembled. The dermic arts of the 50 conjoint body mighty figures formed a surging dermic power ocean that seemed like it could devour everything. Even conjoint body mighty figures would be shredded into pieces without a corpse, let alone Dharma characteristic Tao lords like Su Zimo and Xianxia. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Roaring into the skies, Su Zimo conjured sword arts with both hands like a maniac and waved them wildly in all directions. "Tsk! Tsk! Tsk!" 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth instantly. They were densely packed and surged with killing intent, as though they wanted to tear the world apart. Many stars appeared in the firmaments. The trajectories of those stars were extremely chaotic and collided. When the heavens' killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Under normal circumstances, a single heaven-slaying sword chi should be enough to threaten ordinary conjoint body mighty figures given Su Zimo's current cultivation and combat strength. Although the conjoint body mighty figures that attacked now came from super sects such as the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects and were all top-tier conjoint body experts, they felt their scalps tingle when they saw that. What sort of a scene would it be if 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth instantly? Pest! The 50 conjoint body mighty figures gasped. Perhaps due to the illumination of the 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi or shock, the conjoint body mighty figures turned pale. Is that the power of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord? The surrounding cultivators were already speechless. Even the experts of the primordial 6 races, hidden in the crowd, narrowed their gazes and took Su Zimo seriously for the first time, gradually putting away their contempt. If they were in the same position, it would be difficult for them to receive the 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi single-handedly. The 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi collided with the dermic powers ocean formed by more than 50 conjoint body mighty figures. The ocean was riddled with holes by the 1,000 sword chi, and its dermic powers drained rapidly. Clang! 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 Many mighty figure dermic weapons collided with the heaven-slaying sword chi and sparks flew as they were repelled. There were way too many heaven-slaying sword chi. Dozens of heaven-slaying sword chi broke through the ocean of dermic powers and pierced towards the surrounding conjoint body mighty figures with endless sharpness. Poof! 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 Some conjoint body mighty figures shrieked repeatedly after their bodies were pierced by the heaven-slaying sword chi. Some conjoint body mighty figures had half their bodies sliced off by a sword chi. Instantly, limbs flew everywhere in midair as blood spewed into a mist. These conjoint body mighty figures were considered lucky. After all, conjoint body mighty figures had exuberant vitality and powerful blood chi. They could survive even if half their bodies were severed by the heaven-slaying sword chi. However, a few conjoint body mighty figures could not dodge in time and their heads were pierced by a few heaven-slaying sword chi. Their essence spirits were destroyed and they died on the spot. The crowd was shocked. More than 50 conjoint body mighty figures joined forces and collided with a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. However, some mighty figures ended up dying and many others were injured. The mighty figures were in chaos. What sort of sword Tao is that? How is it so terrifying? I heard that it's one of the 3 ancient sword arts, the heaven-slaying sword art. Desolate Marshal snatched it from Immortal sword. No wonder. When he heard the discussions around him, Immortal sword's expression turned even darker. However, he could no longer care about Su Zimo. That was because he had yet to break free from Yen Beichen's killing intent. Ah! Under the encirclement of more than 30 mighty figures of sword sect, Yen Beichen wielded the hatred fiend saber and suddenly roared into the skies. The howl was sorrowful and tragic. Everyone who heard it felt immense pain and hatred. It was a sound domain attack from the Hatred Sutra. Back when Su Zimo fought Tao Lord Hatred, he saw the latter release the sound domain secret skill. However, compared to Yen Beichen, Tao Lord Hatred's sound domain secret skill was way too inferior. Without experiencing immense changes, Tao Lord Hatred could not comprehend the pain, despair and hatred of the Hatred Sutra deeply. However, it was different for Yen Beichen. Su Zimo knew of sound domain secret skills such as Thunderclap Kill and Daming Mantra to begin with. When released, he could control the range of his attacks and would not injure others by mistake. However, Yen Beichen's sound domain secret skill was an attack of indifference. All the cultivators in Heaven and Earth Valley were enduring the impact of the howl. Everyone could not help but feel sadness, despair, and hatred. The mighty figures of sword sect closest to it were stunned and had shocked expressions. Clang! Clang! The hatred fiend saber buzzed and trembled. It became extremely excited when it sensed the hatred in Yen Beichen's heart. My hatred! Yen Beichen's eyes turned pitch black like two bottomless abysses. With a tragic roar, he strode forward and slashed in reverse towards a mighty figure of sword sect. The hatred fiend saber transformed into a black streak of light and arrived instantly. Before the blade descended, the intent of boundless hatred transformed into streams of pitch-black fiend chi that coiled around the mighty figure of sword sect. No matter how sharp the mighty figure of sword sect was, he could not sever the fiend chi around him. The hatred fiend saber descended and sliced the mighty figure of sword sect into two. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. The hatred fiend chi around Yen Beichen surged endlessly and his entire body seemed to have transformed into an endless abyss. It sucked the surrounding mighty figures of sword sect, wanting to devour them. I hate everything. Yen Beichen roared once more and arrived before another mighty figure of sword sect, slashing with his saber. Break! The mighty figure of sword sect was impressive as well. He emanated a sword chi that destroyed all life and severed the hatred fiend chi that bound him. He broke free and slashed in reverse towards the hatred fiend saber. The hatred fiend saber shone brightly. Snap! Right in front of everyone, the mighty figure's sword was severed by the hatred fiend saber. The hatred fiend saber continued slashing down and killed another mighty figure of sword sect. A mighty figure of sword sect was about to release a supreme sword Dao when his eyes met with Yen Beichen's fiendish eyes and he froze on the spot. His eyes were also gradually tainted by the fiend chi. Black fiend chi started spreading out from his body. A conjoint body mighty figure's soul was bewitched by Yen Beichen's visual technique, and he could not control himself. The hatred fiend's saber slashed once more. A gigantic head was sent flying. This mighty figure of sword sect had not woken up even till his death. After killing 3 mighty figures of sword sect with 3 slashes, the might of the Azura shocked the entire cultivation world once again, causing an uproar. The Hatred Sutra is indeed terrifying. Heavenly Secrets narrowed his eyes and murmured. He did not attack and stayed out of things right from the beginning. Everyone, don't panic. Summon the Earth-Slaying Sword Formation and kill the Azura with the might of the sword formation. Immortal Sword reminded hurriedly. In the ancient era, the Sword Emperor obtained one of the 3 great sword arts, the Earth-Slaying Sword Art. However, the Earth-Slaying Sword Art was not easy to cultivate and its killing intent was too strong. It was extremely powerful and a backlash would occur if one was careless. The best-case scenario would be chi deviation. In worst-case scenarios, they might even die on the spot with their blood splattered. Later on, the Sword Emperor deduced the lifeless sword art from the Earth-Slaying Sword Art. Although it was extremely powerful, it was relatively easier to cultivate and had been passed down till this day. As for the Earth-Slaying Sword Art, it could be released in the form of a sword formation. With many mighty figures sharing the killing intent of the Earth-Slaying Sword Art, there would be no backlash from the killing intent. Shoo! 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 The remaining mighty figures of sword sect calmed down and set up a sword formation. channeling streams of cold, murderous sword chi. Instantly, the ground quaked. One after another, gigantic cracks appeared, as though a dragon snake was alerted. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. Yen Beichen looked at the incoming sword chi with an indifferent expression. His white hair danced and his black eyes were dead. If someone could cultivate the earth-slaying sword art single-handedly, they might be able to threaten him. Now, although many mighty figures of sword sect had formed the earth-slaying sword formation, they had completely lost the sharpness that the earth-slaying sword art should have. Huff! 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 The fiend chi on Yen Beichen surged and formed a pitch-black fiend sea that devoured all the incoming sword chi. Not only that, the fiend sea even absorbed all the dermic powers in the surroundings and grew continuously, forming even more hatred fiend chi. Earth-slaying sword formation? Break! Yen Beichen hollered and gripped the hatred fiend saber with both hands. Leaping up, he looked down and slashed down at the sword formation beneath viciously. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Countless swords fell. Many figures retreated with pale faces. Some of the mighty figures of sword sect could not even contain themselves and spat out a mouthful of blood with miserable expressions. Immortal sword. Even if the Sword Emperor is resurrected today, he won't be able to save you. Yen Beichen walked towards Immortal Sword step by step and said word by word. His voice was hoarse and deep, containing torrential hatred. Finally, a hint of panic flashed through Immortal Sword's eyes. Heavenly secrets, we're on the same side. What are you waiting for? Immortal Sword shouted. Heavenly Secrets smiled indifferently and his figure flashed. Wielding his folding fan, he floated towards Yen Beichen. Since that's the case, let me test out the Azura's hatred fiend cultivation technique. On the other side, Su Zimo released 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi and killed a few conjoint body mighty figures on the spot, causing the remaining mighty figures to be flustered. Seizing the opportunity of the chaos, he waved his sleeves and sent Nian Qi, who had just charged forward, back to Ethereal Peak. Don't come. You can't interfere in this battle. Su Zimo's tone was resolute and unquestionable. But, young master. Nian Qi was reluctant. The old immortal crane shook her head gently. Nian Qi listened to Zimo first. If you head up, he might be distracted because he has to take care of you. Although Nian Qi was unwilling, she could only stand on the spot and watch the battlefield with clenched fists. Not only did the 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi fail to intimidate the conjoint body mighty figures, it enraged the super sects of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects even more. They were conjoint body mighty figures. How could they be pushed back by a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord? Desolate Marshal. Let's see how many times you can release a dermic art as such. A mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect waved his hand and ordered, Mighty figures of Chaos Essence sect, listen up, all of you. Attack and kill Desolate Marshal with all your might. Everyone attack. Desolate Marshal is merely a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. I don't believe he can go against all of us. A mighty figure of Heavenly Dipper sect waved his hand as well. Initially, only more than 50 conjoint body mighty figures attacked Su Zimo. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 conjoint body mighty figures had gathered after the first clash. Furthermore, that number was still increasing.